Section 9. Lælius and c. Lælius, an unexplained Gentile name, left to the Italians Lelio, which was borne by one of the heresiarchs Sicini. Also Lelia, in French Lélie, and sometimes confused with the names from Celius. It was said that the city of Pompeii was so called from Pompa, the splendor or pomp with which Hercules founded it. However this might be, it is likely that from it came the nomen of the Pompeian gens, which did not appear in Rome till a late period, and which its enemies declared was founded by Aulus Pompeius, a flute player. The gallant Cneus Pompeius won for himself the surname of Magnus, and made sufficient impression on the world to have his name adapted to modern pronunciation by the Pompey of the French and the English Pompey. When a little Negro boy was the favorite appendage of fine ladies of the early 17th century, the habit of calling slaves by classical titles made Pompey the usual designation of these poor little fellows, from whom it descended to little dogs, and though now out of fashion, even for them, it has obtained a set of associations that is likely to prevent that fine old Roman Pompey, surnamed the Big, from obtaining any future namesakes, except in Italy, where Pompeo has always flourished, probably from hereditary associations. On Roman authority, the Porcii were the breeders of porcus, a pig, according to the homely, rural, and agricultural designations of Old Latinity, which to modern ears have so dignified a sound. It was the clan of the two Catons, but the masculine has not prevailed, though that woman well reputed, Cato's daughter Portia, or as the Italians spelt it, Porzia, caused her name to be handed on in her native land, where Shakespeare took it not only for her, but for his other heroine. Nothing undervalued to Cato's daughter, Brutus Portia, from whom Portia, as after his example we make it, has become an exceptional fancy name. The Romans thought no scorn of the title of the unclean beast, and 3 families in other clans likewise bore its name, Vers, Scrofa, and Aper. The last, it is just possible, being the origin of the Sir Bors of the Round Table, in Welsh Baez. The origin of Sulpicius is not known. It may possibly be connected with the obsolete word that named Sulla from a red-spotted visage, but this is uncertain. There were 3 saints of the name: Severus Sulpicius, a friend of Saint Martin; Sulpicius, called the Severe, Bishop of Bourges in the 6th century; and Sulpicius, called the Gentle, also Bishop of Bourges in the 7th. It is an arm of this last of the 3 that has led to the consecration of the celebrated church at Paris in the name of Saint Sulpice. In Germany, it is Sulpice. Tyrannus, soft or tender, was the origin given by the Romans to the Terentian gens, which produced Terentia, wife of Cicero, called in affection Tarentilla, and likewise gave birth to the comic poet Publius Terentius of Fur, known to us as Terence, and to the Germans as Terence. As a supposed rendering of Turlo, Terence is a very favorite name in Ireland, and is there called Terry, but it prevails nowhere else. The meaning of the name of Sergius is not known, but the Sergian gens was very ancient, and believed itself to spring from the Trojans. From them Catiline descended, and from another branch the deputy Sergius Paulus, from whom some suppose Saint Paul to have taken his name. One saint called Sergius was martyred at the city of Rassapha, in Syria, and was honored by the change of the name of the place to Sergiopolis in Justinian's time. His relics are at Rome and at Prague, but a far greater favorite as a namesake is the Russian S. Sergi, who founded a monastery near Moscow, and died there in 1292 in the highest esteem for sanctity, so that his monastery is a place of devotional pilgrimage, and S. Sergij or S. Serezka are favorite names in Russia. Footnote 61. Butler Michaelis Smith, Faxiolati, Corson, Pupils Breton's Pot, Valerius Maximus. Section 10. Valerius. Deep among the roots of Indo-European tongues lies the source of our adverb well, the German wohl, Saxon well, Gothic wela, an evidently close connection of the Latin verb valeo, to be well, and which the Celtic gwal links again with the Greek kappa alpha lambda omicron sigma, well or beautiful, related to the Sanskrit kalia, healthy, able, or well. Valeo was both to be sound and to be worth, and to the old Roman a sound man was necessarily valiant, worth something in the battle. And valor, which to them and the Italians is still value, is to the chivalrous French and English valor. This word of well-being named the old Sabine Valerian gens, one of the most noble and oldest in Rome, who had a little throne to themselves in the circus, and were allowed to bury their dead within the walls of the city. The simple masculine form of the name had but 2 saints, and they were too obscure to be much followed, though Valor and Valorat as surnames have risen from it in France. The feminine of it was in honor at Rome for the sake of Valeria, the public-spirited lady who took the lead in persuading the mother of Coriolanus to intercede with her son to lay his vengeance aside and spare his mother city. Valerie is a favorite French name, but the compounds of this word have had far greater note. Valerianus, the adoptive name, was born by Publius Sicinius Valerianus, that unhappy persecuting emperor who ended his career as a stepping stone to Shopwar. Saint Valerianus was bishop of Auxerre, and though properly Valerian in French, Valerian in English, was probably the patron of the Waleran or Galeran, occurring in the Middle Ages, chiefly among the Luxembourgs, counts of St. Paul. Valentinianus has been continued by the Welsh in the form of Balon. Valentinus was a Roman priest, who is said to have endeavored to give a Christian signification to the old custom of drawing lots in honor of Juno Februata, and thus fixed his own name and festival to the curious fashion prevailing all over England and France, of either the choice of a true Valentine, or of receiving as such the first person of the opposite sex encountered on that morning. These customs increased the popularity of Valentine and Valentina, the latter being more probably used as the feminine of the former, than as the name of an obscure martyr who died under Diocletian. Valentina Visconti was the wife of the Duke of Orleans, brother of Charles Roman VI, of France, and as one of the bright lights in a corrupt court, merited that her name should have become more permanent than it has been. The Slavonic contractions of the masculine are curious. Lower Lusatia makes it Batin, Tino, Bal, and Balk, Lithuanian, Wallench, and Hungary, Balint. It is not easy to separate the idea of Virginia from Virgo, a virgin, especially since Sir Walter Raleigh gave that name to his American colony in honor of the Virgin Queen, and it was probably under this impression that Virginie was made by Bernardine de Saint Pierre, the heroine of his tropical Arcadian romance, which reigned supreme over French, English, and German imaginations of a certain caliber, and rendered Virginie triumphant in France and a name of sentiment in England. Nay, had the true Virginia lived and died a couple of centuries earlier, her story would have passed for a myth expressed in her appellation. But the fact is that she derived it from a good old plebeian gens who formerly spelt themselves Virginius, thus connecting themselves with Ver, the spring, Persian Bihar, Ialic Beit Epsilon Alpharo, the Old Greek Gam Epsilon Alpharo, and with all its kindred of virga, a rod or green bough, viro to flourish, virides green. And again with the more remote descendants of these words in modern Europe. Vert, Virger, Il Viro, and C. Virginio was a name in the Orsini family, but otherwise it has not been kept up. Footnote 62. Liddell and Scott, Pott, Faxiolati, Smith, Arnold, Jones, Welsh Sketches, Brand, Popular Antiquities, Michaelis. Chapter 4. Cognomina. Sect 1-on-1. Roman cognomina were originally neither more nor less than nicknames, sometimes far from complimentary, but for the sake of convenience or of honorable association, continued in the family. Sometimes they were adjectives, such as Asper the rough, Caecus the blind, Brutus the stupid. Sometimes they were suggested by the appearance, such as Naso the nose or Scaevola the left-handed, the sobriquet earned by that Mutius who seared his right hand in the fire to prove to Porsenna what Roman constancy was. Sura the calf of the leg, Sulla the red-pimpled, Barbetus the bearded, Dentatus the toothed, Balbus the stammerer, and even by Bulus and by Bacula the drunkard. Sometimes, like some of the gentle nomina previously mentioned, they came from animal or vegetable, connected in some way with the ancestor, either by augury, chase, or culture, such as Corvinus from corvus, a raven, Buteo, a buzzard, Lentulus, a bean, Piso from pisum, a pea, Cicero, a vetch, Scipio from keep, an onion. Others were from the birthplace of the forefather, such as Hadrianus, Albinus. Others were the ablative case of the name of the tribe to which the gens belonged, as Remilia or Palatina. Sometimes a cognomen secundus or agnomen was superadded in the case of distinguished personages, in memory of their services, such as Coriolanus, Capitolinus, Africanus, Asiaticus. The latest example of an agnomen of victory was Peloponnesiacus, which was conferred in 1688 by the Venetian Republic upon Francesco Morsini, the conqueror of the Mora. Whatever the cognomen, fortuitous, derisive, or honorable, it remained attached forever to the family and served to designate that section of the gens, but did not naturally descend to females, though in the latter and more irregular periods, when the gentes were so extensive that the feminine was no distinction, they were usually assumed by the daughters of the house and altered to suit their construction. Ader Black was the source of the name of Adria in Picenum, whence was called Adriatic Sea. A family of Alii, migrating through Spain, were known by the cognomen of Adrianus or Hadrianus, both place and name being usually spelt with the aspirate. The Emperor Publius Aelius Hadrianus built our famous northern wall, still called after him, as is the city of Adrianople, but he failed in imposing his Gentile name of Aelia upon Jerusalem. The Italian surname of Adriani is probably derived from the original city. And Adrianus was the first abbot of St. Augustine's, Canterbury, and another was first bishop of Aberdeen. But the most popular Saint Adrianus was an officer in the imperial army who was converted by the sight of the martyrdoms under Galerius, and was martyred himself at Nicomedia, whence his relics were taken to Constantinople and to Rome, and thence again to Flanders, where they were transported from one abbey to another, and supposed to work such miracles that Adrianus has ever since been a universal name in the Low Countries, where it gets contracted into Arge or Janus, while the more northerly nations call it, in common use, Arian or Arn. The French make it Adrian and have given it the feminine Adrian, and the Italians have not unfrequently Adriano and Adriana. In Russia it is Andrian. Aquila, an eagle, was a cognomen in several Roman families, either from augury or from the national feature. It reminds us of the Greek Aeas and of many of the Teuton names beginning with R. Aquila was a companion of St. Paul, and another Aquila, under Hadrian, wavered long between Judaism and Christianity and translated the Old Testament into Greek. But Aquila has not been followed, save here and there in England and America, as a scripture name. Agrippa was not well understood by the Romans themselves, though they settled that it meant one born with his feet foremost. The explanation we quote from Professor Aufrecht. He, Gellius, ascribes to that preposterous birth all the calamities which befell the world through Agrippa's ill-starred descendants. To fall on one's feet was therefore no auspicious event in Italy, but how can we possibly reconcile that signification with the etymology? I think the legs peep out of the PP, and that PPA is probably a contraction of peta. In Greek, letter 1F00 caparo omicron pi omicron upsilon sigma means only the beginning or tip of the foot, but it might as well have signified an individual who, on entering this shaky world of ours, philosophically chose to take a firm standpoint, rather than begin by a foolish act and plunge into it headlong. It was at first a prenomen, but became a cognomen in the clan of Menenius and of many others. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa was the friend and son-in-law of Augustus. From him, the Herods called themselves Agrippa, and his daughter was the first of those ladies named Agrippina, whose tragic stories mark the early years of the Roman Empire. Cornelius Agrippa was probably assumed by the learned man of Cologne, who has connected it in the popular mind with alchemy and necromancy. Saint Agrippina was martyred at Rome under Valerian, and her remains being transferred to Girgenti in Sicily, she became known to the Greeks. Her name is used in Russia in the softened form of Agrafina and the rude contraction Grusha or Grunya. Some suggest that Agrippa may be the Greek letter 1F00 rho gamma iota pi omicron upsilon sigma, swift-footed. The city of Alba Longa doubtless took its first name from that universal word that named the Alps, the Elbe, Elves, Albion, and Alban from their whiteness, and left Albus still the adjective in Rome. Legend declared that the city was called from the white sow with 50 piglings, who directed Aeneas to its site. But however this might be, it was the source of the family of Albinus in the Postumian gens, whence, slightly altered, came the name of the soldier Albinus, the British martyr, whose death led to the change from Verulamium to St. Albans, and from whom we take the English Christian name of Alban. Another St. Albinus or Aban was an Irish bishop, consecrated by St. Patrick, and probably the source of the Scottish Christian name Albany, which was often used as a rendering of the Celtic Finn, also meaning white. Another Albinus or Albinus of a British family, established in Armorica, was a monastic saint and bishop of Angers, naming the family of Saint Aubin, and perhaps William de Albini, the ancestor of the Howards. The modern English feminine Albina, or Albinia, must have been formed as a name of romance from some of these. Section 2. Augustus. Augustus is the agnomen conferred by the Senate upon the second Caesar, meaning reverend or set apart, and was selected as hedging him with majesty, though not offending the citizens with the word king. It is closely related to aviger or augur, which the Romans said was ab avium geritus, because the augur divined by the chatter of birds, while others make it come from augia, to increase. But it is not impossible that it may be related to the Teuton age, a. At Rome, after Diocletian, the Augustus was always the reigning emperor, the Augusta was his wife, and no one presumed to take the name till the unfortunate Romulus Augustus, called Augustulus in contempt, who ended both the independence of Rome and the empire with the names of their founders. English, French, German, Let. Augustus, August, August, Augusts, Gussie, Justs, Russian, Hungarian, Avgust, Agustin, feminine, English, German, Italian, Lusatian. Augusto, August, Augusta, Avgusta, Gussie, Este, Augusta, Gust, Gustulca, Gustul. The Welsh formed the name of Aust from Augustus, but it does not seem to have been elsewhere used, except as an epithet which the flattering chroniclers bestowed upon Philippe Roman III. Of France, until about the middle of the 16th century, a fancy seized the small German princes of christening their children by this imperial title. August of Anhalt-Plotzkau appears in 1575, 7 years earlier, August of Braunschweig-Lumburg. Then August of Wolfenbüttel names his daughter Anne Augusta, and we all recollect the elector Johann August of Saxony. Memorable as the prisoner of Charles V, thenceforth, these names flourished in Germany, and took up their abode in England with the Hanoverian race. The diminutive had, however, been adopted under the Roman Empire in later times, and was borne by the great father Augustinus of Hippo and his namesake, the missionary of the Saxons. This was chosen by a Danish bishop as a Latinization of his proper name of Eystein Island Stone, and it has always been somewhat popular, probably owing to the order of Augustin or Austin friars, instituted in honor of the first Saint Augustine, and once the greatest sheep owners in England. English, French, German, Spanish. Augustin, 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 Augustino, Austin, Portuguese, Italian, Polish. Agustinho, Agostino, Agustin, feminine, Irish, French, German, Italian. Augustine, 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 Agustina, Stein, Portuguese. Agustinha. Section 3. Blasius. Some consider Blasius to be a mere contraction of the Greek Basilios, royal. But long before that name prevailed, at least among historical personages, we hear of Bladius, Bladius, or Blasius, as a man of Salapia in Apulia, whose name seems to have signified a babbler. Nevertheless, Blasio was a surname in the Cornelian gens, and Blasius was bishop of Sebaste in Nicomedia, where he was martyred in 316. In the time of the Crusades, his relics were imported from the East. He became patron of the Republic of Ragusa, and from a tradition that he had been combed to death with iron combs, such an implement was his mark, and he was the favorite saint of the English wool-staplers. The only vestige of this as a name in England is, however, in Goldsmith's Madame Blase, but in Spanish Blas is used, as no reader of Gil Blas can forget. Blasius is found in Bavaria, and Plaise, Blase, Blessig, and Blaseing are surnames thence derived. English, French, Spanish, Portuguese. Blaise, Blaise, Blas, Braz, Blase, Blasat, Italian, German, Dutch, Russian. Biagio, Blasius, Blas, Vlasij, Biasio, Blasi, Vlas, Baxio, Blasal, Servian, Illyrian, Hungarian. Blazij, Blasko, Balaz, Vlaho, Berk. The Germans have even the feminine Blaja. Footnote 63. Smith, Brand, Michaelis. Section 4. Caesar and C. No cognomen has ever been so much used as that of Caesar, which first began in the Julian gens, nearly 2 centuries before the time of the great dictator. Some derived it, like Ciso, from Cido, to cut. Others said that the eyes of the first owner of it were unusually blue, Cesius, or that his hair, Caesares, was wonderfully profuse, and a fourth explanation declared that it was the Moorish word for an elephant, which one of the Julii had slain with his own hand in Africa. However this might be, adoption into the family of Caesar was the means of obtaining that accumulation of magisterial offices that placed the successor of Julius at the head of affairs, civil and military. And whilst habits of republican equality were still retained by the emperors, Caesar was merely used as their designation. After the first 12, adoption could no longer be strained into any fiction of the continuance of the Julian clan, and Caesar became more properly a title. After the new arrangement of the empire under Diocletian, Augustus was the title of the emperor who had become an actual monarch, and Caesar of the heir to the empire with considerable delegated power. In consequence, when Charlemagne relieved Rome from the attacks of the Lombards, the Pope, as the representative of the SPQR, created him Caesar, and the title has been carried on among his German representatives as Kaiser, though no elected king of the Romans might assume this sacred title until he had been crowned by the Pope's own hand. As a Christian name, it has seldom occurred. Cesare Borgia was named, like many Italians of his date, in the classical style, but no one wished to inherit it from him, and it is seldom found except in France as César, though in some counties of England the peasantry give it in baptism, having taken it, perhaps, from the surname Caesar. The only feminine I can find is Caesarina Grimaldi in 1585. Kaiser occurs in the same manner in Germany. Camilla was a warlike Volscian nymph, dedicated to the service of Diana and celebrated in the Aeneid. Her name is said to have been Casmilla, and to have been given as meaning that she was a vaudress of Diana. It is believed to be an Etruscan word, and the youth of both sexes were termed Camilli and Camilli when employed in any solemn office, and thus Camillus became a name in the gens of Furius and was noted in him who saved the capital. Nymphs always had an attraction for the French, and a Camille figures in Florian's romance of Numa Pompilius, while Camilla was adopted in the rage for classical names which actuated the English after the Reformation, and in some few families it has been handed on to the present day. Camillo was revived with classical names in Italy, and at the time of the Revolution, Camille was very fashionable in France. Camilla is still very common in the Abruzzi, its old classic ground. Clemens came in so late that it hardly deserves to be called a cognomen, but we find it as the third name of Titus Flavius Clemens, Vespasian's nephew, who was put to death by Domitian on a charge of atheism, like others who went over to the Jewish superstition, i.e. to Christianity. A very early church at Rome is dedicated to him, and he is thought by some to be the same as the Clemens mentioned by St. Paul Phil. Roman 4:3, author of 2 epistles and first of 9 bishops of Rome so called. Another great father, St. Clemens of Alexandria, was likewise of the same name, besides a martyr of Ancyra, all called from the adjective clemens, which has much the same meaning as its derivative clement in all modern tongues. Its origin is uncertain, some saying it meant of clear mind, others of inclining mind, but the substantive Clementia was a personified idea, worshipped at Rome as a goddess, bearing a cup in one hand and a lance in the other. Your clemency became a title of the emperors, and we find the orator Tertullus even addressing it to Felix. It is possible that it was thus that Clemens first passed to the emperor's kinsman. There is a pretty legend that Saint Clement was martyred by being beheaded and thrown into the sea, where a shrine, I think of coral, was formed round his head, and he thus became the patron of sailors, above all, of Danes and Dutchmen. In Germany, Clemens has preserved its Latin form, but cuts down into clenim, ment, mens, mensal, as in Denmark into Clement and Mens. The English surname Mens may perhaps be from this source, and Clement and Clementi are French and Italian surnames, as Clement and Clement are the Christian ones. Italy probably first modernized the abstract goddess into Clemenza, whence France took up Clemens, while Germany invented Clementine for the feminine, whence our Clementina, rendered popular for a time in honor of the Italian lady in Sir C. Grandison. The Russians have Clement, the Hungarians Kelemen, and the Esthonians contract the name into Lemet. It must have been from the Dutch connections of eastern England that Clement and Clemency were both at one time frequent. Footnote 64. Smith, Cave, Marriott Jutland Michaelis. Section 5, Constantius. Constantius arose likewise as late as any cognomen deserving to be reckoned. It comes from constans, constant, a word meaning holding together firmly and compounded of con together and stands, the participle of the verb stow, I am or I stand. So late, indeed, did Constantius become prominent in history in the person of Flavius Valerius Constantius, that he does not even seem to have had a prenomen, and his sons and grandsons varied the cognomen by way of distinction into Constans and Constantinus. Of these, the first Christian emperor rendered the diminutive glorious, and though it has not been much copied in the West, Kappa Omicron U Sigma Tau Alpha Nu Tau, Odin U Omicron Sigma, is one of the very few Latin names that have been Latinized among the Greeks. As well it might be, in memory of the emperor who transported the seat of empire to a Greek city and changed its appellation from Byzantium to Constantinopolis. Constantius Chlorus was very popular in Britain, and as has been said before, the belief that his wife Helena was of British birth held the island firm in its allegiance till the death of the last emperor who claimed kindred with him. And then Constantius and Constantinus were names assumed by the rebels who first began to break the bonds of union with the empire, as if the sound were sure to win British hearts. Indeed, Sistinian has never entirely disappeared from the Welsh nomenclature, nor Custanin from Brittany. Perhaps one charm of the name to a Celt was its first syllable, which resembles the con or cu, wisdom or hound, which was one of their favorite beginnings. The Constantines of Hector Boece's line of Scottish kings are ornamental Congals and Conchabars, and, in like manner, Ireland has turned many a Canal and Connor into Constantine in more modern times, accounting for the prevalence of the trisyllabled Roman as a surname. In Russia, Constantine has been carried on, especially since the days of Catherine Roman II. As a witness to the continuation of the Byzantine Empire in that of Muscovy, and here and in the other Slavonian countries alone does it really prevail as a popular name, frequent enough for vernacular contractions, such as Kostja, Kosto, Kostadin. The feminine of both names was used by the daughters of the imperial family, and Constantia continued among the Provencal ladies, so as to be brought to the throne of France by the termagant Constance of Provence, wife to that meek sovereign, Robert the Pious. She is said to have insisted on his composing a Latin hymn in her honor, when he, not being in a mood for flattery, began to sing O Constantia Martyrum, which she took as a personal compliment. Constance has ever since been a royal and noble name in France, but the unfortunate Breton duchess, mother of Arthur, probably received it as a supposed feminine to Conan, the name of her father. Italy made it Costanza, and the Sicilian mother of Frederick Roman II transmitted it to Germany as Constance or Stans. Her great-granddaughter, the heiress of Manfred's wrongs, took it to Spain as Constanza, the traces of which we see in the Custance, by which Chaucer calls that excellent daughter of Pedro the Cruel, who was the wife of John of Gaunt. After her time, it was common in England, and it is startling to find a real Constance de Beverley in disgrace in the reign of Henry Roman VIII. Not, however, for forging Marmion's letters, but for the much more excusable misdemeanor of attending the Marchioness of Exeter in a stolen visit to the nun of Kent. In the times immediately after the Reformation, Constance died away, then came forth as Constantia in the Minerva press, and at present reigns among the favorite fancy names. Costantia, Kotka, Stanka are used in the Slavonian countries, but far less commonly than the masculine Constantine, which is almost entirely disregarded by the Teuton side of Europe. Section 6, Crispus and C. Crispus, curled or wrinkled, the same word which has produced our crisp, and the French crêpe applied to hair, became a cognomen, and in late times produced Crispinus and Crispinianus, two brothers who accompanied Saint Quentin when he preached the gospel in France. They settled at Soissons, and there, while pursuing their mission, supported themselves by making shoes until their martyrdom, AD 287. Shoemakers, of course, adopted them as their patrons, and theirs was a universal holiday. Oh, that we now had here but 1/10,000 of those men in England who do no work today. That day being the 25th of October, that of the Battle of Agincourt, of which King Henry augurs. And Crispian, shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. Crispin has never been a frequent Christian name, but it has become a surname with us, and the French have Crespin, Crespit, and the Italians Crispino. Crispin is still the French for a shoemaker, s last. Crearpin means a little stool which the Irish call a creepine. Drusus, a cognomen in the Livian gens, was only accounted for among the Romans by a story that its first owner took it from having killed a chieftain in Gaul named Drusus. This word is explained by comparative philologists as firm or rigid in Celtic, drud, strong in Welsh, droth in Erse. Either the Gaul was the real cause of the surname, or it is an instance of the Celtic element in Old Italian. It is hardly worthy of notice, except that, in imitation of the sister and daughter of his patron Caligula, Herod Agrippa called his daughter by the feminine diminutive Drusilla, by which she appears by the side of Felix, hearing but little regarding the discourse of St. Paul. The name of Felix himself was an agnomen frequently assumed by peculiarly fortunate individuals. It meant happy, and has given rise to all manner of words of good augury in the modern languages. No less than 11 saints so called are numbered in the Roman calendar, and yet it has never been a popular name, though sometimes occurring in Spain and France in the original form, and as Felis in Italy. The feminines, Felicia and Felice in England and France have been constructed from it, and Felicia was Queen of Navarre in 1067. But the abstract idea Felicitas, happiness, once worshipped as a goddess at Rome, named the slave martyr of Carthage, who suffered with Saint Perpetua. There was another Felicitas who, with her 7 sons, under Antoninus Pius, presented a Christian parallel to the mother in the Maccabees. Felicita in Italy and Félicité in France are the votaries of one or others of these. Felix is adopted in Ireland as a substitute for Feidlim or Felim, ever good. Faustus and Faustina are formed exactly in the same spirit of good augury, and Fausto is sometimes an Italian name. Footnote 65. Faxiolati, Diefenbach, Smith, Butler, Anderson, Irish Society Grîmr. Section 7, Galerius and c. The Teutonic helm, protection, turned in the Latin pronunciation into Gallia, helmet, named the persecuting Emperor Galerius, and continued in Lombardy till it formed that of Galeazzo, which became notable among the Visconti of Milan and was called by the French Gallias. Old Camden augured that the first Galerona was so called from all the cocks in Milan crowing at the time of his birth. And certainly, unless the frequent Roman cognomen Gallus indicates a partly Gallic extraction, it would either be one of the farming names and show that the owner was notable for his poultry, or be a differently spelt variety from Gallia or helmet. Galileo, Galilei, and Galati are all Italian continuations of this old Latin name. That is, if the great astronomer's name be not in honor of Galilee. It is also possible that it may be connected with the Celtic Gal, courage, or a stranger, which occurs again as the Irish saint who founded an abbey in Switzerland, but more of this in Celtic regions of names. Niebuhr considers the Prisci to have been the original Latin tribe, whose name acquired its sense of age from their antiquity, just as Gothic was at one time a French and English synonym for antiquated. Priscus was the Porcian cognomen, probably denoting the descent of the gens from the Prisci. And he whom we are accustomed to call Cato the Elder, as a translation of Marcus Porcius Priscus Cato, was the first to add the second cognomen, the meaning of which is wary, from catus, probably a contraction from caudus, cautious. Priscus and Prisca are both found in the Roman martyrology. But to us the most interesting person thus named is Priscilla, the fellow worker of St. Paul, in honor of whom this diminutive has had some prevalence in England, though somewhat of a Puritan kind. Sabinus, of course indicating a Sabine family, occurs among the Flavii and many other gentes. Sabina was the second name of that Poppaea, Nero's wife, whose extravagances have become a proverb, who bathed in ass's milk and shod her mules with gold. As a frequent cognomen, this was the name of many other women, and specially of a widow who was converted by her maid, Seraphia, to the Christian faith and was martyred in Hadrian's persecution. There is a church at Rome dedicated to her, which was formerly the first Lent station, a fact which commended her to the notice of the Germans and has made Sabine frequent among them. Sabina is often found among the peasantry about Gloucester, but it is possible that this may be a corruption of Sabrina, the Severn. Serenus, serene, or good-tempered, was an old cognomen, and 2 saints were so called. Serena was the niece of Theodosius and wife of Stilicho. Her appellation was chosen by Haley for the heroine of his triumphs of temper, but it is more often imaginary than real. In Norway, however, it has been revived as an ornamental form of Siri, the contraction of Sigrid. Scipio means nothing but a staff, but it is a highly honorable title, since it was given to one of the Corneliae, who served as the staff of his old blind father. And the same filial piety distinguished the great Africanus when, at 17, he saved the life of his father in the Battle of the Ticinus. Distinguished as is the cognomen, it has not often been followed, though Scipione has occasionally occurred in Italy, and if Gil Blas may be trusted, in Spain. Traherne, an Old Welsh name, is formed from Trajanus, which belonged to others besides the emperor, whose noble qualities had made such an impression on the Italian mind as to have led to the remarkable tradition that Saint Gregory the Great had obtained permission to recall him from the grave and convert him to the true faith. Torques, a neck chain, gave the cognomen Torquatus to the fierce Lucius Manlius, who, having slain a gigantic Gaul in single combat, took the gold chain from about his neck and hung it on his own, and who afterwards put his son, Titus Manlius Torquatus, to death for the breach of discipline in accepting a like challenge from a Tusculan noble. Torquato Tasso is the sole modern instance of the recurrence of the surname of this Roman father, the northern Torquil being from an entirely different source, i.e. Thorgils, Thor's pledge. Footnote 66. Pot, Michaelis, Camden, Diefenbach, Philological Society, Niebuhr, Butler, Dante, Arnold. Section 8, Paulus and Magnus. The precedence must be given to the less on account of its far greater dignity. There can be no doubt that the cognomen Paulus or Paulus, the contraction of Pauxilus, originated with one of the Aemilian gens, who was small in stature. It was common in other gentes, though chiefly distinguished among the Aemiliae, and was most probably the name by which Saul of Tarsus would have been enrolled as a citizen, either from its resemblance to his Jewish name or from the person who had conferred liberty upon his parents. English, French, Italian, Portuguese, Paul, Paulo, Paulat, Spanish, Wallatian, German, Russian, Pablo, Pavel, Pavlinka, Dutch, Pavlisha, Paltic, Illyrian, Let, Hungarian, Lap, Pavels, Palpava, Palco, Pavic, Pavo, feminine, Italian, Spanish, Russian, Illyrian, Paula, Pava, diminutive, Welsh, Italian, Spanish, Slavonic. Pulin, Paulino, Pavlin, feminine. English, French, Italian, German, Paulina, Pauline, Pauletta, Slavonic, Pavlina. Some, however, imagine that he assumed it out of compliment to the deputy, Sergius Paulus. Others, that it was an allusion to his weakness of bodily presence, or that he took it in his humility, meaning that he was less than the least of the apostles. Be that as it may, he has given it an honor entirely outshining that which is won from the Aemiliae, and has spread Paul throughout Europe. The strong presumption that St. Paul preached the gospel in Spain has rendered Pablo very common there. But, in fact, the name is everywhere more usual than in England, in spite of the tradition that the great apostle likewise landed here and the dedication of our great cathedral. Perhaps this may be owing to the fact that 12 other SS. Paul divide the allegiance of the continent with the apostle. Paula is not only honored as his feminine, but as the name of the friend and correspondent of St. Jerome, the mother of Eustochium, and Paula is in consequence found in Italy. Paulinus, the lengthened form, became in Welsh, Pulin, and also named 3 saints, among them our first Northumbria, Bishop of York, but it has not been followed except in Italy by Paulina, and there is perhaps a mere diminutive of Paulus. Yet the feminine is far more fashionable, and Paulina, Pauline, Paulina, are the favorite forms everywhere occurring. Perhaps Pauline became the more popular in France for the sake of that favorite grandchild whose Christian name is almost the only one mentioned in Madame de Sévigné's letters. It was the only form commonly recognized in France, but it seems that the sister of Napoleon was commonly called Paulette in her own family. The direct Italian diminutive always seems to be a greater favorite with the southern blood than its relative from the northern Chen. The adjective of size is another word of universal kindred, though not always with the same meaning. The Sanskrit mahat and Persian mi or mi are close connections of the Gothic mickles, which survives in mickle and muckle and has furnished our much, and of the Greek mu epsilon gam alpha lambda omicron sigma or mu epsilon gam alpha sigma, and Roman Magnus and Slavonic Magi. All these possibly may be remotely connected with the verb magen, may, which is the source of macht, might, in all Teutonic tongues. Magnus was an agnomen added as a personal distinction, as in the case of Pompey. It was never a name till long after the Roman Empire was over, when Karl der Grosse, as his Franks called him, had been Latinized into Carolus Magnus and honored by the French as Charlemagne. Saint Olaf of Norway was known to be a great admirer of Charlemagne, whose example he would fain have imitated, and his followers, by way of a pleasant surprise and compliment to him, before they woke him to announce to him the birth of his first son, christened the child, as they thought, after the latter half of the great Emperor Carolus Magnus. That child became a much-beloved monarch, under the denomination of King Magnus Barefoot, from his having established his identity on his return from Ireland, by the ordeal of walking unshod over red-hot plowshares. In honor of his many excellencies, as King of Norway, the entire North uses his name of Magnus, and transplanted it to Ireland, where it flourished under the form of Manus, until it became the fashion to anglicize it into Manasses. The Scottish islands, where the population is Norse, likewise use Magnus as a baptismal name, and the Lapps have turned it into Manna or Manas. Maximus was likewise properly an individual agnomen of size, or of victory, as with Fabius Maximus. But it came to be a proper name, and was borne by Maximus the monk, a great Greek ecclesiastic of the 6th century, as well as by many other obscure saints, from whom the Italians derive their Massimo, and the French Maxime, and the Welsh their old Maxen. Maxentius and Maximinus, both named not only persecuting emperors, but Christian martyrs, whence Maxime and Maximian. Maximilianus was one of the 7 sleepers, but he is not the origin of the German imperial name. According to Camden, this was a compound invented by the Emperor Frederick Roman VII, and bestowed on his son in his great admiration of Fabius Maximus and Scipio Aemilianus. The last of the knights, with his wild effrontery and spirited chamois hunting, might be despised by the Italians as Massimiliano Pace Denari, but he was beloved by the Austrians as our Max. His great-grandson, Maximilian Roman II, contributed to the popularity of his unwieldy name, and Max continues to be one of the favorite German appellations, from the Archduke to the peasant to the present day, and has even thrown out the feminine Maximilian. The Poles and Illyrians use K's instead of X in spelling it. Section 9. Rufus and C. Rufus, the red or ruddy, was a cognomen of various families, and was, in fact, one of the adjectives occurring in the nomenclature of almost every nation, and chiefly of those where a touch of Celtic blood has made the hair vary between red and black. Flavius, Fulvius, Rufus, and an occasional Niger were the Roman names of complexion, and it is curious to find the single instances of Chloris, the yellow, occurring in the Flavian family. The Biondi of Italy claimed to be the Flavii, and thence the Blount, Count de Gisnes, companion of William the Conqueror, took the name now Blount. Rufus is indeed the Latin member of the large family of which we spoke in mentioning the Greek Rhoda, and the Celts had, in plenty, their own Ruhad or Roy. Nevertheless, such as fell under Roman dominion adopted the Roman Rufus or Rufinus, and it passed on by tradition in Wales as Gruffin, Griffith, or as the English caught it and spelt it, correctly representing the sound of dd, Griffith. It was the name of many Welsh princes, and has passed into a frequent surname. In its Gruffin stage, it passed into the commonwealth of romance. Among the British names that had worked through the lost world of minstrelsy to reappear in the cycle with which Italian poets graced the camp and court of Charlemagne is Griffon, a descendant of Bevis of Hampton. By this time, no doubt, his name was supposed to be connected with the griffin, that creature with griffs or claws, that after having served in earlier times, as with Dante, to represent the Italian idea of the vision of the cherubim, had been gradually degraded to a brilliant portion of the machinery of romance. No doubt the Italians who bore the name of Griffon thought more of the right griffin and the true knight than of the ruddy Roman whose Ruffino or Ruffo was still left lingering among them, together with Rufina, the name of a virgin martyr. Rufus is, for some reason or other, rather a favorite at present with our American neighbors. Niger the Black was a cognomen of various Romans of no great note, and distinguished a teacher from Antioch, mentioned in the Acts. The diminutive Nigellus seems to have been adopted in France, by the Normans, as a translation of the Nile which they had brought from Norway, after having learned it of the Gael, in whose tongue it means the noble. In Domesday Book, 12 proprietors are recorded as Nigel, both before and after the conquest, being probably Danish Niles thus reduced to the Neustrian French Latin. Of these was Nigel de Albini, Temp. William I, and Nigel de Mowbray, Temp. Henry Roman II. The influx of Anglo-Normans into Scotland introduced this new-fashioned Nigel, and it was adopted as the English form of Neil, and has since become almost exclusively confined to Scotland, where it is a national name, partly perhaps in memory of the untimely fate of Neil or Nigel Bruce, and among the Covenanters, for the sake of the fierce Nigel Leslie, Master of Roths. It has shared the fate of Colin and of the true Niall, and has been taken for Nicholas. The French used a like name, which Froissart spells Nestle, but this is probably from the inference that a lengthened sound of E infers a silent S. Chapter 6. Descriptive Names. Sect 1-on-1, Nobility. The names connected with any great cycle of interest have been nearly exhausted, and only those remain that seem to have been chosen more for sense than connection, though afterwards continued for the sake of their owners. Several of our own truly English or Anglo-Saxon names are among these, and in especial those with the prefix meaning noble, Ethel, Athel, Adel, Edel, or in High German, Adal. It is thought to come from the universal word ata, a father, and thus to convey that the owner has forefathers, the essence of nobility, as with the pater and patrician of Rome, and the hidalgo, the son of something, of Spain. Adel, or Ethel, is a favorite prefix in all the Teutonic branches except the Scandinavian, where it does not occur at all. It is essentially Gothic, witness Athalaric, the formidable but gentle conqueror of Rome, who well deserved his name of noble king. He is generally, however, called Alaric, and his name has been deduced from all. But the right reading seems to be that which identifies his appellation with our own English Ethelric and the Eudalrich of Germany. Eudalrich, Archbishop of Augsburg, till the year 973, is notable as the first person canonized by the Pope according to the present forms, which could not, however, have included the half-century of posthumous probation, as he was placed in the calendar only 20 years after his death. Contracting his name to Ulrich, Germany made him a favorite national saint, and we find him and his feminine spread throughout the countries influenced by the empire, and the feminine particularly prevalent in Denmark, whither it was carried by German queens. Though the ensuing table places all the forms of Athalaric together, it should be kept in mind that the forms beginning with A are the modern namesakes of the great Goth, those with U and O the votaries of that saint, and Adelrich is considered as a different name from Ulrich. English, French, Italian, German. Ethelric, Alaric, Alarico, Adelrich, Alaric, Ulrich, Ulrico, Alarich, Ulrich, Olari, Uadalrich, Ulrich, Alurk, Ulrich, Bavarian. Swedish, Frisian, Swiss. Rickel, Alaric, Ulrich, Uali, Ulrich, Ulrich, Uli, Ulrich, Urech, Ulk, Ukko, Akko, Polish. Bohemian, Slovak, Lettish. Ulrich, Ulrich, Ure, Uldrix, Uldrich, Ulri, feminine. German, French, Roman, Polish. Ulrich, Ulrich, Ulrica, Ulrica. The successor of Alaric, who laid him in his river grave, is known to us as Atulfus. In his own time he was Atholf, the noble wolf, and his likeness stands in our own roll of English kings as the father of Alfred, namely Ethelwulf. But this good old name was dropped in England, while its German cousin, in honor of a sainted bishop of Metz of the 9th century, became very common in the principalities of the empire, and was imported with the House of Hanover in the barbarous Latin form of Adolphus. Its feminine, coined in Germany, is Adolphine, usually called Dauphine, and now extremely common. This may possibly be the source of the Dolphine, given as the name of one of the daughters of Waltheof, Earl of Northumbria, as the habit of making barbarous feminines was just beginning in her time. English, French, Italian, German, Finn. Ethelwulf, Adolf, Adolfo, Adolf, Otto, Adolphus, Udolfo, Odulf, Adu, Dolf. Athanagild, or Athalagild, noble pledge, was another of these early Goths, and afterwards we meet the same meaning in Adelgis or Adelchis, the brave son of the last Lombardic king, whose noble spirit, under his misfortunes, is the subject of a fine tragedy of Manzoni. The Duke of Beneventum, who made Louis le Debonair prisoner, was Adelgis, but it is curious to find the soldiers in the Dog Latin poem above alluded to terming him Adalfiri. Odelgis was Old High German. Ethel was so much used by the royal families of Kent and Wessex that the diminutive, Etheling, was latterly applied to designate the heir to the crown, and was thus continued even after the conquest to the son of Henry I, who perished in the White Ship. Ethelbert, or Noble Splendor, named our first Christian king of Kent, also a brother of King Alfred S., and a missionary of the royal blood of Northumbria, who preached in southern Germany, and died about the year 700 at Egmond, where, as Saint Adelbrecht, he became patron. His name was taken at baptism by one who became Archbishop of Magdeburg, who, in his turn, bestowed it on his pupil, the Bohemian Wojtyk, army help. This convert was afterwards Bishop of Prague, and was martyred near Danzig while preaching to the heathen Prussians in 997. Adelbrecht could not fail to become national wherever the saint had set his foot, and when shortened to Albrecht, was adopted by Italy, and thence sent to Jerusalem with a Latin patriarch, who, being beatified, rendered Alberto freshly popular in the south. Albrecht and the feminines Alberta and Albertine were, however, almost entirely German, until the late Prince Consort brought the name to England, where it bids fair to become one of the most frequent of national names. Some fancy it comes from Albright, but the German saints, whence it was taken, are evidently direct from our English Ethelbert, though in Germany, Adelbert and Albrecht are now treated as two separate names. Bela, which belonged to an excellent blind king of Hungary, is believed to be the Magyar form of the name. English, French, Provencal, Italian, Ethelbert, Albert, Azelbert, Albert, Albert, Aubert, Albertino, Albert, Albertin, German, Wallatian, Finn, Danish, Adalbert, Averki, Albert, Albrecht, Alpu, Bertel, Ulbricht, Polish, Albert, Albrecht. Ethelred, noble speech or counsel, the brother of Alfred, was almost canonized by his subjects, and is sometimes called Etherd, whence the Scottish Ethert. The nickname of our last Ethelred was a play on his name Onred, not meaning so much tardy as without counsel, noble Rede the unready. Ethelred must not be confused with Etheldred, the feminine name, properly Ethelthrith, meaning in Anglo-Saxon the noble threatener, connected with the German Edeltrud, or noble maiden. Most likely names ending in trut had been brought to England, and as the Valkyr sense was forgotten, the native meaning of threat was attached to the word, and the spelling adapted to it. Saint Ethelthrith was a queen who must have been a very uncomfortable wife, and who, finally, retired into a monastery, getting canonized as Saint Etheldreda and revered as Saint Audrey. From the gewgaws sold at her fairs, some derive the term tawdry, and, at any rate, Audrey has never been extinct as a name among the peasantry, and has of late been revived, though with less popularity than the other more modern contraction, Ethel, which is sometimes in modern times set to stand alone as an independent name. Addie is the common Devonian short for Audrey. Germans do, however, seem to have used the word without another syllable, for Adillo or Odillo was an old name, and Adu and Addo are still current in Friesland, no doubt, the same as the Ade of the Cambrian registers. Adela and Adele, too, occur very early. Indeed, there is reason to think that just as in England the son was the Etheling, in Franklin the daughter was the Adalheit or the Adelchen. This word heit is translated as the root of the present German heiter, cheerful, and thus would mean noble cheer. But I suspect it is rather hide, condition, answering to the hood or head at the end of our abstract nouns, e.g. hardihood, and that the princess royal of each little Frankish duchy or county was thus the nobleness thereof. All the feudal princes of the 10th and 11th centuries seem to have had an Adelheid to offer in marriage, and to have Latinized her in all manner of ways, while practically they called her Alix, or Alissa in Lombardy, a name that was naturalized in England. When Alix la Belle married Henry I, Alice is our true English form, though it has been twisted into Alicia, and then referred for derivation to the Greek Alexios, so as often to appear in Latin documents of the later Middle Ages in the form of Alexia, whereas in earlier times, before its origin was forgotten, it is translated by Adelicia, Adelissa, or Adelides. English, French, Provencal, Italian. Adelaide, Adelaide, Azalais, Adelida, Adeline, Adeline, Alissa, Adeliza, Adele, Adela, Adele, Alice, Alex, Alicia, Aline, Elsie, German, Netherlands, Slovak, Lettish, Adelheid, Adelheid, Adelijde, Adjul, Adeline, Adele, Adala, Adele, else, Ils. The French made great use of all the forms of the name, the Germans in honor perhaps of the Italian Queen Adelaide, whose adventures before her marriage with the Emperor Otho were so curious, preferred that variety, and from them we received it again with our good Queen Adelaide, from whom it is becoming frequent amongst us. The German Alice is else, a favorite old peasant word. This same contraction is common in northern England, but gets confused with Elizabeth, as in Scotland with Alison. And in Ireland, the prevalent Alicia is, perhaps, meant for Aileen or Helen. The Adelev of early Norman times is probably meant for Ethelgifu, noble gift, a frequent Saxon lady's name, which we generally call Ethelgiva. Ethelwold, the Saxon historian of royal blood, is noble power. Ethelherd, or noble resolution, answers to Adelhard, a cousin of Charlemagne and abbot of Corbie, whom his contemporaries glorified as at once the Augustin, the Antony, and the Jeremiah of his day, and who, being canonized, left Eilerd and Alert to Friesland, and Alirda to Provence. Ethelstan, the noble stone or jewel, was second only to Alfred in ability and glory, and his name lived on to the conquest, when it is set down as Adestan and Adstan. Adelhelm, the noble helmet, named the excellent and poetical Aldhelm, Bishop of Sherborne, from whom the headland on the Dorset coast was once called St. Aldhelm's Head, but is now corrupted into St. Alban's Head. Adelger, or noble spear, was chiefly continental, first figuring in the beautiful Scottish ballad of Sir Aldingar, but better known in Lombardy, where Alighiero sprang from it and gave his patronymic to Dante Alighieri. Algarati was another Italian derivative, and in France, Augier and Augereau, in Germany Oholkar, show that it once must have been much in use. It is not always easy, however, to separate between the words from Adele and from Hilda. The remaining varieties are Jur, Adeller noble eagle Jur, Adelbar, Alpero noble bear Jur, Adelbold, Eng, Ethelbald noble prince Jur, Odelberga Eng Ethelberg noble defense, Eng Ethelbar noble pledge German, Adelfrid Adalfrid Ulfrid noble peace Ulfert, Alfert Eng Ethelfled noble increase Jur, Adelgard noble protection Jur, Adelgund, Fr, Adelgond noble war. Jur, Adelhild noble heroine Jur, Udaland Uland noble land Jur, Adeland Odalind Eng Ethelind Maud, noble snake Jur, Adelman Ulman noble man Jur, Adelmund Eng Edelmund Domes, noble protection Jur, Adelmer Eng Ethelmer Fr, Ademer Adhemer noble greatness Jur, Adelshok noble servant Jur, Adelswind noble strength Jur, Adeltak noble day. Footnote 145. Pot Michaelis Lappenberg Butler, Palgrave Turner. Section 2, Command. The Gothic bidion has resulted in our verb to bid, the German baten, the Danish bide, besides boat, a messenger, and the budstick, bidding stick, or summons to the muster. All these were in the sense of command, but from the same root grew the race of entreating words, the Scandinavian bead, German bitten, and English beg. When these entreaties were devotional, the Germans made the verb beten, and our term for prayer, bead, passed on to the mechanical appliance for counting beads, the beads of the rosary, while the pensioner bound to pray for his benefactor was his bedesman. It is doubtful whether this, or the Welsh Bedaw's, life, gave his name to the venerable Beda, but no doubt to himself and his contemporaries it suggested the idea of prayer. There is no doubt, however, in the case of Bodhildur or Bathilda, the commanding heroine, the daughter of King Nidudr, the lady whom Volander carried off with him when he fled from her mother's cruelty. After her was called Bathilda, an Anglo-Saxon slave, who was elevated to be the wife of the second Llywelyn and lived so holy a life, and exerted herself so much to obtain the redemption of slaves, that she was canonized, and, as La Rieni Bathilda, was greatly venerated in the believing days of France. Denmark also used this name, having probably taken it from England. Their dronning Bothild, the wife of King Ejegod, spread the name among the maidens, so that it passed to Norway as Bodild, Bodil, and even to the contraction bowl. Of English birth, too, was the commanding wolf Bedvuolf or Bodwulf, who with his brother Saint Adolf went, about the end of the 6th century, to seek religious instruction in Gallia Belgica. Adolf became Bishop of Maastricht and eponym to the Adolphuses. Bodvolf came home and founded the monastery of Akano, where he died in 655 and was canonized. The monastery was destroyed by the Danes, and the situation forgotten, but the saint's relics were carried away by the fugitive monks and dispersed into various quarters, giving title to 4 churches in London, besides St. Botolph's Bridge, commonly called Bottle Bridge in Huntingdonshire, and St. Botolph's Town in Lincolnshire, usually known as Boston, whence was called its American cousin Boston, with little relation to the saint. The tower of the Church of St. Botolph, looking forth over the Wash, was a valued landmark, and thence the saint was apparently viewed as a friend of travelers, and connected with the entrances to cities, much as St. Christopher is elsewhere. Camden even supposed him to be Botholf or boat helper, and his day, the 17th June, is a market day in Christiania, under the term of Bottlesock or Botsock. In Jutland there is a church of St. Botolph, and in the north the names of Bottle and Bottle are kept up, while in England there only remain to us the surnames of Bottle and Biddulph. The old German forms of the 2 names above mentioned are Botshild, Botsulf, and Botso or Boso, a commander, was now and then used as a name with them, as in the instance of the troublesome Duke of Burgundy, whom French historians generally call Boson, and who is apt to be translated by Bos, wicked. Bodo, Botho, Podo are also found in Germany, and the very earliest specimen of this class of name is to be found in Botheric, commanding king, the name of the governor whose murder in the Hippodrome caused Theodosius to give his bitterly repented command for the massacre of Thessalonica. Now and then bot occurs at the end of a word, as in the Spanish Prince Sisbuto, the messenger of victory or victorious commander. These are not the same with some that look much like them, derived from the northern bod, German bodu, ags bedo, war. Beadwig in the Wodnick ancestry is thus battle war, and the Gothic king of Italy Totila is probably made by the Romans from Bodvar battle pleader, a name still used in the north as Bodvar. Bodmod, Bodulf, and Bodhild or Bodvild have also been in use. Footnote 146. Munch Michaelis Pot, Sismondi Butler Camden Lebeau Kemble. Section 3, Brightness. The root brage furnished the Greek phi lambda epsilon gam epsilon epsilon u, Latin flagrare, and Gothic bert, the Anglo-Saxon bewit or byrt, the Old German perkt, and Northern bjart. It is a component of Frank, German, and Anglo-Saxon nomenclature, but is rarely found in genuine Norse. The only instance in the Landnámabók is Bjartmar, who is noted as of Irish birth, so may have brought an Anglo-Saxon name. Bertha, the most obvious of all the progeny of Bjart, has been treated of in her character as a personification of the bright Epiphany night, mixed up with an old epithet of Frigga and with the spinning Holda. So, in Swabia, these legends have formed a masculine, Berchtold, who has become the wild huntsman in that quarter. Berchtwald was really an English prince of the Heptarchy, and Brichtold is in Doomsday. Peratholt is a veritable Old German name, making the modern Bartold, Niebuhr, name, the Italian Bertaldo, and French Bertud. Bertalda is not so likely to be the feminine of this word as to come from Berchthilda, like the name of Bertil, a sainted abbess of Chelles. It is not easy to discover whether the most popular of all thus commencing should be regarded as a single corrupted name, or the produce of 2, of which one has the second syllable atram, a raven, the other rand, a house. The patron saint of all alike is Berdicramnus, Bishop of Mans till 623, and his Latinism leaves no doubt that he was Bright Raven. It was chiefly popular in France, whence we must have obtained it, although there is no instance of it in Doomsday, and it was especially glorious in the 14th century, for the sake of gallant Constable du Guesclin, the Eagle of Brittany, whom Spanish chroniclers, by a droll perversion of his appellation, called Mosen Beltran Claquin, when he came to fight their battles. English, Scotch, French, Provencal, Italian, Bertram Barthram Bertrand Bertrand Bertrando Spanish, Portuguese, German, Lusatian, Hungarian, Beltran Bertrau Bertram Batram Bertok Berdrand Batramush. The wolf was sure to accompany the raven, so Peratolf or Bertolf was canonized as an abbot in Artois and left the German Bertolf, and our own Bardolf, the flaming comrade of Falstaff. Bertwine or Bright Friend was the Saint Bertin of France, and the Bertuccio of Italy, often found in the old Lombardic towns. Britric was the English earl who so gallantly died in defending England from the Danes in the unhappy days of Ethelred the Unready. And another Britric was the unsuccessful suitor of Matilda of Flanders, on whom she wreaked an unworthy vengeance after the conquest. All the Brits in Domesday seem to be of Saxon birth, since they use the English instead of the Norman-French commencement, which was already Burr, as in the instance of Bertrade de Montfort, bright speech, the Countess of Anjou, who deserted her husband for Philippe I of France. The remaining forms are Jur, Berter, Fr, Berthier, bright warrior, Brichteva, bright gift, Brickfrid, bright peace, Brichtmer, bright fame, Eng, Brichsteg, bright warrior, Britfleda, bright increase, Britston, bright stone, Bricksteg, bright maid, Jur, Bertrud, bright maid. Bert is one of the most indispensable conclusions among all the German range of names, and is far more common there than as a commencement. Another word meaning bright or glittering is the northern jar, jor, jur, the German Eyring or Ehrink is a semi-mythological person. Old German tradition declared him to have been the counselor of Earnvrid of Thuringia, and that when both had been taken by the Franks, he was deceived into slaying his sovereign, after which, in his rage, he killed the victorious Frank, laid him under his master's body, and then cut his way through the enemy and returned home. He appears again in the Nibelungennacht as the Markgraf Ehrench of Tenemarch, or Denmark, in company with Earnvrid of Duringen, Thuringia. He wounds Hagen but is slain by him and lamented over by Kriemhild. His name was sometimes subsequently used, and is, perhaps, what French histories call Herink. Jorund is a northern name with a similar prefix, and means a brilliant or glittering man, but it gets called Joran and mixed up with Georgian or George. Footnote 147. Grimm, Deutscher Mythology, Deutsche Munch, Alban Butler, Sismondi, Ilwyz Eureka. Section 8. Military names. In the slender thread of connection with which we try to unite names given in the same spirit, we put together those that seem to have accorded with the tastes of the Roman army. Thus eligo, to choose, which originally caused the title of legion, was in the participle electus, and thus led to words most familiar to us in the state as political terms, to the theological term elect or chosen for salvation. There is some doubt whether St. John's third epistle be indeed to a lady called Electa, or to an elect lady, as it is in our version. But when a name from this source next appears, it is among the cultivated Gallo-Romans, when they had gradually worked their way to consideration among the rude Franks, who had nearly trodden out civilization in the conquered country. Eligius was the great goldsmith bishop who designed King Dagobert's throne, made shrines for almost all the distinguished relics in France, and doubtless enjoyed the fame of having made many more than could have come from his hand. He is popularly called Saint Eloi, and some derive from him the Provencal Eloys, but this is far more probably a southern form of Hlodwe, or Louis. The Roman veterans were termed Imeriti, having deserved from merior to deserve. From these old soldiers must have come the name Emerentius, which is to be found as Emerence in Germany and Emerence in France. Saint Emerentiana was said to have been a catechumen, who was killed by soldiers who found her praying on the tomb of Saint Agnes. Her name, probably her relics, passed to Denmark and to Lithuania, where it is called Marens, and Embrance is the Old English feminine. The very contrary, Pacifico, peaceful, is a modern Italian and Spanish name, as peace is Puritan. Here, too, we place that which the soldier most esteems, honos or honor. Honor was a deity in later Rome, but no old classical names were made from him, and Honorius first appears as one of the appellations of the Spanish father of the great Theodosius, then again inherited by that imbecile being, his grandson, the last genuine Roman emperor, also by a niece, called Justa Grata Honoria, who dishonored all her three honorable names. Yet some lingering sense of allegiance to the last great family that gave rulers to the empire perpetuated their names in the countries where they had reigned, and the Welsh Honor long remained as a relic of Honorius in Wales. Honorine was a Neustrian maiden, slain in a Danish invasion and regarded as a martyr, so that Honorine prevails in France and Germany, and one of the favorite modern Irish names is Honora, honor, or in common usage, Nora. Russia has the masculine as Gonorage. Lithuania, the feminine cut down into Uri. There were two Gallic bishops named Honoratus, whence the French Honoré, which is named a suburb of Paris, and we had one early Archbishop of Canterbury so called, from whom we have derived no names, though honor was revived in England in the days of names of abstract qualities, and Honoria was rather in fashion in the last century, probably as an ornamental form of the Irish Nora. Footnote 79. Butler, Smith, Antiquities, Lebeau. Section 9. Names of Gladness. A large class of names of joy belonging to the later growth of the Latin tongue may be thrown together. And first those connected with the word jocus, which seems to have arisen from the inarticulate shout of ecstasy that all know, but none can spell, letter 1F30 omicron upsilon alpha sigma, in Greek, and with us joy, the French joie, and Italian gioia. The original cry is preserved in the Swiss jodel, or shout of the mountaineers, and this indeed seems to be the sound naturally rising from the cries that peal from one hill to another, for here the eastern meets the western tongue. The sound at which the walls of Jericho fell was called the Yaberl, and the 50 years festival of release, inaugurated with trumpet sounds, was the Yaberl, the Jubilee. Jubilo, to call aloud, already a Latin word, also from the sound of the shout and exultation, had been connected with it even before the annum jubileum had come in from the Hebrews. Jubilare and jubileo made themselves at home in Italian, while German, either from the Latin or its own resources, took its own word jubile. Jubileo was probably born in the year of a jubilee. From Jocus came Jodocus, an Armorican prince belonging to a family which migrated from Wales. He refused the sovereignty of Brittany to live as a hermit in Ponthieu, where he is still remembered as Saint Jos, and named at least 3 villages, perhaps also forming Jocelyn. But in his native Brittany, Judicale, an old princely name, seems to have been the form of his commemoration. In Doomsday Book we find Judicale Venator already a settler in England before the conquest, probably brought by the confessor. Germany accepted this as a common peasant name, as Jost or Jobs, Bavaria as Jobst or Jodel, Italy as Giodoco, and the feminine Jodoca is not yet extinct in Wales. Neither is the very similar Jocosa, once not uncommon among English ladies, by whom it was called Joyce. The contractions of this name are, however, almost inextricably confused with those of Justice. Joy stands alone as one of our abstract virtue names. Another word very nearly related to our own glad is gaudium, joy, still preserved in the adjective gaudy and in gaudy, the festival day of a college. It named Saint Gaudentius, whence the Italian Gaudenzio and the old German name of Gela. Hilarious, cheerful, formed Hilarius, whence was called the great doctor of the Gallican Church, known to us as Saint Hilary of Poitiers, and to France as Saint Hilaire. A namesake was the Neustrian hermit who made Jersey his abode, and thus named Saint Helier. And moreover the Welsh called those who traditionally had been named Hilarius, first Iller, then Elian, and then thought they had found their patron in the Greek Alienus. English, French, Italian, Russian, Frisian, Hilary Hilaire Ilario Gilarij Lares. Portugal likewise has Hilario and Russia Hilarion, and the feminine Hilaria was once used in England, and is still the Russian Ilaria and Slovak Malari. Letus, glad, formed the substantive Letisha, which was turned into a name by the Italians as Letizia, probably during the thirst for novelty that prevailed in the Cinquecento. And then, likewise, lettuce seems to have arisen in England, and must have become known in Ireland when Lettice Knollys was the wife of the Earl of Essex. Thence Letitia, or Letty, have been common among Irish women. Prosperous, from the Latin prosper, formed of pro and sparrow, so as to mean favorable hope, formed the medieval Roman Prospero, of which Shakespeare must have heard through the famous condottieri, Prospero Colonna, when he bestowed it upon his wondrous magician Duke of Milan. Footnote 80. Kiddo Bible Cyclopedia, Butler, Pott, Michaelis Dugdale, Petter Chevalier. Section 10, Jus. Jus right and juro to swear are intimately connected and have derivatives in all languages, testifying to the strong impression made by the grand system of Roman law. Justice, the adjective which we render as just, named the Gallic Saint Justus or Saint Just of Leon, also the Dutch Jost, Italian Giusto, and Portuguese Justo. Justa was a virgin martyr, but her fame was far exceeded by that of Justina, who suffered at Padua, and became the patron saint of that city, whose university made its peculiarities everywhere known. The purity of Saint Justina caused her emblem to be the unicorn, since that creature is said to brook no rule but that of a spotless maiden. And poison always became manifest at the touch of its horn, for which the twisted weapon of the narwhal did duty in collections. The great battle of Lepanto was fought on Saint Justina's day, and the victory was by the Venetians attributed to her intercession, so that Giustina at Venice, Justine in France, came for the time into the foremost ranks of popularity. The noted Justinus, whom we call Justin Martyr, was one of the greatest of the early writers of the Church, meeting the heathen philosophers upon their own ground in argument, and bequeathing to us our first positive knowledge of Christian observances. From him, the name was widely spread in the Church, and Justin was one of the many old Roman names that lingered on long among the Welsh. Justin was frequent in France and Germany, and has become confused in its contractions with Jodocus. Jos and Jocelyn seem to have been used for both in France, and from the latter we obtained the Jocelyn, or Joycelyn, once far more common in England than at present. The Swiss Jost and Josely are likewise doubtful between the two names. In Ireland, the name of Justin has been adopted in the Carthy family as a translation of the native Cerbrathatch, the noble judge. Footnote 81. Cave Lives of the Fathers, Jameson, Irish Society. Section 11, Names of Holiness. The infants whom Herod massacred at Bethlehem were termed in Latin innocents, from in not, and nocio, to hurt. These harmless ones were revered by the Church from the first, and honored on the third day after Christmas as martyrs indeed. The relics of the holy innocents were great favorites in the Middle Ages, and are to be found as frequently as Griffin's eggs in the list of treasures at Durham, but names taken from them are almost exclusively Roman. A lawyer of the time of Constantine was called Innocentius, and a pope contemporary with Saint Chrysostom handed it on to his successors, many of whom have subsequently assumed this title and are called by their subjects Innocenzio. Pius, applied at first to faithful filial love, as in the case of Aeneas, assumed a higher sense with Christianity, and from being an occasional agnomen, became the name of a martyr pope under Antoninus Pius, and thus passed on to be one of the papal appellations most often in use, called Pio at Rome, and generally left to the pontiffs, though the feminine Pia is occasionally used in Italy. The Puritans indulged in piety, and it still sometimes occurs in England, as well as patience and prudence, though the givers are little aware that there were saints long ago thus called, Saint Patience of Leon and Saint Prudentius, the great Christian poet of primitive times. In like manner we have modesty or Modi as a Puritan name in England taken from the abstract virtue, while the peasant women of southern France are christened Modestine, probably in honor of a Roman martyr called Modestus, who was put to death at Béziers. Indeed, Modestinus and Modestus were both in use even in the earlier Roman times, and were understood by those who first bore them not in the sense of shamefastness, but of moderation or discretion, the word coming from modus, a measure. To these, perhaps, should be added that which Italy and Spain have presumed to form from that title of the Blessed Savior, Salvator, or Salvador, the latter more common in South America than in the Old World. Caelum, heaven, formed, in late Latin, Celestinus, the name of one of the popes who was martyred, and afterwards canonized and imitated by several successors, whence the French learned the two modern feminines, Celeste and Celestine. Restitutus, restored, from re and sisto, seems as if it could be given only in a Christian sense, as to one restored to a new life. Yet its first owner known to us was a friend of Pliny and an orator under Trajan. It came to Britain and is found in Wales as Ristin. Melior Better is a Cornish female name, probably an imitation of some old Celtic one. It is found as early as 1574. Section 12, Ignatius. Ignatius is a difficult name to explain. Its associations are with the Eastern Church, but it occurs at a time when Latin names prevailed as much as Greek ones in the Asiatic portions of the Roman Empire, and thus the Latin ignes, fire, is, perhaps, the most satisfactory derivation, though it is not unlikely that the word may come from the source both of this and of the Greek letter 1F01 gamma nu omicron sigma, purity and flame being always linked together in Indo-European ideas. The birthplace of the great Saint Ignatius is unknown, but tradition has marked him as the child whom our Lord set in the midst of his disciples, and he is known to have been the pupil of Saint John, ordained by Saint Peter, and at the end of his long episcopate at Antioch, he was martyred at Rome by command of Trajan, writing on his last journey the epistles that are among the earliest treasures of the Church. So much is his memory revered in his own city, that to the present day, the schismatic patriarchs of Antioch of the Monophysite sect uniformly assume the name of Ignatius on their election to their see. The Greek Church has continued to make much use of this name, called in Russia Ignatij, Ignati, or Ignatia, and in the Slovak dialect cut short into Nace. The Spanish Church likewise adopted it in early times, and among the Navarrese counts and lords of Biscay, as far back as 750, we encounter both men and women called Inigo and Iniga, or more commonly Enico and Enica, used indifferently with the other form, and then Latinized into Anicues and Anica. Navarre preserved the name, and it was a Navarrese gentleman, Don Inigo Loyola, who, while recovering from his wounds after the siege of Pampeluna, so read the lives of the saints as to become penetrated with enthusiasm as fiery as his name. Where the Jesuits have had their will may be read in the frequency of this renewed Inigo, or Ignace, as it was in France, Ignaz in Roman Catholic Germany. It is Bohemia, where the once strong spirit of Protestantism was trodden out in blood and flame, that Ignaz is common enough to have turned into Heineck, and in Bavaria that it becomes Nazi and Nazel. Our English architect, whose name is associated with the unhappy medley of Greek and Gothic, which was the Stuart imitation of the Cinquecento style, was a Roman Catholic, and was no doubt christened in honor of Loyola. The few stray specimens of Inigo to be found occasionally in England are generally traceable to him. One occurs at St. Columb Major in 1740. Footnote 82. Michaelis Cave, Stanley Lectures on the Eastern Church, Mariana Historia de Spana, Anderson, Royal Genealogies. Section 13, Pater. The word pater, which, as we have already shown, is one of those that make the whole world kin, was the source of patria, the fatherland, and of far too many words in all tongues to recount. Paters conscripti was the title of the senators, and the patriciae, the privileged class of Old Rome, were so called as descendants from the original 30 paters. Patricius, the noble, was as a title given half in jest to the young Roman-British Calpurnius, who was stolen by Irish pirates in his youth, and when ransomed, returned again to be the apostle of his captors, and left a name passionately revered in that warm-hearted land. The earlier Irish, however, were far too respectful to their apostle to call themselves by his name, but were all male patraic, the shaveling, or pupil of Patrick, or giallopatraic, the servant of Patrick. This latter, passing to Scotland with the mission of St. Columba, turned into the Gaspatrick, or Cospatrick, the boy Gossoon or Garkin of Patrick, Earls of Galloway, and in both countries the surname Gilpatrick or Kilpatrick has arisen from it. Afterwards these nations left off the humble prefix, and came to calling themselves Fadrig in Ireland, Patrick in Scotland, the former so universally as to render Pat and Paddy the national sobriquet. Latterly, a bold attempt has been made in Ireland to unite Patrick and Peter as the same, so as to have both patron saints at once, but the Irish will hardly persuade anyone to accept it but themselves. The Scotch Pate or Patey is frequent, though less national, and the feminine Patricia seems to be a Scottish invention. The fame of the curious cave, called St. Patrick's Purgatory, brought pilgrims from all quarters, and Patris, Patrizio, and Patricio all are known in France, Italy, and Spain, the latter the most frequently. Even Russia has patricage. Paternus, the fatherly, was the Latin name of two Celtic saints, one Armorican, the other of Avranches, where he is popularly called Saint Perry. Section 14, Grace and C. The history of the word grace is curious. We are apt to confuse it with the Latin gracilis, slender, with which it has no connection, and which only in later times acquired the sense of elegant, whereas it originally meant lean or wasted, and came from a kindred word to the Greek gamero alpha omega, grau, to consume. Grates, on the contrary, were thanks, whence what was done gratiis or gratis was for thanks and nothing else, according to our present use of the word, whence our gratuitous. So again gratis applied to him who was thankful, and to what inspired thanks, and Gratia was favor or bounty and was used to render the Greek chi alpha rho o to sigma, and thus have the Greek charities come down to us as graces. Then, too, he was gratiasus who possessed the free spirit of bounty and friendliness, exactly expressed by our gracious. But in Italy, it was degraded into mere lively good nature, till ungrazioso is little better than a buffoon, and gratia in France means scarcely more than engaging. Gratia was used by early Latin writers for divine favor, whence the theological meaning of grace. And from grates, thanks, comes our expression of saying grace before meat. The English name of grace is intended as the abstract theological term, and was adopted with many others of like nature at the Reformation. Its continuation after the dying away of most of its congeners is owing to the Irish, who thought it resembled their native graine, love, and thereupon adopted it so plentifully that grace or gracie is generally to be found wherever there is an Irish connection. Spain likewise has ingratia in honor of a maiden cruelly tortured to death at Zaragoza in 304, and Italy, at least in Lamartine's pretty romance, knows Graziella. Gratianus, favorable, rose among the later Romans, and belonged to the father and to the son of the Emperor Valens, and it left the Italians Graziano for the benefit of Nerissa's merry husband. Pulcher, fair, turned into a name in late days, and came as Pulcheria to that noble lady on whom alone the spirit of her grandfather Theodosius in all his family descended. She was canonized, and Pulcheria thus was a recognized Greek name, but it has been little followed except in France, where sherry is the favorite contraction. Spes hope is the only one of the Christian graces in Latin who has formed any modern names, and these are the Italian sperata, hoped for, and speranza, hope. Esperanza in Spain and Esperance in France have been made Christian names. Delicia, delightful, is an English name used in numerous families, and Languedoc has the corresponding Mesdalices, shortened into Mayday, so that Mademoiselle Mesdalices is apt to be called Missy-acute Mayday in her own country. In Italy, Delizia is used. Dulcis, sweet or mild, is explained by Spanish authors to have been the origin of their names of Dulcia, Aldancha, Aldunca, Adancha, all frequent among the Navarrese and Catalonian princesses from 900 to 1200, so that it was most correct of Don Quixote to translate his Aldunca Lorenco into the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso. Probably the Moorish article was added by popular pronunciation in Spain, while Dulcia lingered in the south of France, became Deuce, and came to England as Ducia in the time of the Conqueror, then turned into Dulce, and by and by embellished into Dulcibella, and then by Henry Roman VIII. Time fell into Dowsable, a name borne by living women as well as by the wife of Dromio. Doucy Moore, widow, was buried in 1658 at Newcastle. Footnote 83. Arnold Hanmer, Irish Society, Lower. Footnote 84. Faxiolati, Butler, Bowles, Don Quixote con annotations. Section 15, Vinco. The verb vinco, to conquer, the first syllable the same as our win, formed the present participle vincens, whence the name Vincentius, conquering, which was borne by two martyrs of the 10th persecution, one at Zaragoza, the other at Agen, and later by one of the great ecclesiastical authors at Lælius in Provence. Thus Vincent, Vincenzio were national in France, Spain, and Italy before the more modern saints, Vincent Ferrer and Vincent de Saint Paul, had enhanced its honors. English, French, Spanish, Italian, German, Vincent, Vincenzio, Vincenz, Bavarian, Russian, Polish, Bohemian, Hungarian, Zents, Vikentage, Vincentage, Vincenk Vinks, Zenzel. Even the modern Greeks have it as Binkentios. Conquest is a word found in all classes of names, the Sieg of the Teuton, the Nikos of the Greek. The past participle is victus, whence the conqueror is victor, a name of triumph congenial to the spirit of early Christianity, and borne by an early pope as well as by more than one martyr, from whom Vitor descended as rather a favorite Italian name, though not much used elsewhere till the French Revolution, when Victor came into fashion in France. Tolo is the Roman contraction, as is Tola of the feminine. The original Victoria was a Roman virgin, martyred in the Decian persecution, whence the Italian Vittoria, born by the admirable daughter of the Colon, from whom France and Germany seem to have learned it, since after her time, Victoire and Victorine became very common in France. And it was from Germany that we learnt the Victoria that will, probably, sound hereafter like one of our most national names. Section 16, Vita. Vita, life, was used by the Roman Christians to express their hopes of eternity, and an Italian martyr was called Vitalis, whence the modern Italian vital and German vatal. Vitalianus, a name formed out of this, is hardly to be recognized in the Welsh form of Gwenllian. Vivia, from vivis, alive, was the first name of Vivia Perpetua, the noble young matron of Carthage, whose martyrdom, so circumstantially told, is one of the most grand and most affecting histories in the annals of the early Church. Her other name of Perpetua has, however, been chosen by her vaterses. Vivianus and Viviana were names of later Roman days, often in the West pronounced with a B, and we find a Christian maiden, named Bibiana, put to death by a Roman governor, under Julian the Apostate, under pretense of her having destroyed one of his eyes by magic, a common excuse for persecution in the days of pretended toleration. A church was built over her remains as early as 465, and, considering the accusation against her, it is curious to find Vivian or Viviana the enchantress of King Arthur's court. Vivian has been a name for both sexes, and a Scottish Vivian Wemyss, Bishop of Fife in 615, was canonized and known to Rome as Saint Bibianus. Vitus was the child whom Saint Crescentia bred up a Christian, and who died in Lucania with her. His day was the 15th of June, and had the reputation of entailing 30 days of similar weather to its own. Vitus is Vita in Bohemia, Vita in Hungary, Vicht and Vedel in Bavaria, and is used to Latinize Guy, but it is probable that this last is truly Celtic, and it shall be treated of hereafter. Footnote 85. Fleury, Histoire ecclésiastique, Butler, Villemarque, Romans de la Table Ronde, Roscoe, Boyado, Brand, Popular Antiquities, Grîmr Michaelis. Section 17, Wolves and Bears. The Roman lupus had truly a right to stand high in Roman estimation, considering the good offices of the she-wolf to the founder. And the wolf and the twins will continue an emblem as long as Rome stands, in spite of the explanation that declared that the nurse was either named Lupa, or so called, because the Roman word applied to a woman of bad character, and in spite of the later relegation of the entire tale to the realms of mythology. Lupus was accordingly a surname in the Rutilian gens, and was borne by many other Romans, thus descending to the 3 Romanized countries. Saint Lupus, or Lupe of Troyes, curiously enough succeeded Saint Ursus, or Ours, and was notable both for his confutation of the Pelagian heresy, and for having saved his diocese by his intercession with Attila. Another sainted Lupus, or Lupe, was Bishop of Lyons. Italy has the Christian name of Lupo, Portugal, Lobo, Spain, Lope. The great poet, Lope de Vega, might be translated, the wolf of the meadow. The bear was not in any remarkable favor at Rome, but the semi-Romans adopted Ursus as rather a favorite among their names. Ursus and Ursinus were early Gallic bishops, whence the Italian Orso and Orsino, the latter becoming the surname of the celebrated Roman family of Orsini. Ors is very common in Switzerland, in complement to the bears of Bern. An old myth of the little bear and the stars seems to have been turned into the legend of Cologne, of Ursula, the Breton maiden who, on her way to her betrothed British husband, was shipwrecked on the German coast, and slain by Attila, king of the Huns, with 11,000 virgin companions. Some say that the whole 11,000 rose out of the VM for virgin martyr, others give her one companion, named Undecimilla, and suppose that this was translated into the 11,000. Skulls and bones, apparently from an old cemetery, are shown at Cologne, and their princess's name has been followed by various ladies. French, Swiss, Italian, ours, orso, orsfch, ursello, feminine, English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, Ursula, Ursola, Ursulae, Ursli, Dutch, Nulli, Ursuline, Italian, German, Swiss, Russian, Orsola, Orsheli, Ursula, Polish, Slavonic, Lusatian, Hungarian, Ursula, Wursla, Ursuliae, Hasha, Bohemian, Asha, Wursula, diminutive, Roman. French, Polish, Ursino, Ursin. Section 18, Names from Places and Nations. The fashion of forming names from the original birthplace was essentially Roman. Many cognomina had thus risen, but a few more must be added of too late a date to fall under the usual denominations of the earlier classical names. The island of Cyprus must at some time have named the family of Thascius Cyprianus, that great father of African birth, who was so noted as Bishop of Carthage. But though Cyprian is everywhere known, it is nowhere common and is barely used at Rome as Cipriano. In 1811, Cyprian was baptized in Durham Cathedral, but then he was the son of the divinity lecturer, which accounts for the choice. Nepolis, from the universal Greek word for new, and the Greek pi omicron lambda iota sigma, a city, was the term bestowed as frequently by the Greeks as Newtown is by Celtic influence, or Newby and Newburgh by Teutonic. One Nepolis was the ancient Sichar, and another was that which is still known as Napoli or Naples. From some of these new cities was called an Alexandrian martyr, whose canonized fame caused him to be adopted as patron by one of the Roman family of Orsini in the course of the 12th century. Napoleon, Napolio, or Napoleon continued to be used in that noble house and spread from them to other parts of Italy, and thence to Corsica, where he received it who was to raise it to become a word of terror to all Europe, and of passionate enthusiasm to France, long after, in schoolboy fashion, at Brienne, its owner had been discontented with its singularity. The city of Sidon formed the name Sidonius, which was borne by Caius Salius Apollinaris Sidonius, one of the most curious characters of the Dark Ages, a literary and married bishop of Clermont in the 5th century, an honest and earnest man, but so little according to the ordinary type of ecclesiastical sanctity that nothing is more surprising than to find him canonized, and in possession of the 23rd of August for a feast day. It is curious, too, that his namesake should be ladies. Sidonie is not uncommon in France, and in 1449, Sidonia or Zedina is mentioned as daughter to George Podebrand of Silesia, and Sidonia of Bavaria appears in 1488. From the city of Lydia was named the seller of purple who hearkened to St. Paul at Thyatira, and to her is owing the prevalence of Lydia among English women delighting in scriptural names. To these should be added, as belonging to the same class, though the word is Greek Anatolius, meaning a native of Anatolia, the term applied in later times by the Greeks to Asia Minor and meaning the sunrise. Saint Anatolius of Constantinople was one of the sacred poets of the Greek Church, and after his death in 458, his name and its feminine Anatolia became frequent in the countries where his hymns were used. A Phocian is the most probable explanation of the name of Phi Omicron Kappa Alpha Sigma, Phocas, though much older in Greece than the date of most of those that have been here given. To us, it is associated with the monster who usurped the imperial throne and murdered Maurus and his sons, but it had previously belonged to a martyred gardener under Diocletian, whose residence in Pontus made him well known to the Byzantine Church, and thus Phocas is still found among Greeks and Phoca in Russia. The Romans called their enemies in North Africa Mori, from the Greek letter 1F00 mu alpha epsilon rho omicron sigma, which at first was twilight or dim, but came afterwards to signify dark or black. Mora was a Gallican maiden of the 9th century, whose name, it would seem highly probable, might have been the Celtic Moer Great, still current in Ireland and the Highlands. She led a life of great mortification, died at 23, was canonized, and becoming known to the Venetians, a church in her honor named the Ionian island of Santa Mora, which had formerly been Leucadia. There was, however, a genuine Greek Saint Mora, the wife of Timothy, a priest, with whom she was crucified in the Thebaid under Maximian. She is honored by the Eastern Church on the 3rd of May and is the subject of a poem of Mr. Kingsley's. From her, many Greek girls bear the name of Mora and Russian ones of Mavra and Mavrasha. Mauritius was naturally a term with the Romans for a man of Moorish lineage. The first saint of this name was the tribune of the Theban legion, all Christians, who perished to a man under the blows of their fellow soldiers, near the foot of the great Saint Bernard. To this brave man is due the great frequency of Moritz, in Switzerland, passing into Maurizio on the Italian border and Moritz on the German. The Old French was Muris, the Old English Morris, but both, though still extant as surnames, have as Christian names been assimilated to the Latin spelling and become Morris. The frequent Irish Morris and the once common Scottish Morris are the imitation of the Gaelic Moriartog, or sea warrior. Muiris is in use in Wales and appears to be the genuine produce of Morris. But it is very difficult to disentangle the derivations from the Moor, from letter 1F00 mu alpha epsilon rho omicron sigma, and from the Celtic mower, large, and more, the seat. The Saxon Moritz, who played a double game between Charles V and the Protestant League, was brother-in-law to the great William the Silent, and thus his name was transmitted to his nephew, the gallant champion of the United Provinces, Maurice of Nassau, in whose honor the Dutch bestowed the name of Mauritius upon their island settlement in the Indian Ocean, and this title has finally gained the victory over the native one of Serine and the French one of the Isle of Bourbon. English, Welsh, Breton, French, Morris, Muris, Naris, Muris, Morris, Italian, Spanish, German, Danish, Mauricio, Moritz, Morts, Russian, Polish, Bohemian, Hungarian, Moris, Morisage, Morix, Mavritage. Germanus cannot be reckoned otherwise than as one of the varieties of names from countries given by the Romans. It does indeed come from the two Teutonic words ger, spear, and man, but it cannot be classed among the names compounded of ger, since the Romans were far from thus understanding it, when, like Mauritius, it must have been inherited by some young barbarian whose father served in the Roman legions. Saint Germanus was greatly distinguished in Celto-Roman church history as having refuted Pelagius and won the Hallelujah victory, to say nothing of certain unsatisfactory miracles. We have various places named after him, but it was the French who chiefly kept up his name and gave it the feminine Germain, which was borne by that lady of the family of Foix, who became the second wife of Fernando the Catholic by the name of Germana. German has at times been used in England and became a surname. Footnote 86. Cave, Butler, Revue des Deux Mondes, Le Beau, Bas Empire, Liddell and Scott, Lower, Les Vies des Saints. Section 19, Town and Country. Urbanus is one who dwells in urbs, a city. A person whose courtesy and statesmanship are assumed, as is shown by the word civil from civis, a city, and polite, politic, polish, from the Greek pi letter 1F78 lambda iota sigma of the same meaning. And thus urbane conveys something of grace and affability in contrast to rustic rudeness. Urbanus is greeted by St. Paul, and another Urbanus was an early pope, from whom it traveled into other tongues as Urbano, Urbani, and Urban. English, French, Roman, Russian, Slovak, Hungarian, urban, urbano, verbin, bainage. In opposition to this word comes that for the rustic, pagus, signifying the country, the word that in Italian becomes peace, in Spanish pais, in French pays. The gospel was first preached in the busy haunts of men, so that the earlier Christians were townsfolk, and the rustics long continued heathen. Whence Paganus, once simply a countryman, became an idolater, a pagan, and poetized into panem, was absolutely bestowed upon the Turks and Saracens in the Middle Ages. In the meantime, however, the rustic had come to be called pisano, pais, paysan, and peasant, independently of his religion. And Spain, in addition to her peo, the countryman, had paisano, the lover of his country. And either in the sense of habitation or patriotism, Pagano was erected into a Christian name in Italy and Payan in France, whence England took Pain or Pain, still one of the most frequent surnames. The two Latin words, per through and ager afield, were the source of peregrinus, a traveler or wanderer, also the inhabitant of the country as opposed to the Roman colonist. The same word in time came to mean both a stranger and, above all, one on a journey to a holy place, when such pilgrimages had become special acts of devotion and were growing into living allegories of the Christian life. This became a Christian name in Italy, because a hermit, said to have been a prince of Irish blood, settled himself in a lonely hut on one of the Apennines near Modena and was known there as Il Pellegrin, as the Latin word had become softened. He died in 643 and was canonized as Saint Peregrinus, or San Pellegrino, became one of the patrons of Modena and Lucca, and had all the neighboring spur of the Apennines called after him. Pellegrino Pellegrini is a name that we find occurring in Italian history, and when a son was born at Wesel, to Sir Richard Bertie and his wife, the Duchess of Suffolk, while they were fleeing from Queen Mary's persecution, they named him Peregrine. For that he was given by the Lord to his pious parents in a strange land for the consolation of their exile, as says his baptismal register, and Peregrine in consequence came into favor in the Bertie family. But in an old register, the names Filgram, Pilgerlam, and Pilgerlam occur about 1603. English, French, Italian, German, Peregrine, Peregrine, Pellegrino, Pilgrim. To these may perhaps be added the Italian Marino and Marina, given perhaps casually to seaside dwellers, and their Greek equivalents Pelagios and Pelagia, both of which are still used by the modern Greeks. Pelagius was used by the Irish, or more properly Scottish, Morgan, as a translation of his own name, and thus became tainted with the connection of the Pelagian heresy. But it did not become extinct. And Peleo was the Spanish prince who first began the brave resistance that rendered the mountains of the Asturias a nucleus for the new kingdom of Spain. Some see in his name a sign that the Arian opinions of the Visigoths had some hereditary influence, at least in nomenclature. And indeed, Ario occurs long after as a Christian name. Others consider Pelago's classical name to be a sign that the old Celto-Roman blood was coming to the surface above the Gothic. Switzerland likewise has this name cut down to Pele or Poli. Footnote 87. Butler Michaelis. Section 20. Flower names. Flower names seem to have been entirely unknown to the ancient Romans, but the Latin language, in the mouths of more poetical races, has given several graceful floral names, though none perhaps are quite free from the imputation of being originally something far less elegant. Thus, oliva the olive, the sign of peace and joy, is closely connected with the Italian olivero, but it is much to be suspected that it would never have blossomed into use, but for the Teutonic Olaf forefathers' relic. Olivero, or Uliviri, the paladin of Charlemagne, may be considered as almost certainly a transmogrified Anlaf, or Olaf, ancestor's relic. And perhaps it is for this reason that his name is one of the most frequently in use among all those of the circle of paladins. He was a favorite hero of Pulci, and seems to have so nearly approached Orlando in fame, as at least to be worthy of figuring in the proverb of giving a Roland for an Oliver. The Middle Ages made great use of his name in France and England. Olier, as it was called at home by the Breton knights, whom the French called Olivier, was the name of the favorite brother of Du Guesclin, as well as of the terrible Constable de Clisson. Oliver was frequent with English knights, and of high and chivalrous repute, until the eminence of the Protector rendered Old Noll, a word of hate and would-be scorn to the Cavaliers, in association which it has never entirely overcome. The feminine was probably first invented in Italy, but the Italian literature that flowed in on us in the Tudor reigns brought it to us, and we were wise enough to naturalize Olivia as Olive, a form that still survives in some parts of the country. Whether it is true that the rose by any other name would smell as sweet, never appears to have been tried, for all countries seem to express both the flower and its blushing tint by the same sound, and even the Syriac name for the oleander, the rose laurel, the blossoms red and bright of the lake of Tiberias, is Rhodion. The Greeks had their rhoda, but the Romans never attained such a flight of poetry as a floral name, and the rose wreath would hardly deserve to be relegated to a Latin root, were it not that the branches spread so widely that it is more convenient to start from this common stem, to which all are bound by mutual resemblance. Besides which, both the saints of this name were of Romance nations. Still, I believe that though their names were meant for roses when given to them, that the first use of atrose among the Teutons was a meaning sometimes fame, sometimes a horse, not the flower. Rohise or roja, most probably the French and Latin of atrose, fame, or else from atrose, horse, is the first form in which the simple word appears in England. Rohise, wife of Gilbert de Gaunt, died in 1156. Rose de Lucy was wife of Fulbert de Dover, in the time of Henry Roman II. Roja was found at the same time among the de Bohuns and de Vers, and some of these old Norman families must have carried it to Ireland, where Rose is one of the most common of the peasant names. Rosal and Rosette both occur at Cambrai between 900 and 1200. During the 12th century, probably among the Normans of Sicily lived Rosalia, the darling of each heart and eye, who, in her youth, dedicated herself to a hermit life in a mountain grotto, and won a saintly reputation for her name, which is frequent in her island, as is Rosalie in France, and at the German town of Duderstadt, where it is vilely tortured into sulk. Saint Dominic arranged a series of devotions, consisting of the meditations, while rehearsing the recurring aves and paters marked by the larger and smaller nuts, or berries, on a string. These, which we call beads from Baden to Pray, formed the rosarium, or rose garden, meaning originally the delights of devotion. This rosarium has a day to itself in the Roman calendar, and possibly may have named the transatlantic saint, Rosa de Lima, the whole of which appellation is borne by Peruvian senoras, and practically called Reseda. Rosa is found in all kinds of ornamental forms in different countries, and the contractions or diminutives of one become the names of another. Thus Rosalia herself probably sprang from the endearment Rosal, which together with Rosi is common in Switzerland and the Tyrol. The German diminutive Roschen is met again in the Italian Rossina, French Rossine, English Rossan, the Rassine or Rash of Lithuania, and Rosetta, the true Italian diminutive, is followed by the French Rosette. These may be considered as the true and natural forms of rose. Others were added by fancy and romance after the Teuton signification of fame had been forgotten, and the Latin one of the flower adopted. Of these are Rossura, Rossa Clara, in English Roseclear, Rosalba, a white rose, Rossabella or Rossable, all errant fancy names. Rossamond has a far more ancient history, but the rose connection must be entirely renounced for her. The first Hrosmund, famous protection, or horse protection, was the fierce chieftainess of the Gepidae, who was compelled by her Lombard husband to drink to his health in a ghastly goblet formed of the skull of her slaughtered father, and who avenged this crowning insult by a midnight murder. Even from the 5th century, the period of this tragedy, hers has remained a favorite name among the peasantry of the Jura, the land of the Gepidae. But it does not appear how it came from them to the Norman Cliffords, by whom it was bestowed upon fair Rossamond, whose fate has been so strangely altered by ballad lore, and still more strangely by Cervantes, who makes his Percival and Sigismunda encounter her in the Arctic regions, undergoing a dreary penance among the Weir wolves. Her name, in its supposed interpretation, gave rise to the Latin epigram, Rosa Mundi, sed non rosa munda, the rose of the world, but not a pure rose. The sound of the word and the popular interest of the ballad have continued her name in England. Hroswith, the poetical Frank nun, is certainly famous strength, or famous height, though when softened into Roswitha, she has been taken for a white rose or a sweet rose. Rosalind makes her first appearance in As You Like It, whether invented by Shakespeare cannot be guessed. If the word be really old, the first syllable is certainly atrose, the last is our English lithe, the German lind, the northern linder, the term that has caused the Germans to call the snake the lindworm or supple worm. The Visigoths considered this litheness as beauty, and thus the word survives in Spanish as lindo, linda, meaning, indeed, a fair woman but a soft, effeminate man. Yet the linda, meaning fair in Spanish, was reason enough in the 16th century for attaching it to many a name by way of ornament, and it is to be apprehended that thus it was that Rosalind came by her name, and possibly Rosaline, whom Romeo deserted for the sake of Juliet. However she began, she has ever since been one of the English roses. Rosalda or Roshilda, a German form, is in like manner either really the fame battle, or else merely ill-detacked by way of ornament to the end of the rose. Violante is a name occurring in the south of France and the north of Italy and Spain. Whence it originally came is almost impossible to discover. It may very probably be a corruption of some old Latin name such as Valentinus, or, which would be a prettier derivation, it may be from the golden violet, the prize of the troubadours in the courts of love. The name of the flower is universal. It is viola in Latin, vas in Sanskrit, and in Greek anciently gamma iota omicron u, but afterwards letter 1f34 omicron u, whence later Greeks supposed it to have been named from having formed a garland round the head of Ion, the father of the Ionians. That v is easily changed to y was plain in the treatment received by Violante, who was left to that dignified sound only in Spain, but in France was called Yolande, or for affection, Yolette, and in the confusion between y and j, figures in our own English histories in the queer-looking form of Joletta. The Scots, with much better taste, imported Yolette as violet, learning it probably through the connections of the archers of the Royal Guard, or it may be through Queen Mary's friends, as Violet Forbes appears in 1571, and I have not found an earlier instance. At any rate, the Scottish love of floral names took hold of it, and the violets have flourished there ever since. Fiolka is both the flower and a family name in Bohemia, as is Vagel in the Viennese dialect. Eva Maria Vagel was the young danseuse, called by Maria Theresa La Violetta, under which designation she came to England, and finally became the excellent wife of Garrick. Whether Viola has ever been a real Italian name, I cannot learn, or whether it is only part of the stage property endeared to us by Shakespeare. The masculine Yoland was common at Cambrai in the 13th century. Iolante was there used down to the 16th. Virides, green, or flourishing, was not uncommon among Italian ladies in the 14th century, probably an allusion to some romance. It is much to be feared that the lily is as little traceable as the rose. There was a Liliola Gonzaga in Italy in 1340, but she was probably a softened Ziliola or Cecilia. Lilia's Ruthven, who occurs in Scotland, in 1557, was probably called from the old romantic poem of Roswell and Lilian, which for many years was a great favorite in Scotland. The Lilian of this ballad is Queen of Naples, and thus the name appears clearly traceable to the Cecilias of modern Italy, though it is now usually given in the sense of lily, the English using Lilian, the Scots Lilias. Indeed, it is quite possible that these, like Lilla, may sometimes have risen out of contractions of Elizabeth. Layla is a Moorish name, and Lelia is only the feminine of Lælius. On the whole, it may be said that only the Hebrew and Slavonic tongues present us with names really taken from individual flowers. Footnote 88. Michaelis, Munch, Pott, Roscoe, Boyado, Anderson, Genealogies, Douglas, Peerage of Scotland, Ellis, Specimens of Early English Poetry, Butler, Cervantes, Sismondi. Section 21. Roman Catholic Names. The two names that follow are as thorough evidences of the teachings of the Roman Church as are the epithets of the Blessed Virgin, before mentioned, and can, therefore, only be classed together, though it is rather hard upon good Latin to be saddled with them, compounded as they are of Latin and Greek. The Latin veris, true, and the Greek epsilon letter 1F30 kappa omega nu and image were strangely jumbled together by the popular tongue in the name of a crucifix at Lucca, which was called the Vere Conica or Veronica, and was that holy face of Lucca by which William Rufus, having probably heard of it from the Lombard Lanfranc, his tutor, was wont to swear. Another Veronica is the same countenance upon a piece of linen, shown at St. Peter S. Superstition, forgetting the meaning of the name, called the relic Saint Veronica's handkerchief, accounted for it by inventing a woman who had lent our blessed Savior a handkerchief to wipe his face during the passage of the Via Dolorosa, and had found the likeness imprinted upon it. In an Old English poem on the life of Pilate, written before 1305, it appears that the Emperor of Rome learnt that a woman at Jerusalem named Veronique possessed this handkerchief, which could heal him of his sickness. He sent for her, and anon though the image iceth, he was whole, anon, he honored well Veronique, he oni most fram him gone, the image he athold that hit ni com nevereft out of Rome, in St. Peter's Church it is. Thence Veronica became a patron saint, and in the 15th century, a real monastic saint, Veronica, lived near Milan. Veronique is rather a favorite name among French peasant women, and Vreneli in Suabia. Pott and Michaelis suggest that Veronica may be the Latin form of Berenice, or Pharonike, victory bringer, but the history of the relic is too clear to admit of this idea. The flower, Veronica, appears to have won its name from its exquisite blue, reflecting a true image of the heavens, and the Scots, who have a peculiar turn for floral names, thus seem to have obtained it. In 1802, an inscription, with the first and last letters destroyed, was found in the catacombs standing thus, Lumina pax tecum Phi. A priest suggested that Phi should be put at the beginning of the sentence instead of the end, and by this remarkable trick, produced Philomena. There was a real Greek name Philomena, which had fallen into disuse, and of course was derived from love, but to please the ears of the Italians, the barbarous Latin Philomen was invented. Thereupon a devout artisan, a priest, and a nun were all severally favored by visions of a virgin martyr, who told them the story of Diocletian's love for her, of her refusal and subsequent martyrdom, and explained that, having once been called Lumina, she was baptized Philomena, which she explained as daughter of light. Some, human remains near the stone being dignified as relics of Saint Philomena, she was presented to Magnano, and on the way, not only worked many miracles on her adorers, but actually repaired her own skeleton and made her hair grow. So many wonders are said to have been worked by this phantom saint, the mere produce of a blundered inscription, that a book, printed at Paris in the year 1847, calls her La Thaumaturge du 19e cycle, and she is by far the most fashionable patroness in the Romish Church. Philomena abounds in Rome, encouraged by the example of a little Philomena, whose mosquito net was every night removed by the saint, who herself kept off the gnats. She is making her way in Spain, and it will not be the fault of the author of La Thaumaturge if Philomene is not common in France. The likeness to Philomela farther inspired Longfellow with the fancy of writing a poem on Florence Nightingale, as Saint Philomena, whence it is possible that the antiquaries of New Zealand in the 29th century will imagine Saint Philomena or Philomela to be the heroine of the Crimean War. Footnote 89. Butler Philological Society, Merriman Church in Spain, La Thaumaturge du 19e cycle. Section 4. Easter names. The next day of the Christian year that has given a name is that which we emphatically call Good Friday, but which the Eastern Church knows by the title that it bears in the New Testament, the day of preparation, Pi Alpha Rho Alpha Sigma Cap Epsilon Upsilon Eta, Perisque, from Pi Alpha Rho Alpha, beyond, and Sigma Cap Epsilon Upsilon Eta, gear or implements. Thence, a daughter born on that holy day was christened among the Russians Paraskeva, and the name that has been corrupted by the French into Prascovy, and which is called for short Pasha, is very frequent in the great empire, and belonged to the brave maiden Paraskeva Lupulov, whose devotion to her parents suggested Madame Cotton's tale of Elizabeth or the exiles of Siberia, where the adventures, as well as the name, are deprived of their national individuality in the fashion of the last century. The Passover was known from the first to the Israelites as Pasech or Pesach, a word exactly rendered by our Passover, and which has furnished the Jews with a name not occurring in the scripture, Pesachia, the Passover of God. The Greek translators represented the word by Pi Alpha Sigma Chi Alpha. It is Pascha likewise in Latin, whence all modern languages have at least taken some of their terms for the great feast of the resurrection that finally crowned and explained the Jewish Passover. Italy inherits Pasqua, Spain, Pascua, Portugal, Pascoa, terms that these two nations pass on to other festal Sundays. Illyria has Pascha, Wales, Pasque, Denmark, Påsk, France, Pax, and we ourselves once used Pasque, as is shown by the name of the anemone or Pasque flower. About 844, Radbert, abbot of Corbie, put forth a book upon the Holy Eucharist, in honor of which he was surnamed Paschasius, and perhaps this suggested the use of words thence derived for children born at that season. Cambrai has Pasqua, Pasquina, Pesquet from 1400 to 1500. Pasquale, Pesquino, Pasquina, Pasquire, Pascal, all flourished in Italy and France, and in Spain a Franciscan monk named Pascual was canonized. Pasco was married in St. Columb Major in 1452. Pascal is there the feminine, and many other instances can be easily found to the further honor of the name. There lived, however, a cobbler at Rome, the butt of his friends, who gave his name of Pesquino to a statue of an ancient gladiator that had been newly disinterred, and set up in front of the Orsini Palace, exciting the waggery of the idle Romans by his likeness to the cobbler. Pesquino, the gladiator, proved a convenient block for posting of lampoons and satires, insomuch that the generic term at Rome for such squibs became pasquinato, whence our English word pasquinade. I have seen Easter as a Christian name upon a tombstone in Ripon Cathedral, bearing the date 1813. But as I have also seen it in a prayer book belonging to a woman who calls herself Esther, it is possible that this may be a blunder of the same kind. There was, however, soon after the Reformation, an inclination in England to name children after the vernacular titles of holy days. In 1675, Passion occurs at Bovey Tracy, in Devon, another in 1712, at Hemioch, and Pentecost is far from uncommon in old registers. At Madryn in Cornwall in 1632 appear the masculine Pentecost and feminine Pentecost, and in Essex an aunt and niece appear, both called by this singular festal name in honor of Whit Sunday. In 1643, I find it again at St. Column Major. It means, of course, 50 and is Greek. Easter is called Lambda Alpha Mu Pi Alpha, the bright day in Greek, because of the lighting of candles that takes place at midnight in every church. Can it be from this that the Eastern saint of the 10th of February, who suffered at Antioch in Pisidia, was called Charalampios, Chi Alpha Rho Alpha Lambda Alpha Mu Pi Iota Omicron Sigma, a name which is still used in the Ionian Islands and is imitated in Russia as Karalampia or Karalam. Its component parts are Kappa Alpha Rho Alpha, joy, and a derivative from Lambda Alpha Mu Pi Alpha Sigma, a torch, and we might explain it either glad light or the joy of Easter. Footnote 92. Kiddo Bible Cyclopedia, Church Festivals and Their Household Words, Grîmr Acta Sanctorum, Pot, Michaelis. Section 5, Sunday Names. Sabbath, rest, in Hebrew, distinguished the seventh day, set apart from the service of the world in memory, first, of the cessation of the work of creation, and next, of the repose of the Israelites after their labors in Egypt. While the Sabbath was still the sacred day, it does not appear to have suggested any historical name, except that of the father of Hosea's Barsabbas, whose father must have been Sabbas. In 532, however, was born in Cappadocia, Sabbas, who became one of the most distinguished patriarchs of the monks in Palestine, and in 372, one of the first converts to Christianity among the Goths, then stationed in Wallachia, who had taken the name of Sabbas, was martyred by being thrown into the river Mucius, now Masovi. The locality attached the Slavonians to his name, and Sava is still common among them, as is S-Sava in Russia. Whether Sabia or Sabra, the king of Egypt's daughter, whom St. George saved from the dragon, was named with any view to St. Sabas, cannot be guessed. I have seen the name in an Old English register, no doubt in honor of the exploit of our patron saint. The day of rest gave place to the day of resurrection, the Lord's Day, as we still emphatically call it, after the example of the apostles. St. John called it Kappa Upsilon Rho Oda Alpha Kappa Eta, letter 1 F21 Mu Epsilon Rho Alpha, the Lord's Day, and in this he has been followed by the entire Greek Church, with whom Sundays are still Kyriak. It seems to have been the translators of the Septuagint that first gave its highest sense to Kappa Upsilon Rho Ot Omicron Sigma, Kyrios, a lord or master, from the verb Kappa Upsilon Rho Epsilon Omega, Kyrio, to find, obtain, or possess. Saint Kyriakos, or, as Rome spelt him, Cyriacus, was martyred under Diocletian, had his relics dug up afterwards, and his arm given to the Abbey of Altdorf in Alsace. From him came the Roman Cyriaco and the French Syriac, all of which may mean either the Lord S or the Sunday Child. At the same time, a little Kyriakos of Iconium, a child of 3 years old, fell, with his mother, Julita, into the hands of the persecutors of Seleucia. The prefect tried to save the child, but he answered all the promises and threats alike with "I am a Christian," till, in a rage, the magistrate dashed his head on the steps of the tribunal, and his mother, in her tortures, thanked heaven for her child's glorious martyrdom. Their touching story made a deep impression, perhaps the more from the wide dispersion of their supposed relics, which were said to have been brought from Antioch by Saint Amator to Auxerre about the year 400, and thence were dispersed through many French towns and villages, in which he was called Saint Quiric or Saint Cyr. The ancient British Church became acquainted with the mother and child through the Gallic. Welsh hagiology owns them as Gwyl Giric ac Alidin, and Cyrig has been continued as a name in Wales, whilst on the other hand, the child is equally honored in his native East, by Russia, Armenia, Abyssinia, and even the Nestorian Christians. He is probably the source of the Illyrian names Surjar and Circo. English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Cyril, Cirillo, Italian, German, Russian, Illyrian, Cyrillo, Kyrill, Cyril, Syro. Kyrillos, Kappa Upsilon Rho Oda Lambda Omicron Sigma, fell to the lot of two great doctors of the Church, patriarchs, the one of Alexandria, the other of Jerusalem, also to two martyrs, one a young boy, and thus it became widely known. The Welsh had it as Giriol, which really is nearer the pronunciation than our own Cyril, with a soft C. It is a name known everywhere, but more in favor in the East than the West, and of honorable memory to us for the sake of Kyrillos Lucar, the Byzantine patriarch, the correspondent of Laud, and afterwards a martyr. Latterly, fashion has somewhat revived it in England, and the feminine, Cyrilla, is known in Germany. Probably, however, this is only the diminutive of Kyrios, a master, and did not begin with a religious import. The Latin equivalent for the Greek, Kyriake, was dies imura dominica. The immediate derivation of this word is in some doubt. It certainly is from dominus, but there is some question whether this word be from domo, to rule, a congener of the Greek delta alpha mu alpha omega, and of our own time, or if it be from domus, a house, a word apparently direct from the Greek delta omicron mu omicron sigma, from delta epsilon mu omega, to build. Another branch from that same root, meaning to rule or govern. Dominicus, the adjective formed from this word, is found in the French term for the Lord's Prayer, Eloraison Dominicale, and it likewise named the Lord's Day, Dies Dominica, Dominica in Italy, Domingo in Spain, Dimanche in France. The first saint, who was probably so called from being born on a Sunday, was San Domenico of the cuirass, a recluse of the Italian Alps, whose mortification consisted in wearing an iron cuirass, which he never took off except to scourge himself. He died in 1024, and a still sterner disciplinarian afterwards bore the same name, that Domenico whom the Pope beheld in a vision upbearing the church as a pillar, and who did his utmost to extirpate the Albigenses, whose name is connected with the foundation of the Inquisition, and whose brotherhood spread wherever Rome's dominion was owned. He is saint for namesakes out of Romanist lands, but in these it occurs, and has an Italian feminine, Dominica, for short, Menica. Perhaps this likewise accounts for the Spanish Mendez and Mencha. This last may, however, be from Monica, the mother of Saint Augustine, whose name has never been accounted for. It may be from some unknown language, but is sometimes supposed to be from Monio, to advise. Monique is rather a favorite with French peasants, and Mancha was Irish, but it has not been as common as it deserves. Irish, French, Italian, Spanish, Domnech Dominique Domnico Domingo Dominic Domnicino Mendez Menico Portuguese, Slavonic, Hungarian, Servian, Domingos Dominic Demokos Dominic Domagoj Mentz Dinko Menzel Dunko. The Slavonians have, however, a name for their Sunday in their own tongue, Nedel, and have formed from it the Nedelko of the Bulgarians, the Nedeljko, Nedin, Nido, and the feminine, Nedaleka and Neda, of the Illyrians. I am aware of no other names from the days of the week, except the Thursday October Christian of Pitcairn's Island, who was probably so called in recollection of the man Friday. All Saints' Day has furnished Spain with Santos, and France, or rather San Domingo, with Toussaint, unless this last be a corruption, or perhaps a pious adaptation of Thorstein, Thor's stone, turned into All Saints. Footnote 93. Grîmr, Church Festivals and Household Words, Butler, Rhys, Welsh Saints, Faxiolati, Michaelis. Part 5. Chapter 1. Sect 1 the Celtic Race. We now pass to a class of names whose associations belong almost entirely to the modern world, yet whose history is far more obscure than that of those on which we have previously dwelt. From the Hebrew, the European family have derived their religion, from the Greek, their ideas, from the Roman, their laws, from the Teuton, their blood and their energy. But from the Celt they have taken little but their fanciful romance. In only one country has the Celt been dominant, and then with a Latinized speech and a Teutonic name testifying to the large modifications that he must have undergone. Among the rugged moors and cliffs which fence Western Europe from the Atlantic waves, he did indeed preserve his freedom, but without amalgamation with other nations. And in lands where he fell under subjection, he was so lost among the conquerors as to be untraceable in language or feature, and with the exception of the Gaul, has bequeathed nothing of his character to the fused race upon his soil. We trace the Hebrew nation with certainty from its majestic source. The Greek shines on us in a dazzling sunrise of brilliant myth, the Roman in a grave, stern dawn of characteristic legend. But of the earlier progress of the wild, impulsive Celt we have but the faintest indications. Much as he loved his forefathers, keen as was his delight in celebrating the glories of his race, oral tradition contented him, and very strong was the pressure from the neighboring nations before his bards recorded anything in writing, even the long genealogies hitherto preserved in each man's accumulated names. The beauty of their legends did indeed recommend them to the general storehouse of European fancy, but though the spirit may be Celtic, the body through which it comes is almost always Teutonic. Section 2. The Celtic languages. The Celtic nations used languages which showed that they came from the Indo-European root and which are still spoken in the provinces where they remain. They have no really ancient literature and were left at the mercy of wild tongues, so that their losses have been very great and the divergence of dialects considerable. The great and distinguishing feature of the entire class is their peculiar inflections, which, among other puzzling features, insert and aspirate after the primary consonant, so as entirely to change its sound, as for instance in an oblique case, more great would become emhor and be pronounced vor, to the eternal confusion of people of other nations, who, however the vowel or the end of a word might alter, always trusted to know it by the main syllable. A large number of guttural sounds distinguished these languages, and some of these were annihilated by the ensuing aspiration. But when spelling began, the corpses of the two internecine letters were still left in the middle of the word, to cumber the writer and puzzle the reader, so that the very enunciation of a written sentence requires a knowledge of grammar. The vowels likewise sometimes change in the body of the word when it becomes plural, and the identification of plurals and of cases with their parent word is so difficult that few persons ever succeed in the study of Celtic, except those who have learnt it from their mothers or nurses, and even they are not always agreed how to write it grammatically. The Celtic splits into two chief branches, so different that Caesar himself remarked that the Gauls and Cimbrians did not use the same language. For the sake of convenience, these two branches are called by philologists the Gaelic and the Cymric. The first is the stock, which has since divided into the Gaelic of the Highlands, the Irish of Ireland, and the Manx of the Little Intermediate Isle. In fact, they are nearly one. Old Gaelic and Old Irish are extremely alike when they can be found written, and though they have since diverged, the general rules continue to be the same. And some of the chief differences may be owing to the fact that while the Highlanders have adopted the Roman alphabet, the native Irish still adhere to the Anglo-Saxon. The Cymric is still spoken in Wales and Brittany, and only died out a century ago in Cornwall. Welsh and Breton agree in so many points that the natives of either country are said to be able to understand one another, though they would be entirely unintelligible to an Irishman or Highlander. Indeed, it may be doubted whether Greek and Latin are not more nearly akin than the two shoots of the Celtic tree. One great difference is that the P of the Cymric always becomes K or C hard in the Gadhailic. Thus plant or children in Wales are the well-known Gaelic clan. Paisc, Easter is Sisk, pen, a head, is con, and the Cornish word penter, the head of the land or promontory, is the same as the Scottish cantir. The Gauls had been completely Romanized in the south before they heard of Christianity. They gave up Greek and Roman idols rather than Druidism when they listened to the gospel. It is thought that the first seeds were sown by St. Paul, and that afterwards the Eastern Church at Ephesus, under St. John, had much communication with them. Britain probably owed her first gleams of light to the imprisonment of Caractacus and his family at Rome. But however this might be, Gaul furnished hosts of martyrs in the persecution, and Britain did her part in testifying to the truth. Many districts long remained unconverted, however, in both countries. St. Martin is said to have completed the conversion of Gaul in the end of the 3rd century, and in Wales, St. Germain still found a host to baptize in the 5th century. Indeed, the predominance of heathen remains over Christian have made antiquaries very doubtful whether Britain could have been by any means universally converted at the time of the fall of the Roman Empire. It had, however, sent forth one great missionary, namely, St. Patrick, from the northern province of Valentia. He found a feeble church in Ireland, but so enlarged its borders and won all hearts, that from his time that island was Christian in name, and filled with such clusters of hermitages and convents as to win its title of the Isle of Saints. This Celtic church, with its Eastern traditions, was the special missionary church of these little heated times. From Ireland, St. Columba went forth to Yonge, whence he and his disciples gradually converted the Picts. And though St. Gregory's mission laid the foundations of the polity of the Anglo-Saxon Church in Britain, there were the Scottish Aidan, the Welsh Chad, and Gallic Birinus doing the work quietly, in which the Roman monks had been less successful. From Ireland again, Saint Columbanus, Saint Gall, and many others set forth to complete the work of conversion in France and Switzerland, and many churches and convents regard as their founders and patrons obscure Irish hermits forgotten in their own country. These have been the chief diffusers of Celtic names, being called after some hereditary native word, which their saintliness was to raise to high honor. Footnote 94. Max Muller, Encyclopaedia Britannica, Villemarqué, Legundex Dictionary, Hanmer, Chronicle Clark, Student's Handbook of Comp. Grammar, Pritchard, Celtic Nations. Footnote 95. Knight Pictorial History, Maseroth, Knight, Celt, Roman and Saxon, Grimm, Deutsche Mythology, Jones, Welsh Sketches, Irish Poems, Montelembert. Section 3, Celtic Nomenclature. The Celts were highly poetical and romantic in their nomenclature. In general, their names were descriptive, many referred to complexion, and many more described either masculine courage or feminine grace and sweetness. But unfortunately, the language is so uncertain, and its commentators are so much at war, that in dealing with these, after the well-criticized ancient tongues, is like passing from firm ground to a quaking bog, and in many cases there is but a choice of conjectures to deal with. The names to be examined are of various kinds. First, the historical ones that have come through Latin writers, terribly disguised, but the owners of them certain to have existed. These are usually more Cymric than Gaelic, and Welsh and Breton writers find explanations for them. A few truly mythological ones will be considered with these and placed according to the order, if order it can be called, assigned to their supposed owners in the pedigree of Brut, in which England used to believe on the word of Geoffrey of Monmouth, and the Welsh on that of their native chronicle of Brut. Then follow a most controverted collection, chiefly of the two Gaelic nations. They were the property of a set of heroes called the Feen, who are the great ancestry of the chiefs of the Scottish race in both islands, and who are said to have performed fabulous exploits at some distant period, which gains some sort of date from the poem representing Ossian, the last survivor of the band, as extremely miserable under the teaching of St. Patrick. The fact was probably that the floating myths of the Gael attached themselves to some real adventurous band, and the date is no more to be depended on than those of Geoffrey of Monmouth. But it gives a point by which to arrange the names, still in great part, surviving both in Ireland and Scotland, though often confused with those imported from other languages. After this follows the cycle of names made popular by the romances of King Arthur's court, which naturally find their place at the time of the fall of the Roman power in England. These, as far as they can be understood or interpreted at all, are Cymric, and some have become tolerably well known throughout Europe. The different classes connected with one or other of these will nearly dispose of all the Celtic names worth notice. The remaining will chiefly belong to the saints, in which Wales, Brittany, and Ireland were particularly prolific. The odd thing is that all the Welsh saints were in some way or other of royal birth, so that the royalty of Wales must have been peculiarly pious. Brittany, likewise, had sundry hermits, and Ireland deserved its title of the Isle of Saints, though, as will be seen, some of them were of a strangely Irish order, and regarded as strong cursing powers. The Gaelic race had the remarkable custom of calling their children the servant, the disciple, or the vaders of the patron saint, and it is not till recent times that the prefixes Giala, Maul, and Caoilich have been entirely dropped, and their traces are often remaining in appellations in Ireland and Scotland. The name was entirely personal, not hereditary, but the pride of ancestry caused the fathers', grandfathers', forefathers' names to the remotest generation to be heaped upon one head, connected in Welsh by Mab, or, as it was contracted, Ap. The Welsh, about the 15th century, found these pedigree names unmanageable in contact with ordinary society, and contented themselves each with one ancestral surname for good. Some incorporated their Ap, as Price, Ap Rees, Pug, or Ap Hugh. Some, in English fashion, adding the possessive S to the end of the father's name, like the hosts of Joneses and Williamses. Others took some favorite name from the roll of ancestry, or called themselves after their estates. In Gaelic, the word Mac, the son, or O, or Ewa, the grandson, connected the person with the ancestor whose name was chosen. The Celtic taste in names was of the grand order, generally in many syllables and lofty in sense and sound, much in the style of the Red Indian. Thus we find Brithamr, the Great Britain, Bathenat, son of the boar, Luan, the fox, Carvilius, friend of power, among the Cymric nations of England and the continent, and in less complimentary style Mandabrath, man of black treason. This man of black treason was, in Britain, Avardwy Braz, also called one of the 3 disgraceful men of Britain. It is said that Caswallon had murdered Avardwy's father, and afterwards set out on what the Triads call one of the 3 unwise armaments, which weakened the force of the country. The cause is romantically described by the Triads to have been that his ladylove Fleur had been carried away by a prince of Gascony to be presented to Julius Caesar. Moreover, the Mabinogion says, he and his 2 friends went as far as Rome to recover her, disguised as shoemakers, whence they are called the 3 bold shoemakers of the Isle of Britain. The aid that he gave the Gauls does, in fact, seem to have attracted the notice of Caesar, and the black treason was Avardwy's invitation to the Romans. He was the father of Erigwyd Vodog, whose second name, derived from victory, was certainly the same as Boadicea, though her deed identifies her with Cardismandua. Caswallon, or Cassivellaunus as the Romans called him, is sometimes explained as Casgwallon, chief of great hatred, sometimes as lord of the Cassi. The Gaels have many grand men's names, but perhaps have used the most poetry in those of their women. Feithfailge, honeysuckle ringlets, Lasserfhinna or Lassarina, flame or blush of the wine, Lasser or flame the same in effect as the Italian Fiamma. Alma Allgood, a real Old Erse name before the Babes of September 1854 were called Alma, after the Crimean River which probably bore a Celtic name. Beebhern, or as Macpherson writes it, Vevena the sweet woman, Essa the nurse, Gelges, white swan, Lewin Macy moon fairness, Ligech pearly. Yet Thirst had her namesake, Ida, Dihter was fear, Dorven, sullen Yulsi, pride, Unkai, contention. All of these, and many besides, have entirely fallen into desuetude, and all the Celtic countries have a practice of adopting names from their neighbors, supposed to answer to their own, but often without the slightest affinity thereto. Thus Amcha, courageous, is supposed to be translated by Ambrose, Annisles is rendered by Stanislaus, Fachna is Festus, Baeth Galech or rashly courageous Boethius. Corruptions must be permitted to our English tongues and throats, which break down at a guttural, so it is no wonder that Dorchadha, or patronymic O Dorchade, should be sometimes turned into Darcy, sometimes Dorsey, and sometimes into Darky, which really translates the word, and sometimes Darcy. But it is rather hard when we have to read Archibald for Gillespie and Edward for Diarmaid. Footnote 96. Villemarquet, O'Donovan, Highland Society's Gaelic Dictionary. Chapter 2. Ancient Celtic Names. Sect 1-on-1, Welsh Mythic Names. Welsh myths we say advisedly, for whether these were really druidical myths or not, they have become so much disguised by Welsh bards, down to Christian times, that there is no knowing what was the original framework. Our concern is with the names connected with these traditions. The primary personages of semi-divine rank in these traditions are Hu Gadarn, or the Mighty, the sun god, and his wife Saradwin. It is believed that the 2 sacred islands of Iona and Mona were both originally Unisquahu, the island of the worship of Hu. Others, however, say that Iona was only Ithon, or Isle of the Waves. The word Hu is not explained, but it has passed into a name in Wales and Brittany. Old French has the name inflected as Hugh, Hughes, Huon, and the feminine Hewitt, and the true anglicized Welsh form is Hu or Hugh, though it is now universally confounded with the Teutonic Hugh, from Hugger thought, with which it may be cognate, and the Welsh patronymic ap who is always spelt pug. The Triads speak of Ead Mawr, or Ead, as father of Prydain, but he may have been either a title of Hu or else the god himself. Ahad is, in fact, in sound and sense, closely related to the Greek alpha iota theta omega, Atho, and our heat is of the same kin. Dr. Mayer thinks this Ead Mawr of the Triads was the forefather from whom the Eadwi mentioned by Caesar were called, and further derives from him Keir Eden, or Dun Eden, Dun Edin, or Edinburgh. Yet, on the other hand, it is a part of our English faith that Aldriki is our Northumbrian Edwinsburg. Ed, Eden, Aod, Edhen were far more popular names than those derived from Hu. Eden is lamented by Aneurin as a British warrior slain among the victims of Hengist's treachery, and 2 Eads reigned, the one in Connaught, the other in Scotland, in 570. and to the latter of these, called by Scottish historians Aden or Edin, they ascribe the foundation of their capital. But it was at that time in the possession of the Angles, and if called after any Aod, it must have been after an earlier one. The Irish Aod is said to have been about to expel the bards, but to have been prevented by the intercession of St. Columb. At one time, Ireland was afflicted with 13 contemporary Aods, and at least 2 so-called reigned in Scotland, Eadfin, or the White, the Ethfin of historians, and Ead, or Eth, the swift-footed. So common was the name among the Irish that 100 Aods and 100 Aidens or Aidens were killed in the Battle of Magrath. The Maceodhas of Ireland were once many in number, and became Machu or Magi, in Scotland Mace, or were sometimes translated into Hewson or Hewson. But the most interesting person so called is known to us as Aidan. He visited Wales and Scotland, became a monk of Iona, and then went forth as a missionary to the north of England. He was the friend of the admirable Oswald, free of hand, king of Dara, who used to interpret his Celtic speech to the Angle population, and his gentle teaching won to the church multitudes whom the harshness of former missionaries had repelled. He is reckoned as first bishop of Lindisfarne, and has left his name to sundry churches of St. Aidan. Eden, or Ethan, was the Irish feminine once distinguished, but now disused. Aidan is still a female name among some Welsh families. Another Irish St. Eden, who was Bishop of Ferns about the year 632, has a most curious variety of namesakes, some from his baptismal name, others from his pet appellation Modog, that is M-Odog, namely Ma-Otdog, my little Aod. This strange custom of prefixing the possessive pronoun first person singular to the proper name of a saint was very general. Maudhog, as it has since become, is still common in Wexford, where the Irish language has disappeared. It is pronounced and written Mogni and is perpetuated in honor of the Saint of Ferns. Madog or Madoc was the usual form in Wales, where it has always been in great favor. Madoc, Prince of Powysland, who died in 1158, in great favor with Henry Roman II. The Latin translation of Aidan, Aidius, or Aidanus has adhered to him in Basse Bretagne, but has there been cut down into Day, Saint Day being the appellation of a village there, the church of which is dedicated to Mogni, is by Irish Protestants often anglicized as Aidan, by the Roman Catholics as Moses. The leek is said to have been used by the Welsh in the worship of Ceridwen, the wife of Hu. Afterwards a story rose that, in one of Cadwallon's battles, his Welshmen marked themselves with leeks from a garden hard by, and the story was later transferred to the Welsh troops of the Black Prince in France. Ced or Ceridwen shows no namesakes, but Buad or Bud, victory furnished for her the epithet of Budug or Budud, and perhaps she is the Boundonica mentioned by Dion Cassius as a Celtic goddess. Probably it was either as a victorious omen, or else in honor of her, that the name of Budug was given to that fierce chieftainess of the Iceni, whose savage vengeance for her wrongs has won for her a very disproportionate fame, as much changed as her name, when we call it Bonjuca, or, more usually, Boadicea. It has not met with much repetition, yet we have heard of a family so patriotic as to contain both Caractacus and Boadicea. Buadhatch was, however, long a man's name in Ireland, and Budhic was one of the early Armorican princes. Gwion, an unlucky dwarf destroyed by Ceridwen, seems to have left his name behind him, whether it be as M. Pitter Chevalier explains it, esprit, sense, or be connected with the Welsh Gwith and Cornish gwg anger. Aneurin mentions a knight named Gwion as having been slain in the Battle of Catreath, and Gwion is a knight of Arthur's court, figuring as Sir Guy among the knights of the Round Table, and furnishing Spenser with his Sir Guyon, the hero of the second Book of Courtesy, in his Faerie Queen. Guy has since been a favorite name, but it has become so entangled with the Latin vitus that it is almost impossible to distinguish the Celtic from the Roman name. It appears to have prevailed in France very early as Guy, Guys, Guyon in the feminine Guiette, and besides the Sicilian infant martyr Vitus, obtained 2 patrons, Saint Guy, the poor man of Anderlecht, a pilgrim to Jerusalem, who died in 1014, and the Italian Saint Guido, abbot of Pomposa in Ferrara, who died in 1042. Both lived long after their name had become so popular that it could not have depended upon them. Queen Matilda, in her Bayeux tapestry, labels as Wido the Count Guy of Ponthieu, who captured Harold on his ill-starred expedition to Normandy, and thus she evidently does not consider him as Vitus. Guy and Guido were both fairly frequent with us, until gunpowder treason gave a sinister association to the sound of Guido Fawkes, and the perpetual celebrations of the 5th of November, with the burning of Guy Fawkes in effigy, have given a meaning to the term of Guy that will probably continue long after the last tar barrel has flamed and the last cracker exploded over his doom. Guido and Guidon were the proper Italian forms, much used in the whole peninsula, and appearing in Ariosto's poem in the person of Guidon Selvaggio, a rustic, uncivilized knight. From the sound, it was long imagined that the names came either from guide or from guidon, a banner or ensign, but there can be no doubt that either the Celtic Guion or the Latin Vitus was their true origin. Section 2. Lear and his daughters. Geoffrey of Monmouth made the 11th of his kings, descended from Brute, to be called Lair and live at Leicester or Leicester on the river Soar, somewhere about the time of the prophet Elisha. He is one of the earliest authorities for the story of Lear and the ungrateful daughters, whom he calls Gonorilla and Regan. He gives the name of Cordilla to the reserved but faithful daughter who could not pay lip service, but redeemed her father's kingdom when he was exiled and misused by her flattering sisters. It was a very remarkable conception of character, even thus barely narrated, without the lovely endowments with which we have since learnt to invest the good daughter. The sequel in Geoffrey's chronicle related that after his kingdom was restored, old Lair died in peace at Leicester, and was buried by Cordilla in a certain vault which she ordered to be made for him under the river Soar at Leicester, and which had been built originally under the ground to the honor of the god Janus. And here all the workmen of the city, upon the anniversary solemnity of that festival, used to begin their yearly labors. He further narrates that Cordilla was dethroned by her nephews and committed suicide in despair. To this story adhered both the old ballad-monger and Spenser, in the history studied by Sir Guyon. But Shakespeare loved his sweet Cordelia too well to stain her with self-murder, and, though omitting all allusion to Christianity, made her in all her ways and actions a true Christian, and never perhaps showed more consummate art than in producing so perfect an effect with a person so chary of her words. Whence did Geoffrey get the story which has produced such fruits? Lear Gen. Ler is the sea. He is also a mythological personage, a god in the elder Irish belief, and father of Manannán, the Erse Neptune. Afterwards, later ballads humanized Lear, and made him the father of Manannán, one of the Tuath de Danann, or early conquerors of Ireland, and lord of the Isle of Man, which is said to be called after him. There is a tradition in Londonderry that his spirit lives in an enchanted castle in the waves of Magaligan, and that his magic ship appears every 7th year. Moreover, the daughters of Manannán, granddaughters of Lear, were called Ain and Aoife, and had a desperate quarrel about their husband's excellence in hunting. Wales, on its side, shows in the Isle of Anglesea a cromlech, called the tomb of Bronwyn, daughter of King Lir or Laris. The tomb was opened in 1813, and an ancient urn, once probably containing ashes, was found there. It seems that a somewhat more substantial Lir lived about the time of the Roman conquest, and was the father of Bronwyn, who married the King of Ireland, was ill-treated by him, and received a box on the ear, which was one of the 3 fatal insults of the Isle of Britain. This lady is very probably the Bronwyn of the cromlech, but the conjecture of the Reverend Edward Davies is that in the story of King Lear we may have the remains of an ancient myth. It is certainly remarkable that the notion of Lir, in connection with turbulent daughters or granddaughters, should be common to both Britain and Ireland. Mr. Davies explains Cordelia to have been originally Credidlid, the token of the overflowing, also called Crerwi, or the token of the egg. Crer is a token, the sacred article on which a man makes oath, whence it came to mean either a relic or a jewel. Credidlid might thus be the jewel of the sea, or the token of the flood. At any rate, Credidlid or Crerwi is a creation of ancient Welsh poetry, once mythical, the daughter of the sea, Lur or Lud, on which Geoffrey seized for his history. Bronwyn or White Bosom is either another daughter of Lur, or else Credidlid under another name, and is supposed to have been the British Proserpine. Both Bronwyn and Crerwi are called Gwr Vorwyn, man-made, or virago, and it does not seem impossible that here we see the origin of Cordelia, Regan, and Goneril, as they have been adapted to English pronunciation, the token of the overflowing, the fair bosom, and the virago. Surely these are the daughters of the ocean, rebellious and peaceful. Dinwen, too, is the white wave, the patroness of lovers, and as we shall find by and by, wave names are remarkably common among the Welsh. Lear is also called Elelwyd, the Grey, or the Extended, a fitting title for the sea, and which has passed on to form Lloyd, so common as a Welsh Christian and surname, and adopted in England as Floyd. Caerdydd has due justice done her in the Mabinogion, where we further learn that she remains with her father till the day of doom, and that in the meantime 2 kings, Gwyn ob Nud and Gwythyr mab Gradion, have a battle for her hand on every May Day. Cordula is set down in Welsh and German calendars on the 22nd of October as one of the 11,000 virgins, her feast following that of Saint Ursula. It may be remembered that Saint Ursula was said to be Cornish, and that her only recorded companion should bear a Cymric name is in favor of some shade of foundation for her story. Cordula is in consequence a German name. Cordula was a princess of Lingen in 1473. And Mitchell and Cordel are 2 children in German household tradition, so constantly falling into mishaps as to have become a proverb for folly. The Germans fancy Cordula is a diminutive of the Latin cor, a heart. Others have wildly made it the feminine of Cordileo, lion heart, and it has been confused with Delia, the epithet of Diana, from Delos, her birthplace. But Caerdydd is certainly its origin, and remembering that in Welsh D is softened and aspirated by being doubled, is not far from it in sound. Cordelia is hereditary in some Irish families, but is chiefly used for love of Shakespeare's heroine of filial love. Bronwyn makes her appearance again in the romance of Sir Tristram under the name of Brengwain, the maid of Ysolt. When the Lady Ysolt was sent from her home in Ireland under the escort of Tristram to be married to King Mark of Cornwall, her mother entrusted a love potion to Brengwain to be given on the wedding night. Unfortunately, a tempest arose on the voyage, and in the consequent exhaustion, sweet Usand the Free asked Brengwain a drink. And Brengwain, bringing the magic cup by mistake, caused the fatal passion between Ysolt and the knight. Even the hound that was there by side, Ecleptidane, who licked up the drops that were spilt of the philter, became attached to the knight and lady with the same magic love. Bronwen or Brengwain has since been in use as a Welsh female Christian name. The names of the granddaughters of the Irish King Lear were Ain and Eadheal, a spark, and their dispute was whose husband was the best hunter. Ain means joy or praise and also fasting. Friday is Dayaina or fasting day in Irish. Ain, the daughter of Iagahal, was looked on as queen of the fairies of South Munster, and her abode was said to be Seanoch Ain or Knockany, the hill of Ain in County Limerick. Ebhin was queen of the fairies in Thomond or North Munster Una, of those in Ormond. Ain continued to be a favorite name in Ireland for many centuries, but in later times it has become the practice to anglicize it as Anna and Hannah, and possibly Anastasia, though this may have come more directly from the Greek. In 705 reigned a Scottish king called Ainpesilach the Good. He is turned by different authors into Aaroncheller, Armkeleth, Amberkelidus, etc., and his right one is either Joyful War, or Agile War, or if with the B, Ferocious War. He was too good for his savage people, and was dethroned at the end of a year, and is usually mentioned by the few historians who name him as Amberkeleth. It is evident, then, that Ain had come to Scotland with other Gaelic names, and it is probable that this is the word that had come forth as Anapple or Annabel in Scotland long before the period of devotion to Saint Anne. In 1158, Annabel Fitz-Duncan, daughter to Duncan, Earl of Moray, carried the name into the Lucy family. Annabella of Strathern appears in 1244. Annapole Drummond was wife to King Robert Roman III of Scotland about 1390, and thenceforth Annapole has been somewhat common in Scotland, while Annabla and Annabella are equally frequent in Ireland, and Annabella is occasionally used in England as Anna made a little finer. Aoife was more generally used than Ain, but most likely is the origin of the Effie of Scotland, now always used as short for Euphemia, though the Highland version of this name is now Erig or Oigrig. In other places, Aoife seems to have been turned into Africa. In the beginning of the 12th century, Africa, daughter of Fergus of Galway, married Olaus the Swarthy, king of Man, and her daughter, Effrica, married Sumold, Thane of Argyll and Lord of the Isles, by whose genealogist she seems to have been translated into Rachel. Africa is still used as a female name in the Isle of Man and in Ireland. Aoife was the wife of Cuchulainn in the Ossianic poetry, and Eivir Allen and Eivir Coma, properly Ibhir Iluin and Ibhir Ceamha, the pleasantly excellent and pleasantly amiable, both appear there. The recognized equivalent for Aoife was, however, Eva, beginning almost from the first Christian times, so that, until I found Aoife in such unquestionably heathen company as Lear and Manannán, I had made up my mind that she was the Gadhalic pronunciation of our first mother. Eva is found in the oldest documents extant in Scotland and high in their genealogies. Eva O'Dwine carried the blood of Diomed to the Anglo-Norman Campbells. Eva of Menteith married one of the first Earls of Lennox, and Alan, the first High Steward of Scotland, married Eve of Tippermuir and made her the ancestress of the Stuarts. About the same time that the Irish Aoife or Eva, for she at least is known to have borne both names, was being wedded to stout Earl Strongbow. Evan or Evan is occasionally found in the House of Kennedy, but Evelyn is by far the most common form of both names in Ireland and has held its ground unchanged. Eibhlin in Irish. To our surprise, however, Aveline or Eveline make their appearance among the Normans long before the marriage of the Earl of Pembroke. Aveline was the name of the sister of Gunnar, the great-grandmother of William the Conqueror, and Aveline or Eveline was so favorite a Norman name that it well suits the Lady of the Guard Doularus in The Betrothed. Avelina de Longocampo, as the name is Latinized in old chronicles, married the last Earl of Lancaster, and was the mother of that heiress Avelina or Eveline, who, though short-lived and childless herself, carried to her husband, Edmund Crouchback, and the sons of his subsequent marriage, the great county of Lancaster, which made the power of the Red Rose formidable. Eveline has never been frequent, but was never entirely forgotten in England. For instance, an Eveline Elstove was baptized in 1539 and was revived as an ornamental name by Miss Burney's Evelina. At present, it is one of those most in vogue, but it ought not to be spelt with a Y, unless it be intended to imitate the surname Evelyn, the old French form of the Latin Avellana, a hazel. It was well that the tree-loving author of the Silva should bear such a surname, and from him and his family, men have frequently been christened by it. But ladies do not follow the old Eveline of song and romance unless they use the true feminine termination. It is curious that several Celtic names should have come to us with the Normans. They may either have been of the set interchanged with the Northmen at some prehistorical time, or old Celtic ones picked up from the Gallic inhabitants of Neustria, or from the Bretons on the border. In the present case, the latter supposition is the most likely, as the Scandinavians do not seem to have used Eveline. It may of course be after all a diminutive of Eve, but the alternate use of the initial A and E seems to contradict this, and identify it with Aoife, daughter of the Irish King Lear. Section 3. Bry. The root brig, meaning force or strength, is found in many branches of the Indo-European tongues. It is considered to be akin to the Sanskrit virja, strength, and is found in the Greek verb betero odatheto mega, britho, to be heavy or to outweigh, and the adjective betero oda alpha rho omicron sigma, brieros, strong. And thus it named the hundred-handed Titan, whom gods called Briareus and men Aegean, and who, in the Titanic revolution, was disposed of either in the Aegean Sea or under Mount Etna. Briennios, the surname of some of the Eastern emperors, must have come from this root. In the Celtic tongues it again appears in Irish as bry or brig, force or valor, and Bryn, height, answering to the Roman virtus, a near connection, as we shall presently see, and the old French word brie, peculiarly expressive of the gay, light Gallic courage, was a now forgotten legacy from the ancient population. Thence came Brynhild, Bren or Bran, or, as the Romans made it, Brennus, a king or chief, well known for the forays on Italy and capture of Rome. Another Brennus was the leader of a division of the great host of Gauls that about BC 279 came out of Pannonia and made a backward rush towards the east. One of their bands settled in Asia Minor and were the parents of the Galatians, but Brennus was less successful. He marched upon Delphi, promising his followers the plunder of the temple, but was totally defeated by the Delphians, and finding his army destroyed and himself severely wounded, put an end to his own life. Next time Bran comes to light, it is altogether in Welsh setting. The triads and the prolific genealogy of Welsh saints are the authorities for the existence of a prince of that name. Bran the Blessed, the son of Lyrledaith and father of Caradog, is, we are told, one of the 3 blessed princes of Britain, having brought home the faith of Christ from Rome, where he had been 7 years as a hostage for his son Caradog, whom the Romans put in prison after being betrayed through the enticement, deceit, and plotting of Cardismandua, or by her Welsh name, Avigwido Fodog, the daughter of Avarwi, who betrayed Caswallon. Her act is called by the Triads one of the 3 secret treasons of Britain. Now Caradog is, without a doubt, the Caractacus of Roman history, and the captivity of his family exactly coincides with the time of St. Paul's first journey to Rome. Moreover, as has been already shown under the head of Aristobulus, there is great reason to consider that Aristobulus, the friend of St. Paul, was the same as the Arwisli, whom the Triads commemorate as among their first missionaries. A farmhouse in Glamorganshire, called Trevrin, House of Bran, is pointed out as the place where Bran used to reside, and it is near Llanilled, which is considered as the oldest church in Britain. Such is the British account of the father of Caradog. The Roman account is that Cunobelinus was king of the Silures and husband of Cardismandua, queen of the Brigantes, and was a prosperous and powerful prince in league with the Romans. Cunobelinus is in like manner a title, though not of man. Cun is, as will be shown in due time, a chief or lord. Bel or Belin was the Celtic god of light and of war, in whose honor British coins were struck in the heathen days of Bran, whose own name the Romans thought they were reading on his coins. Beli also meant war, and more than one king was called from him. Bran the Blessed may thus be our old friend Cymbeline, a name repeated in Cornwall, but from literature, not tradition. Cardismandua or Arigwid is the wicked queen, and Caradog one of the sons. As to Imogen, the real charm of the play, no British lady either accounts for or explains her name. But in German genealogies, we fall upon Imagina of Limburg, in 1400. And there are various other instances of the like, so that Shakespeare may be supposed to have heard of one of them, and adopted her as the heroine of the old story of the deserted and betrayed wife, which he so strangely placed at the court of the last independent British prince. Or Imogen may be a Shakespearean version of Ignoge, daughter of Pandrasus, emperor of Greece and wife of Brutus, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth. In Anne of Brittany's funeral oration, in 1514, her birth was deduced from this last. Caradog's own proper name comes from the same root as the Greek Chialpharo, Oda Sigma Grace, and the Latin Caris, dear. It means beloved and has the Breton form Caradoc. Caer Caradoc in Shropshire retains the name of his camp. He had a worthy namesake in Caradoc Vricfras, or strong-armed, called the Pillar of the Cymry, and one of the 3 battle knights of Britain. Vricfras means the strong arm, but the French trouveurs rendered it brise bras, the wasted arm, and told of an enchanter who fixed a serpent on the knight's arm, from whose torture nothing could relieve him, but that she whom he loved best should undergo it in his stead. His faithful wife offered herself. The serpent was just about to seize on her, when her brother smote off its head with his sword, but her husband thus never recovered the strength of his arm. Others, however, read Vricfras as Furabras, iron arm, and thus, perhaps from some Breton romance, was one of the Hauteville brothers called William Ferabras. Hence, again, did the French and Italian romancers name their fierce Moorish champion Pharaoh, or Ferragus, the same who lost his helmet, and possessed the healing salve, valued by Don Quixote as the balsam of Fierabras. Caradog's wife, Tegan Uvron or Golden Beauty, was mentioned by the Triads as one of the 3 fair ladies and chaste damsels of Arthur's court, possessing 3 precious things, of which she alone was worthy: the mantle, the goblet, and the knife. Later romance and ballad have expanded these into the story of the 3 tests of the faithful wife, and Sir Caradoc and his lady remain among the prime worthies of the Round Table. In the 12th century, a saint named Caradog retired from the world in disgust at the violence shown to him by his master, Rhys, Prince of South Wales, on learning the loss of 2 greyhounds that had been in Caradog's charge. He lived in various hermitages in Wales and left a well in the parish of Haroldstone, called by his name. Moreover, soon after his death, he was said to have suddenly closed his hand, in frustration of the designs of the historian, William of Malmesbury, who wanted to cut off his little finger for a relic. Our insular saints were decidedly of Shakespeare's opinion, and had no desire to have their bones moved or be made relics of. Caradog, Caradoc, and Ciriadoc continue to be used in Wales, Scotland, and Brittany. Cara, friend, was sometimes prefixed to a saint's name by the Christian Gael, as Cara Mitchell, friend of Saint Michael, as the name of his devout client, and thus arose such surnames as Carmichael. This pursuit of Cymbeline and his family has carried us far from Bran the Blessed. Under this, his proper name, he stands forth in Old Welsh romance as the original importer of the Sangreal. One very old and wild version says that King Bran brought from Ireland a magic vessel, given him by a great black man in Ireland, which healed wounds and raised the dead. In the 12th century, the Sangreal had assumed its Christian character, and Bran the Blessed, as the first Christian prince of Britain, was said to have received it from Saint Joseph of Arimathea and guarded it to the end of his life. No wonder, therefore, that Brittany loved and honored his name. Bran was a Pictish prince, killed in 839 in battle with the Danes, and it is highly probable that Saint Birinus, the Celtic apostle of Wessex, was another form of Bran. Brian has been from very old times a favorite Christian name in both Brittany and Ireland, the first no doubt from the Christian honors of the blessed Bran, the second from the source whence he was named. The great glory of Brian in Ireland was in the renowned Brian Boram, king of Leinster, or of the tribute, so called from the tribute, once shaken off by Ulster, but which he reimposed. He defeated the Danes in 25 battles, and finally was slain in the great battle of Clontarf on the Good Friday of 1014. Around that battle has centered a wonderful amount of fine legendary poetry on both sides. Brian or Brian is a very frequent Christian name, but according to the usual lot of its congeners, has an equivalent, i.e. Bernard, chiefly in Ulster, with which it has not the most distant connection. Brian was always a favorite in Brittany, and is very common as a surname with the peasantry there. The Bretons, who joined in the Norman conquest, imported it to England. 2 landholders, so called, are recorded in Domesday Book, and during the 1st century of Norman rule it was far more common than at present, when it is considered as almost exclusively Irish. Some of our older etymologists have been beguiled into deriving it from the French Bryant, noisy. The feminine Brennan is given in German dictionaries, but it, as well as Brennus, are there derived from Old German and explained as protection, which is clearly a mistake. Breoch was a Breton saint. Brezel was once common in Ireland and survives in a few families, but is generally turned into Basil and sometimes to Brazil, in which shape the Manxmen frequently bore it. Brig or strength is the most satisfactory explanation of Brynhild, the daughter of the fire god, and the goddess of wisdom and song, skill and poetry. Cormac, king and bishop of Cashel, explains the word as a fiery dart, but this looks like one of the many late and untrustworthy interpretations of Celtic names. Brighild was always a favorite female name in Ireland, and has become one of the very few Celtic ones of European popularity. This was owing to a maiden who was brought up by a bard, and afterwards became a pupil of St. Patrick, and from a solitary recluse at Kildare, rose to be the head of 500 nuns, and was consulted by the Synod of Bishops. She died in 510, and after her death, a copy of the Gospels was found in her cell, too beautiful to have been written by mortal hand, with mystical pictures in the margin, whose colors and workmanship were, at first blush, dark and unpleasant, but in the view marvelously lively and artificial. It was long kept at Kildare, and a little handbell, such as was much used by the Irish missionaries, and which had belonged to her, and was therefore called Clog Brigd or Bridget's Bell, was exhibited to the devout in both England and Ireland, until it was suppressed by a prohibition from Henry V, perhaps, because it tended to keep up a national spirit. She was one of the patron saints of Ireland, and was regarded with such devotion, both there and in Scotland, that children were baptized as her servants, Maul Brigd Geolabrid, and to the present day, hers is the favorite name in Ireland. St. Bride's churches are common, both in England and Scotland, and the village of Llanafraid, in Wales, records her in her Welsh form of Effraid. Bridewell was once the palace of St. Bride, and after its conversion into a prison, spread its sinister name to other like buildings. The Portuguese believe themselves to possess the head of St. Bridget at Lisbon, and have accordingly more than one Dona Brights among their historical ladies. Sweden has also a Saint Bridget, or rather Brigida, but her name is in her own tongue Bergeljot, shortened to Berglet, and then confounded with the Irish Bridget. It unfortunately means mountain fright or guardian defect, though German antiquaries have twisted both Bridgets into Barat Gifu, bright gift. Be that as it may, the Swedish Brigida was a lady of very high birth, who, in her widowhood, founded an order of Brigitin nuns, somewhere about 1363, made a pilgrimage to Rome, and was greatly revered for her sanctity. She named the very large class of Norwegian, German, and Swedish Bridgets or Berace, who are almost as numerous as the Irish. English, Irish, Scotch, French, Bridget, Brigid, Bride, Brigida, Bride, Biddy, Italian, Portuguese, Swedish, German, Brigida, Brights, Brigida, Brigita, Brigida, Brita, Bega, Esth, Bergliet, Purit, Beret, Lusatian, Lettish, Lith, Lap, Briskia, Brit, Burge, Perkit, Brisha, Bert, Bursk, Pika, Pura, Pick. Section 4. Fear, GWR Ver. The free days of the Celt were fast ending. He fell before Roman discipline, though not without a worthy struggle. In Cisalpine Gaul, Marcellus and Scipio themselves found Britomardus, or Viridomarus, king of the Boii, so worthy an antagonist that Marcellus, having slain him in single fight, dedicated his spolia opima in the temple of Jupiter Feretrius. In Spain, a Lusitanian hunter or shepherd, named Viriathus, carried on a guerrilla warfare with the Roman legions for 14 years. In Gaul, Caesar mentions Virgumarus among his allies the Aeduans, and says that their chief magistrate was termed Vergobretus, and among his enemies, the Unelli and Arverni, he records Viridovix, Vergesilenus, and Vercingetorix. The last chieftain was one of the most gallant men who struggled in vain against the eagles. However, our concern is chiefly with his name. In fact, these vers of Caesar might have been placed in our preceding division, for they are from the same root, bry, or force, and still more resemble the Sanskrit virga, as well as the Latin virtus and ver. Exactly answering to ver, though coming in an independent stream from the same source, the Gaelic man is fear, plural fur, the Cymric is gwr, gen, jur, plural were. Again, valor or virtue is in Welsh gwyeth, and gwr is the adjective for excelling. Thus, there can be no reasonable doubt that the ver or ver of the Latin version of these Celtic heroes was a rendering of the fear of the Gael, or of the gwr of the Cymri, both not infrequent commencements, and the double name of the hero of Cisalpine Gaul, Viridomarus or Britomardus, brings us back to the original root. It may be that Britomardus referred to his great strength. Vergobretus, the magistrate of the Aedui, is explained either as Firco Breath, man who judges, or Warsaifraith, man placed over the laws, or, taking gwr as excelling, and broad as justice, he would be excelling in justice. Viriathus must be referred to fear, man, and perhaps to Aeod fire. Vercingetorix himself may be translated into Fircuin Sidoreg, man who is chief of 100 heads, and his cousin, Vergesilenus, is the man either of the banner or the spear, according as Silenus is referred to Saghian, a banner, or to Salen, a spear. Here, then, are the tokens of kindred between the Gauls of the continent and the Gael of our islands. For fear, the frequent commencement in both Ireland and Scotland, is assuredly the word that Caesar rendered by ver, more correctly both in sense and sound than he knew. Firgus, man deed, from gus, a deed, is the rendering of one of the most national of Gaelic names, though Macpherson makes it Firguth, man of the word. Bold genealogists place Firgus at the head of the line of Scottish kings and make him contemporary with Alexander the Great. Another Fergus was son of Finn, and considered as even a greater bard than his nephew, Oisin. Poems said to be by him are still extant, in one of which he describes his rescue of his brother, Oisin, who had been beguiled into a fairy cave, and there imprisoned, till he discovered himself to his brother by cutting splinters from his spear, and letting them float down the stream that flowed out of the place of his captivity. Firgus, the son of Erc, a Dalriad prince, was in 493 blessed by St. Patrick, and led the great migration of Scots to Alban, together with his brothers Lorn and Eonghus, who each named their own district, while he reigned over the whole region of the Scots, that around Argyll, whither he had transported the Stone of Dominion that sooner or later brought conquest to the race who possessed it. From these Firgus or Fargi in Ireland, Fergus in Scotland, and the feminine Fergusiana still continue in use. Fíorchar is another Scottish form. Furquard is given as Prince of the Scots in Ireland, at some incalculable time, and Fíorchar or Furchar was the King of the Scots just after St. Columba's death. He is Latinized as Furquardus, and this was the name of an Earl of Ross in 1231, and as Farquhar has continued in favor in the Highlands. Feardorcha is the blind man. Fardaroa is an incorrect modernism, and Ferdinand and Frederick the supposed equivalent. GWR or WR is the Cymric form of the same word, and the parallel to Fergus among the Picts was Wrgist or Ergwist, a prince who lived about 800, and whose daughter was called after him, married the Scottish Icha or Fergusiana, and thus led to the union of the two races under her descendant, Kenneth MacAlpin. GWR Tygirn, excelling king, is a Silurian prince of doubtful fame. Through Latinism, we know him as Vortigern. It would seem that when the usurpation of Maximus had involved the Roman Empire in confusion, and left Britain without any legions to defend it against the robber nations round, that he made some attempt at a partial revival of national spirit. But failing this, entered into a treaty with the Anglo-Saxon invaders, and was thought to have betrayed the cause of his country. What these doings were is another matter. We all know the romantic history of Vortigern's letter to Hengist and Horsa, of his visit to the Saxon camp, of Rowena and her cup, of the Isle of Thanet marked out by strips of cowhide, and of the treachery of the Saxons at Stonehenge. There is nothing morally impossible in the story as it was dished up for modern history, and it used to satisfy our ancestors before they had found out that a small king on the Welsh border could hardly have dealt with Thanet, and, moreover, that the Teutonic immigration had been going on for many years past on the eastern coast. As to the cowhide and the massacre, they are said to be old Thuringian traditions, and the Welsh seem to have either invented or preserved the story of the fascinations of Rowena. At any rate, they named her. For alas for Saxon Rowena, there is nothing Teutonic in the word, and the Cymric form Ronwen, white skirt, betrays its origin. Ronwen, or Bradwin, is the name by which she is called in the Gododin, a poem ascribed to the bard Aneurin, and perhaps containing some germs of truth, though its connection with the Stonehenge massacre is hotly disputed. Chapter 3. Names from objects connected with mythology. Sect 1-on-1, Day. The rich imagination of the North could not fail to preserve the Eastern myths of natural appearances and animals with their myths, and these ideas are as usual reflected in the names of the race. In the Edda, Not or Night, the Dark, one of the Jotun, is the wife of Dellinger, the brilliant and beautiful, one of the Aesir, and their son is Dag or Day. Mother and son each have a chariot in which they career round the sky, in pursuit of one another. The horse of Day is Shinfaxi, of shining mane. The horse of night is Hrimfaxi, rime or frost mane. Day had many namesakes, though more often at the end than the beginning of a word. Dago, Tago, or Taho was a Gothic bishop of Zaragoza, whom King Chindaswintha sent to Rome about 640, to bring home a copy of St. Gregory's comment on the Book of Job, which had been dedicated to a king of Spain, one of the Suevi, but had been lost in the eruption of the Arian Goths. The Roman clergy had been equally careless. Pope Theodorus could not lay his hands upon the manuscript, and the search became so tedious that finally Bishop Taho betook himself to prayer, and obtained a special vision of the holy Pope Gregory himself, who directed him to the depository of the manuscript. This same dagger figures in the Landnámabók, and the North has Dagfinn, perhaps once an allusion to the resplendent glory of Odin, but usually translated white as day. Dagulf, or Dolf Daywolf, was no doubt an allusion to the wolf-skull, who hunts the sun daily round the sky, and will eat her up at last. Whence to this day a parhelion is called in Sweden a sun-wolf, Salolf. Eclipses are caused when the wolf gains on the sun, who has no namesakes in Teuton nomenclature, the few that sound like it being from another source, namely, salve or solve, anointing or healing. The feminine ny, though meaning the new moon when standing alone, is only the adjective new and means fresh and fair, so that the northern Dagny is fair as day. The Norse ladies also have Daghaid or Daged, cheerful as day. Dagobert, or bright as day, was that long-haired king who, next to Clovis, impressed the French imagination. He was the employer of the great goldsmith Saint Eloi, and the throne or chair of King Dagobert, ascribed to that great artificer, is still in existence. A successor in the Fainéant times was canonized, and together the two Dagoberts making one have become the theme first of heroic and then of burlesque in France. It was Takaparat in Old German, and there, too, Tagarat or Dagred is to be found, but in general, dag or tak comes at the end of words. Dagmar, the favorite queen of the Danes, whose only fault was lacing her sleeves on a Sunday, is called only by her epithet, Dane's Joy. Her true name was Margaret of Bohemia, and the Danish princess Dagmar, who was christened after her, was on her Russian marriage called Marie. Footnote 121. Blackwell Mallet, Munch Butler Grimm Thierry Michaelis. Section 2, The Wolf. It is for the place that he occupies in the Teutonic imagination, rather than for his own merits, that the wolf stands foremost among the creatures that have supplied Teutonic names. He is also the most universal. Zebe, Lycos, and Lupus have been already mentioned, and the midnight prowler, as the most terrible animal of Europe, held his place in imaginations, whence the lion and tiger faded for want of personal acquaintance. The French have no less than 49 proverbs about wolves, many no doubt remains of the beast epic. Wolves called Jerry and Freki sat on either side of Odin's throne, and devoured his share of the bear's flesh of Valhalla, a banquet he was too ethereal to require. Wolves chased the sun and moon round their daily courses, and a terrible wolf called Mangarmer, or Moongorger, is to devour the moon at the coming of the wolf age, which, in the Völuspá, shadows the last days of the world. Fenris, the wolf of the abyss, is the son of Loki, and though bound by the Aesir at the cost of Tyr's right hand, will finally break loose, destroy Odin himself, and only be rent asunder by Vidr in his resistless shoes. Nevertheless, Ulf, Wulf, Wolf was highly popular as a name root, perhaps more common at the end than the beginning of a word, but often standing alone. It was the diminutive Wulfilla that was the right name of that good bishop, whose Meso-Gothic version of the Gospels goes by his Latinism of Ulfillas. Ulf was 23 times in the land Namabok, and Ulf in every possible form ravaged the coasts of Europe. Wolf was again the hereditary prefix in the House of Bavaria, where the dukes varied between Wolf and Wolfart, till Wolfen became the designation of the family, and a legend was invented to account for it. An ancestress had, it was said, given birth to 12 infants all at once, and in the spirit of the child who, being shown his twin brothers, asked, "Which shall we keep?" sent her maid to dispose of the 11 unnecessary ones in the river. The father met her and asked what she had in her apron. "Only whelps," she answered, but he was not to be thus put off, made an inspection, saved the children's lives, and called them the Wolfen or wolf whelps. The Book of Heroes, however, makes the Wolfings descend from the brave Sir Hildebrand, and be so called from a wolf on their shield granted them by the Emperor Wulfdietrich, in remembrance of an adventure of his own infancy, when he had been carried off by a she-wolf to her den, and remained there unhurt, whence his name of Wulfdietrich. The male line of the Wolfen, however, in time became extinct, and the heiress married one of the Italian house of Este, which adopted the German wolf in the Italianized form of Gelfo, and constantly used it as a name. Thence, when the popes set up Otto d'Este, one of the Wolfen of Bavaria, as anti-emperor in opposition to the house of Hohenstaufen, his partisans were called Welfen, those of the Fredericks, Waiblingen, from the Swabian castle of Waibling. The Italian cities rang with the fierce cries of Gelfo and Zaiblino, for the pope or the emperor, and Europe learnt to identify the Guelph with the cause of the church, the Ghibelline with that of the state, when the origin of the words had long been forgotten. One of the Bavarian Wolfen d'Este became Duke of Brunswick-Luneburg, and from him descended the Hanoverian line of English sovereigns, who in the time of revolution thence were said to be properly surnamed Guelph, or even Whelps, with about as much correctness as when Louis Roman XVI was styled Louis Capet. We had a wolf among our sovereigns in the days of the Heptarchy, in Wulfher, king of Mercia, the same as the northern Ulfar, and German Wulfer, meaning wolf warrior. Also Wulfhilda was a sainted abbess in England, while Ulfhildr colonized Iceland. We had also Wulfrid, Wulfnoth, Wulfstein, better known as St. Wulstan, the admirable bishop of Worcester. These English wolves of ours have a great inclination to lapse into sheep's clothing and become wool, in which form we use them in the harmless surnames of Wulgar, Woolstone, Woolmer, Walsey. Ulfketil, or Ulfgjell, as odd a compound as can well be found, was one of the pirates who invested England, but is a peaceable inhabitant in Domesday, where Ulf swarms as Ulfak, Ulfeg, Ulfert, Ulfiner, Ulfric, just as he does in the Iceland Doomsday as Ulfhedin, Ulfherdjur, Ufliator. In Germany, Wolfgang, perhaps best rendered as Wolf Progress, was a sainted bishop of Ratisbon in the 10th century, whence this strange name flourished, and coming to Goth became prized by all his admirers. There, too, is Wolfram, the Wolfraven, Wolfrad, and Wolfert. Some have translated Ulf or Wolf at the end of a word by help, but this is impossible, as though Hulf is help in German, the F is the property of that language alone. A few of the Danes seem to have learnt to respect the qualities of the magnificent Irish wolfhound, whose qualities are highly praised in the Heimskringla. Then they took to calling themselves Hund, and a son of Sigurd, Earl of Orkney, is called both Hvalp and Hund. The name of Hundolf is, however, supposed to be either hardened from Hun, or else to be from a word meaning booty or plunder, so as to mean the wolf of plunder. Footnote 122. Grimm, Turner, Anglo-Saxons, Blackwell, Mallet, Dictionnaire des Proverbes Francais, Sismondi, Republiques Italiens, Anderson Genealogies, Lappenburn, Anglo-Saxons, Alban Butler, Marriott Jutland Pott. Section 3, Eber the Boar. The boar, whom we found so popular in Roman nomenclature, is equally so among the southern Teutons, among whom the tusky boar was one of the prime beasts of chase. The Romans apparently viewed him and his titles in their domestic aspect, but the Teutons honored the fierce eber of their forests as their highest and most dangerous prey, and gave him a place among their mythology. Freya had a boar with golden bristles, called Gullinborsti, and when the corn waved in the wind, the saying was, Freya's boar is passing by. Epperhelm, an old German name, was thus an appeal to the protection of Freyr. The boar Saramnar was likewise the future feast of the brave in Valhall, daily hunted and eaten, and as often resuscitated for the next day's sport and banquet. Scandinavia lay too far north for his porcine majesty, and the Norsemen had no personal acquaintance with him in their daily life, whatever they might look forward to. And thus Eber, the wild boar, does not figure in their nomenclature, and scarcely among our own insular Saxons, though he is said to have ranged our forests. But turning to the Goths, we fall at once upon Ebrinus, an evident classicalism of Eberwine, not so much the boar's friend as Freyr's friend. Ebermuth, another early Goth, is wild boar's mood or wrath, and in Visigothic Spain we find Eborico, namely Eberic, boar ruler. Frankland produced the formidable compound of Beowulf Eberulf, but its two owners grew up monastic saints in the 6th and 7th centuries and were honored by the French as SS. Evralt, Evrals, Evru, or Evrod. The second of these saints was a native of Normandy and is patron of the Abbey of Fontevraud, the burial place of Henry Roman II, and Richard Coeur de Lion and the noblest nunnery in France. It is difficult, however, to distinguish between the forms of the French Eberulf and the German Eberhard, who was abbot of Einsiedeln in 934. Indeed, it is highly probable that the Norman saint Evralt, though derived from a saint Latinized as Eberulfus, and in German called Erulf, was supposed to be the same as Eberhard, and that this accounts for the English form of Everard, which sprung up from the 4 Everards of the Domesday Roll after the conquest. Eberhard hardly reaches the rank of saint in the Roman calendar, but his exertions in a great famine that ravaged Alsace, Burgundy, and Upper Germany in 942 account for the nationality of his name in all that region. English, Italian, Frisian, German, Everard Everardo, Evart Eberhard, Ewart Eberardo, Evert Ebert, Ebo Ewart Epo French, Dutch, Let, Ebo Evrod Ebo Ebels Everhard Ewarts Ebilo, Evert Ebo Eben Edo Ufo Upo Zapo. The Germans likewise have a feminine from this Borfirm word Eberbardine, contracted into Ebertine or Ebba, and in Frisian, Eb or Jeb. I am afraid these German forms do not certainly account for the Saxon Ebba or Ebe, sister of Saint Oswald and foundress of the famous priory of Coldingham. However, England had one Saint Eberhilda, who was a pupil of Saint Wilfrid and foundress of a monastery called Everidisham, the locality of which cannot be discovered. But the abbess must have left an impression on the ladies of the north, to judge by the frequency of the occurrence of Everilda, which, with the contractions of Avarilla and Averil, is not yet extinct. Offa, the Low German legendary hero, is very probably called by a contraction of the wild boar. His name is repeated by the king of Mercia, who seems to have borrowed somewhat of the legend in his story, and Offa was not extinct even in Doomsday. Ebermund, a Neustrian Frank of Mirwang days, was founder of Fontenoy Abbey, and was honored as Saint Evraymond, whence the territorial surname familiar to readers of French memoirs. Saint Ever, who is frankly Latinized into Sanctus Aper, was the 7th bishop of Towel, where the register of bishops presents a curious succession of wild beasts, and some of the Ebos and Afos of Germany may be his rightful property, though they are now all turned over to the charitable Eberhard of Einsidlen. Eberbear, or Boarbear, seems to have been a German invention. Section 4. The Bear. The bear does not enter into the legends of the Edda, but he enjoyed immense regard in the north, and was looked on as a sort of ancestor, to whom, when he was killed, polite apologies were always made, and who is still called by the pet name of the wise man rather than by his own proper term. Even in France, he was mysteriously alluded to as Le Vieux le Grand Pierre, and probably the Swiss veneration for the bears of Bern partly originated in the general devotion to the deliberate and almost human-looking plantigrade. The Anglo-Saxons made Beorn the great-grandson of Wihwatan and the ancestor of the kings of Beornland. In Latin Bernicia, or Beornia, afterwards the earldom that gave title to Richard, son of William I. Legend, again, declared that the stout old Earl Siward Bjorn was actually the offspring of a bear, and that the ears of his parent might have been found concealed beneath his matted locks. Norway and Iceland are, as in duty bound, the land of bears, but the Pyrenees had their share likewise. And if the north has Bjornulf, the same bear-wolf reigned over Gothic Spain in the form of Vernulfo. And in the Asturias and Navarre, the bear's mood was dreaded as Bermudo or Vermudo, and his protecting hand sought as Veramundo. In the Pyrenees, too, flourished the bear spear, the same with the northern Bjornger, though southern tongues made Berenger and Berengario, in which forms it was owned by many a mountain king of Navarre and count of Roussillon, Barcelona, or Toulouse. There, too, it formed the feminine Berengella, and this, as princesses' names always do, traveled farther. For Berengella was queen of Castile and mother of Saint Fernando. Another Berengella, or Beranger, as French tongues called her, is familiar to us under that most incorrect historical title of Berengaria, the bride of Richard Coeur de Lion. Another Berengella, who from Portugal married the king of Denmark, so misconducted herself that Bjorngard or Berngard, the Danish version of her name, stands for an abandoned woman. Bjorn of the Fiery Eyes was appropriately named by Fouquet, for the Landnámabók shows 42 Bjorns, and the name is still common in Norway and Iceland, where also are found still, as man's names, Bersi and Bess, also titles of the bear, and Bara by way of feminine. Bjornhiden is also northern, and there are numerous varieties of compounds, one of them rather of late date being Bjornstern, bear star, probably in reference to the pole star. One of the present authors in Norway bears the fierce name of Bjornstjerne Bjornson. The most famous of all the bears is, however, of frank growth. Some have tried to resolve it into Bernhard, child-hearted, but though Barn is of most ancient lineage, found even in Ulfilas's Gospels, all analogy is against the interpretation, and there can be no doubt that when the first historical Bernhard was named, his parents would much have preferred his having the resolution of a bear rather than the heart of a child. That first was an uncle of Charlemagne, and from him it was that the mountain, erst of Jupiter, was termed of Bernard, even before a second Bernard, surnamed de Menthon, fled from his home for love of a monastic life, and erected his noble hospice for the reception of travelers. Then came further glory to the name through the Cistercian monk, whose pure character was revered by all in the 13th century, until his became a universal name throughout Europe, in Ireland absorbing the native Brian. In Spain, too, Bernardo del Carpio is a great legendary champion, nephew to King Alfonso Roman II. Of Leon, and who, in the Battle of Roncesvalles, was said to have squeezed Roland the Paladin to death in his arms. Bernal Diaz is the simple-hearted chronicler of Cortes. English, French, Italian, Spanish, Bernardo, Barnard, Bernardino, Bernal, Portuguese, Wallatian, German, Dutch, Bernaldo, Bernardu, Bernhard, Bernhardt, Bernedim, Berend, Benobarnt, Frisian, Lusatian, Lettish, Esth, Bernat, Barents, Piero, Burns, parent, Slovak, Hungarian, Bernardek, Bernat. It has the German feminine Bernhardine. The Irish Brian adopts Bernard as his English synonym. Other less celebrated German forms are Bernwald, the French Beralt, and Italian Bernaldo. Berwart, abbot of Hildesheim, Bernklo, the Bavarian bear's claw, Berner, and many others where Bern or Pernens the word. Barend, Bernt, Bayer, Bering, all are surnames from the bear in Germany, and the last very appropriately named Bering Straits. It is the same that came to England as Bering. Footnote 123. Munch Lappenberg, Pot, Michaelis, Butler. Section 5, The Horse. No sacred animal was in more request than the horse. The gods had their wonderful horses. Sleipnir, the slider, was the 8-footed steed of Odin. Gullfaxi, or gold mane, belonged to the giant Hrimgrim, and the shining-maned and hoary-maned coursers of day and night have been already mentioned. The eastern origin of the Teutons was never more shown than by their homage to horses. Beautiful and choice white steeds were reserved for the gods, drawing the wagons that conveyed the images, when the army went out to battle or a colony migrated, and omens were derived from their neighings when alive, and from their heads when killed in sacrifice. Great sacrifices of horses were made on solemn occasions, and feasts were made upon their flesh as a religious rite, so that the abstaining from horseflesh became absolutely a test of Christianity. The horse was the national emblem of the Saxons, and Hengist and Horsa are both Old Teuton names for the animal, the first surviving in the German Hengst and Northern Hest, the last in our ordinary word horse, while the High German Atros has fallen into the modern Ross. White horses cut out in the chalky hillsides of southern England from time immemorial attest the antiquity of the symbol still claimed by the county of Kent and by the Anglian continental kingdom of Hanover. In the old poem of Beowulf, however, Hengist is a Dane invading and oppressing Finn of Friesland and afterwards slain. It is possible, then, that Hengist may after all be a mere mythic name erected into an ancestor by the Kentish monarchs. Some have tried to derive atros from horen, to hear or obey, in honor of the noble creature's obedience, but it is in fact only another form of the Ashva of India, to which letter 1F35 pi omicron sigma, equus, and the Celtic each have been traced. And it is curious to find that Brittany preserves the word ronce, as does Spain ronzin, the term that Don Quixote magnified into the magnificent designation of Rocinante. The nation that sat round their cauldrons and feasted solemnly on horseflesh might well call their sons Roskatile or Roskjel. 3 are to be found in the land Namabak, and Roskil is not extinct in Denmark. The agreeable title of Hrossbjørn, or horsebear, is there to be found likewise, and Saxo Grammaticus dignifies as Rostiophus, a gentleman who was properly called by the term of Hrosthiof, or horse thief. Hrossbert formed into Rosbert, Hroshelm into Rosolm, Hrosmod into Rosmund, Hroswold or Horsebower into Roswell, who was the hero of a Scottish poem called Roswell and Lillian. He is the disinherited heir of Naples, and after a series of troubles, fights his way back to honor and the hand of Lillian, the fair princess of Bealn. The feminines Hrosmund, Hroswith, Hroshild, Hrosa have by general consent been changed from horses to roses, giving up the old idea of the Valkyr on her tall, shadowy horse, weaving her web of victory, and have been treated of under the head of Latin flowers. Hengst seems to have been used for the male, horse for the female, but Jor in the north, Ehu in Old German, Avis in Gothic meant both horse and mare. And this Jor, or sometimes only the Jo, is not uncommon in Norse names, as Joger, Joffred, Jogrim, Jostein, or flower of chivalry, Johar or Jor, horse warrior, Jokdil or Jokul. The women were Jorah, Jodis, Joffred, Joraid, Jorana, all, be it remembered, being pronounced as with a Y. Afterwards Justin devoured Jostein, and George probably consumed some of the others. Indeed, some of the early specimens of Jordan among the Normans probably accommodated their names to the river in their crusading fervor. But En Revanche, the great Gothic historian Jornans, is supposed to have been so called by corruption from his state name of Jordans. Jorund, which looks very like one of this race, is referable to another source. Probably in honor of Thor's he-goats, we find the goat figuring in names as Jætwold, Ysolt, and the wife of Robert Guiscard, Sichelgata. Footnote 124. Grimm, Munter, Munch, Dasent, Cambro Britain, Blackwell, Mallet, Weber and Jamison, Northern Romance, Sturleson, Heimskringla, Kemble, Beowulf, Ellis, Specimens of Early English Poetry, Pot, Person and Named. Section 10, Feidlim and C. Feidlim was a very early Irish name, meaning the ever-good, and Feidlim Reachmr, or the lawgiver, gained himself high reputation early in the 2nd century, from which time Feidlim flourished in Ireland as Felimy or Felim, until a fashion arose of spelling it like a Greek word Felim, and then one Sir Felim O'Neill, who was deeply implicated in the Great Popish Massacre of 1641, changed his name to Felix. He was seized by the English army and condemned, but was offered his life by Cromwell if he would inculpate King Charles, and on his gallant refusal, was executed. His new name caused the Irish poet M.G. to exclaim, "Why when that hero age you deify, why do you pass in Felix Felix by?" A later Felim O'Neill in the last century, who made the same change, and called himself Felix Neil, was indignantly addressed in a Latin epigram. "Poor paltry skulker from thy noble race, in Felix Felix, blush for thy disgrace." Felim once had a feminine Feidlimi, now either forgotten or transmuted into Felicia. Tadg is translated a poet, and was always a favorite in Ireland, where it has degenerated into Teague, Tage, or Thady, and then has been translated into Timothy, Thaddeus, Theodore, Theodosius, according to the fancy of the owner, though Tim is perhaps the most usual. Matthew is in like manner the Anglicism of Mathcamhain, pronounced Mahoon or man, and meaning a bear. Here again we meet with that universal Amal, as in the Roman Emile and Teutonic Amaler, and probably like them originally meaning work, though the direct meaning of Amuel in Gaelic is now a hindrance, possibly as increasing labor. Amalgate was a good deal in use in the elder times. The 7 sons of Amalgith are said by Nennius to have been baptized by St. Patrick, and the race formed a sept called the Ui Amalgade, who left their designation to the barony of Tir Alle in Ireland, while their Scottish cousins became the memorable clan Macaulay, the sons of Labour. Alle is the genuine Anglicism, not entirely disused in Scotland. But in Ireland, intercourse with the Danish conquerors led to the substitution of Amlade, as the Erse spelt the Danish Anlaf, ancestors' relic, the same name as Olaf, and now this is likewise called Ollie. Footnote 100. O'Donovan, Macpherson, Nennius, Munch, Highland Society's Dictionary. Section 11, Names of Majesty. Foremost among these names of greatness must stand Tighirn, a king, a word of most ancient lineage, recurring in the Greek Tyrannos. Tigirnach was an Irish saint who flourished at the end of the 5th century, and whose dish is still preserved at Rappa Castle, in Turolly, by the name of Muir Tigirnan, or the dish of Saint Tiernan. Tigirnach became common among Irish princes and even appears in English history when Tigirnach O'Rourke was robbed of his wife. It was long in dying out among the Erse population and remains as a surname in the form of Tierney. Tigern was also used by the Cymry. Vortigern, as has already been shown, was Gwr Tigern, the excelling king, and his far braver and better son was Kentigern, head chief, whence he is sometimes called Catigern in modern Welsh, Sindain. Kentigern in the north, Sindain in Wales, was the name of an early Pictish saint who recalled his countrymen from Pelagianism, and is regarded as the apostle and patron of Glasgow. Persecution obliged him to take refuge in Wales, where he founded the Church of Llandwai, being guided, as saith the legend, to the spot by a milk-white boar, which ran before him, and on arriving at the spot began to stamp and root up the ground with his tusks. Returning to Glasgow, the saint then sent missionaries to Iceland, who no doubt were the teachers of the few inhabitants whose descendants were long after found there by the Norse settlers, and called by them Papa, from the title of their priests, a title still lingering in many a bay and islet of the Hebrides, attesting that there the Culdee clergy had been owned as the fathers of their flocks. After a custom that does not seem to have been uncommon among the Celtic saints, Kentigern used every night to sing through the whole book of Psalms, standing up to his neck in water. He obtained for himself the epithet Mwingu or Munghu, the amiable, by which he is best known in his own city, and which has named both it and a large number of the inhabitants and of his other countrymen, one of whom, namely Mungo Park, has made it memorable. Wales had a feminine Saint Kentigern, perhaps named after him, perhaps derived from the Irish Caintigern or Fair Lady. Cén, head, the first syllable of the saint's name, is found in all the Celtic tongues, forming many geographical terms, generally in the form of can or ken. Either this or Sion, vast, was the Irish name Sion or Keen, hereditary in the O'Hara family, but often supposed to be short for Cornelius. So common was it once that 50 Sions were killed in the Battle of Mog Rath. Tuathal, lordly, turned into Tool and O'Toole are his descendants, and the feminine Tuathflaith is entirely lost. The ladies had several of these majestic names: Eulach the Proud, Sodomina, good lady, which must have had a Latin origin, Dunflaith, lady of the fort, besides more, which the Scots are pleased to translate by Sarah, and the Irish by Mary and Martha, though it really means a large woman. Morrig had been the goddess of battle among the Tuath de Danann. Martha, Maud, and Mabel are employed to distinguish Mead, Meave, or Mab, one of the very oldest and most famous of Irish names. It would be most satisfactory to take it from Meadhail, joy, but this is far from cert, and it may come from an old comparative of more, great. But mirth is analogous with the meaning of Ain, the other fairy queen, and Mir or Mary has furnished another Irish name, namely, the masculine Meaghar or Mira. Mead was the daughter of Eachade Freidlich, king of Erin, as it is said, AM 3922, and was so brilliant a heroine of Irish romance that Congal Clean bids the men of Connaught, her husband's kingdom, to remember Meave in the battle. Afterwards, like other favorite Irish heroines, she became Queen of the Fairies, and some of the Irish settlers must have carried tidings of her to England, when Shakespeare, Drayton, and Ben Jonson made Queen Mab our own peculiar possession, if knowing how to make the best use of her establishes a claim. Meave, or Mab, has not entirely lost ground among the Irish peasantry, though generally it has an equivalent. Twardle Vach, tall as a tower, or, more properly, tower-like, must have been taken from those riddles of Ireland, the mysterious towers, scattered throughout the island, and generally supposed to have been erected in the earliest period of Christian art, if art it may be called. Twardle Vach was king of Connaught at the time that Dermot Emmaro carried off de Vorgel, and as supreme king of Ireland he punished the offender. Nor was it till after his death that the invitation to Earl Strongbow was given. In English history, he is usually called Turlo, the later form of the name, which is still in some use, though more often turned into Terence, which has been oddly borrowed from the Latin dramatist to translate the tall Irishman. Sealb, cattle or possessions, for in Gaelic they are the same, just like pecus and pecunia, v and fee, cattle and chattels, is the origin of Sealbhatch, pronounced Selvach, owned by 2 kings of the Scots, and of the feminine Sealbhaflaith, lady of possessions, now become Sally. Footnote 101. Diefenbach, O'Donovan, Davies, Jones, Welsh Sketches, Rees, Welsh Saints. Section 12, Devotional Names. The early Gaedhalic Christians were too reverent to call themselves by the same name as the objects of their devotion, whether divine or human. They were the servants, or at most the friends, of those to whom they thus looked up. They used in this manner the prefixes seal, the companion or vassal, seer, the friend, cailleach, the handmaid, and far more frequently gialla and maul. Gialla is the very same word as the Scottish vernacular gilly, a servant, and in Ireland, the gialla ichade, or horse servant, resulted in the term gallowglass, which is so constantly used in English narratives of Irish wars. The primary meaning of maul, or male, is bald. Thus it came to mean one who has received the tonsure, or a student of theology, and was given in the sense of a disciple. Cailleach originally meant a devotee, one living in a cell, and was once perhaps a druidess, but she afterwards was a female disciple, or nun, and finally in Scotland has become only an old woman. It will be endless work to go through all the list of servants and disciples, and yet some of these present some of the most whimsical facts in the history of names. Gilla is sometimes used alone, and not only in the 2 Gaelic languages, for we have it Latinized as Gildas, the doleful Welsh historian who rates all the contemporary princes so soundly. Culdi, the term for the first missionaries of Scotland, is also explained as Geolida. This was in use with Sealichte, the handmaid of God, but are both now extinct, but not so either the servant or disciple of Jesus. Geala Iosa was used in both countries, but sank in Scotland into the homely surname of Gillies, whilst in Ireland it was wildly transformed, in the person of the primate of Armagh, at the time of the conquest, into the Greek Gelasius, laughter. A curious specimen of the consequences of supposing that Greek must be better than their natural tongue. Mal Ioso grew into the Scottish Christian name of Malise, by which we know the Earl of Strathern at the Battle of the Standard, and again, the bearer of the fiery cross in the Lady of the Lake. Nor has it ever become disused in the Highlands. Geala Christ was a Christian name in many Scottish families of the old Celtic blood. In 1174, one Gilchrist was Earl of Angus, and another Earl of Mar. It has not, even to the present day, fallen into disuse at baptism, and is a not uncommon surname. This may perhaps have been the origin of some of the Christians, and others may once have been Sealige Christ. The archangel Saint Michael was the subject of much devotion. Cara Michael has now become Carmichael, but Gillimichael was more common and turned into Gilmichael. The influence of the great Celtic mission at Lindisfarne on the north of England is visible as late as the Norman conquest, for Domesday Book shows 4 northern proprietors, called respectively Gilmisel, Gillander, Gillipeder, and Gilbrid. Votaries of the 12 apostles are not, however, very common. Ireland shows Sealpeder and also male Ian, but what is remarkable, it is no servant, male or female, to the Blessed Virgin. In Scotland only was there Gilmary and Gilmer, both masculine and now surnames. Malmhuire was the daughter of King Kenneth Emalpin of Scotland, and marrying into Ireland was the mother of many kings. Some persons were servants of all the saints collectively, as Gialananeam, very frequent in Irish genealogies. In the Highlands it becomes Gil Neome, and thence has occasioned the modern surnames Niven and Macniven. They are, probably, all connected with the Welsh nen, sky. This word, in Cymric, leads us to the name of Ninius, Prince of Cumberland, who there established Christianity, and of Nennius the British historian, though these are too much disguised by the Latin to be easily recognized. Saint Nini, the Pious, was one of the 12 apostles of Ireland, and left a handbell, which is still preserved in the county of Fermanagh. Another bell, kept as a tenure of land, is still extant in Galloway, and is said to have belonged to Saint Ninian, who is called by the Irish, Ringan, a prince of Cumbrian birth, who became a monk, in 412 built the first stone church between the Forth and Clyde, earned the title of Apostle of the Picts, and died in 432, leaving Ninian and Ringan both to be Christian names in Scotland. The great object of Celtic veneration was, however, Saint Patrick. Nobody ventured to be Patrick alone, but many were Geala Fadraig or male Fadraig, and the descendants were Mag Geala Fadraig, whence arises the surname Fitzpatrick, translating the Mac and omitting the Gilly. Others, again, were Kilpatrick. But it is not easy to tell whether this Kil is the contraction of Gilly or territorial from the cell or church of St. Patrick. The first syllable of Kispatrick or Gospatrick, the Christian name of the Earls of Northumberland in the 10th and 11th centuries, is less easily explained. But I believe, on Mr. Lower's authority, it is the Gossoon, the boy of St. Patrick. St. Patrick's pupil, Bridget, had her votaries in large numbers, Geala Brigd, Gilbrid, Mailbury, all now lost but for the occasional surnames of MacBride and Kilbride, which last is sometimes the Church of Bride. Possibly, too, the Scottish Gilbert may have been taken up as an equivalent to Gilbrid. The great Saint Columba, who established the center of his civilizing and Christianizing efforts at Yonge, had many a grateful disciple, as Gillicolum or Mailcolum. The latter form rose to the throne of Scotland in 936, when the father, who had thus dedicated his son to the missionary saint, retired into a convent. The second Malcolm was the persecutor of Lady Macbeth's family. The third was Duncan's grandson, he of the great head, who, by the help of his sweet wife, Saint Margaret, was the first to lift Scotland out of her barbarism, and begin that assimilation with the English which was in full progress at the time of the death of his great-grandson, Malcolm the Maiden, and perhaps was the reason why no more kings were called by this Celtic name, so puzzling to Latinizers that in utter oblivion of Saint Columb. They call it Milcolumbus. However, the people of Scotland have kept it up, and in 1385, Sir Malcolm Drummond received 400 francs from France and is designated in the conveyance as Matorm Dramod. Callum is considered in the Highlands as the form of Malcolm, and Cailín of Colin. Probably Kilian, one of the Celtic missionary saints, popular in Germany, is another pronunciation of the word. Secundinus was another pupil of St. Patrick, whom the Irish first made into Seachnall, and then termed their children male Seachlain as his pupils. The great Irish king, Malachy with the collar of gold, was thus rendered to suit the weak Saxon capacity. Caoimh Coimlighin and Gilla Coimgin are the votaries of St. Kevin, a very unpromising object of hero worship, if we were to believe the legend with which Moore and other moderns have quite gratuitously favored Glendalough. Coimgin itself means fair offspring. Gialachileg was common in honor of Sealech, a very local saint of royal birth who was educated by St. Kieran. On his father's death, he was about to ascend the throne when his tutor interfered, probably considering this an infraction of his vows, and on his persisting, laid him under a curse, after the usual fashion of Irish saints. He lost his kingdom and became a bishop, but resigned his see for fear of his enemies, and retired to a hermitage on Loch Con, where, however, he was murdered by 4 ecclesiastical students, whose names all began with Maul. His corpse was hidden in a tree, where for once it did not show the incorruptibility supposed to be the property of sanctity. The murderers were all put to death on an eminence, called from them Ardnamaul, or Hill of the Shavelings, and his admirers have resulted in the surname O'Killykelly, or, for short, Kelly. Scotland had several instances of bishop's servant, Gillispick in Scotland, or in Northern Ireland, Giala Eastbuig, the Celtic form of episcopus. Gillispich Campbell, already Scoticized enough to have been christened by this Gaelic term, married Eof O'Duin, the daughter of the line of Diarmid. And thenceforth Gillispick, or Gillespie, was the hereditary Christian name in the family, till in the 12th century his 4th descendant called himself Archibald, and thenceforth the heads of the House of Campbell have been Archibald to the Lowlands, to their own clan, Gillispick. It is a curious fact that Gillespie Grumach and his son, the 2 covenanting Argylls, should thus have proclaimed themselves Bishops Gillies. Gillespie has become a frequent surname in Scotland. Maelgun, or Maelgwas, was his successor in Powys and Gwynd, and is desperately abused by the indignant Gildas for all manner of crimes, while even Taliesin, who praises his beauty, rebukes his licentiousness. 3 centuries later, a bard alleges that he hid himself in a wood, waylaid and carried off the wife of King Arthur. In the 12th century, Caradoc, abbot of Llancarvan, adds that Arthur besieged him in his castle, and had challenged him to single combat, when the sage Gildas and the abbot of Glastonbury interposed and obtained the lady's restoration. Walter of Oxford adds that this Maelgun reigned after King Arthur, and finally died of terror in a convent, having seen the yellow spectre, namely the plague, through the chinks of the church door. Dr. Owen Pugh further tells us that Jachin the Green on May Day was once a pageant representing Melva, or Melvas, king of the country now called Somersetshire, disguised in green boughs, as he lay in ambush to steal King Arthur's wife as she went out hunting. Maelwas, a servant boy, was translated into Old Romance French as the former, by the word Ansel or Ancelot, otherwise El Ancelot. Villemarquet quotes a mention of the fable Ancelot at Trystan, from the Romance of Augier, to show that in earlier days Mael or Ancelot was mentioned without the article, which has since become incorporated with it, so that Lancelot has grown to be the accepted name, and so universally supposed to mean a lance that the Welsh themselves, re-importing his history, called him Palader, a shivered lance. Ancelot and Ancelin were certainly early chivalrous names, the latter perhaps confused with the Ansir or Aesir of the Teutons. Ancillay and Ancelote are feminine names in the Register of Cambrai, of the dates of 1169 and 1304. And as there most of the feminines are changed from those of men, it is evident that Ansel and Ancelot must once have existed there, either named from the hero of romance or translated from some Walloon male. And thence no doubt the Acellin of our old Norman barons, and the Atzelina Fossard, mentioned in a curious old tract on female names as having lived in the north of England. It is curious that even romance does not profess that Launcelot was the true name of the knight, thus formed from the Cambrian chieftain, though Galahad is there said to have been his proper name, afterwards given to his worthier son. Launcelot was bestowed on him by Vivian, the Lady of the Lake, who stole him in infancy from his father, King Ban, and brought him up under her crystal waves till he was 18, when, as Sir Lancelot du Lac, he appeared at King Arthur's court and became the principal figure there, foremost in every feat of chivalry, the flower of knighthood. But in the noble severity of the English romance, he was withheld from counsels of perfection by his guilty love for Guinevere, and lying spellbound in a dull trance when the holy vision of the Sangreal passed by. Finally, he broke with King Arthur, and opened the way to Mordred's fatal rebellion by his defection, too late repenting, and after Arthur's fall becoming a hermit and a penitent. His story was told with deep warning in England, but in Italy it was Lancelotto that Francesca di Rimini looked back to as the tale that had been the spark to awaken fatal passion. He has ever since been regarded as the type of penitence for misdirected love and chivalrous prowess, and in consequence Lancelot, and its contraction lance, have never been entirely out of use in England, though not universal. Chapter 4. Heroic Names of the Nibelung. Sect 1-on-1, the Nibelung. As the Greeks believed in the exploits of semi-divine heroes, a sort of borderers between Olympus and the human race, so the Teutonic race had its grand universal legends of beings rising above human nature, and often embodying beliefs that once had attached to the gods themselves. The great Teutonic legend, holding the same place as the deeds of Hercules, Theseus, and the Argonauts did in Greece or those of Fionn with the Gael, is the story of the Nibelung. How old it may be is past computation, but it was apparently common to the whole Gothic race, since names connected with it come from Spain, Lombardy, and France. Fragments of the story are traceable in England and the Faroe Islands, and the whole is told at length in Germany, Norway, and Denmark. Each of these three latter countries claim vehemently to have originated the romance, but there is little doubt that it was one of the original imaginations of the entire race, and that each division molded the framework their own way, though with a general likeness. Names of historical personages, probably called from its heroes, have led many to suppose it exaggerated history. But each attempt to fit it onto a real person has resulted in confusion, and led to the perception that the actors are really mythical, and the localities, which chiefly lie in Burgundian Germany, were only connected with it by that general law which always finds a home for every heroic adventure. The tale is begun by the Norwegian Volsunga saga, and about halfway through, it is taken up by the Danish Volkina and Niflung saga, and by the German Nibelungenlied, and it is finished by numerous Danish ballads and German tales, songs, and poems, with the sort of inconsistencies always to be found in popular versions of ancient myths, but with the same main incidents. Niflheim, the supposed abode of these heroes, is interpreted to be Nebelwelt, the world of mist or cloudland, and there can be little doubt that the heroes said to be descended from the mythic Vili, Vidga, and Velent are, in fact, fallen deities. Germany, however, turned Niflheim into the Netherlands and placed the realm of Brynhild in Iceland, and the scene of Aldrian's and Gunther's court at Worms, the center of the Burgundians. It is highly probable that the story is another form of the original myth, with the same idea, carried through, of the early death of the glorious victor and of the revenge for his death, but only through a universal slaughter in which all perish. But the whole has become humanized, and the actors are men and not deities, and thus the allegory is far less traceable. The story, as it begins in the Volsunga saga, relates that there were three brothers, Fafnir, Regin, and Oddvar or Otter, whose name is from the same source as Og, so that he may be another form of Ogier, transforming himself into the beast that bears his name. For the convenience of catching himself a fish dinner, Otter was killed, in this shape, by Loki. The father and the other brothers insisted that, by way of compensation, in the Teutonic fashion, Loki should fill the dead otter's skin with treasure, which he accomplished, but laid the treasure under the curse, that it should do no good to its owner. Accordingly, the amount excited the avarice of Fafnir, and after murdering his father, he transformed himself into a dragon and kept watch over the treasure, to prevent Regin from obtaining it. Footnote 129. Letzum, Nibelung, Weber and Jamison, Koper, Howitt, Northern Romance, Grimm, Deutsche Heldensigen. Section 2, Sigurd. Sig or Siga means, in all Teutonic tongues, conquest, and the victor seems to have been a very old epithet for the divinity. St. Augustine speaks of a Gothic exclamation Sihora Armen, which he translates as Capo Epsilon Rho Oda Epsilon letter 1F10 Lambda Epsilon Eta Sigma Omicron U, and the first word of which evidently answers to Siegmund's epithets for the Almighty, Sigorafria, Sigorugod, Sigorasaning. Odin was called Sigfidir, or conquering father, and this accounts for the later notion that the adventurer was called Sig, and assumed the divine appellation of Odin. Thence the victorious god, conquering the serpent, yet afterwards dying, whether he were originally meant for Odin himself, or for another form of Baldur, sank into a human serpent slayer, bearing the name of victory. Sigurd, perhaps originally, but varied into Sigifrit, Siegfried, and Sigurd. The main points in Siegfried's story are that he was the son of Siegmund the Volsung and of Queen Sieglind. Born, according to the Book of Heroes, under the same circumstances as Perdita in the Winter's Tale, put, by way of cradle, into a drinking glass and accidentally thrown into the river, where he was picked up by the smith Mimir and educated by him. In the Book of Heroes, he is so strong that he caught the lions in the woods and hung them over his castle wall by their tails. Regin incited him to fight with and slay the dragon, Fafnir, and obtain the treasure, including the Tarncap of invisibility. Also, on roasting and eating the heart of Fafnir, he became able to understand the language of the birds. And by a bath in the blood, he was made invulnerable, except where a leaf had unfortunately adhered to his skin, between his shoulders, and given him, like Achilles and Diomed, a mortal spot. His first discovery from the song of a bird was that Regin meant to murder him at once. He therefore forestalled his intentions and took possession of the fatal gift, thus incurring the curse. The Book of Heroes calls him Siegfried the Horny and introduces him at the court of the German favorite, Theodoric, and the Nibelungenlied separates the dragon from the treasure and omits most of the marvelous in the obtaining it. His next exploit was the rescue and awakening of Brynhild. But he fell into a magic state of oblivion as to all that had passed with her, when he presented himself at the court of worms, and became the husband of Gudrun, or Kriemhild, as a recompense for having, by means of his Tarncap, enabled Gunnar to overcome the resistance of Brynhilda herself, and obliged her to become his submissive bride. Revelations made by the two ladies, when in a passion, led to vengeance being treacherously wreaked upon Siegfried, who was pierced in his vulnerable spot while he was lying down on his face to drink from a fountain during a hunting party in the forest. The remainder of the history is the vengeance taken for his death, and the North further holds that his child, Aslog, was left the sole survivor of the race, and finally married Ragnar Lodbrog, whence her descendants always trace their pedigree from Sigurdur Fafnir's bane. His namesakes are well-nigh innumerable. There are 19 in the Landnámabók, and Sigurdur swarms in the earlier Scandinavian royal lines, being, perhaps, most remarkable in the person of King Sigurd the Crusader of Norway. English, French, German, Bavarian. Sigfrid Sigfr, Sigfrid Sigel, Siward Sifri, Siegfriede, Siwerde, Siegfried Norwegian. Seaforth Italian. Seyfried Sigvard, Seyfried Sigfrido Sicko Sigurdur Sifrido Sicko Seard, Sigo Esjole, Sivert Polish. Siver Sigfrid Sewers. At the instance of the King of Sweden, our Edred had sent a missionary named Sigfrid, who is esteemed the Apostle of Sweden, and gave a Christian sanction to the serpent slayer's name, whence it has continued extremely common there. The stout old Danish Earl Siward, the conqueror of Macbeth, the same who had the bear's ears and would only die upon his feet, is an English version of the northern Sigurdur, and bore the name that is now Siward. Indeed, Siward is found among the kings of Essex in 616, and in fact, that line have so many prefixes of Sige that it is likely that they thought themselves connected with Fafnir's bane. There is a Sigefugel, or Sigewolf, in their descent from Odin, who may be another form of Sigurd. Germany has made the feminine Sigfrida. Some have considered the story to be chiefly Burgundian, and Sigmund, conquering protection, the name of Sigurdur's father, was that of the first Catholic king of Burgundy, who was canonized both for the recovery of his kingdom from Arianism and for the severity of his penance after having killed his son, Sigeric, on a false stepdame's calumny. His relics were carried to Prague in the 14th century, and the effect of the translation appeared at once in the name of the Bohemian-born Emperor Sigismund, from whom this became European and formed the feminine Sigismunda. Gismunda is thus an old Lombardic feminine. English, French, Italian, German, Sigismund, Sigismund, Sigismondo, Sigmund, Simund, Sismondo, Sigismund, Portuguese, Sigismundo, Norwegian, Polish, Illyrian, Hungarian, Sigmund, Zygmunt, Sismund, Zygmunt, Simund, Ziga, Bohemian, Zikmund. Some have imagined that the curious correspondence of names, when Sigebert the Frank married Brynhild the Goth, is a sign that the Nibelung referred to the Austrasian court. But the Frank Sigebert would have been a very poor serpent slayer, and no doubt only bore the name as a remembrance of him, as did our East Saxon monarch Siebert and the Spanish bishop Sisberto. It has lasted on in Germany and Friesland to be called Sizo, Sido, Sibert, and Sid, and is the English surname Sebright. Sigeland, conquering snake, now and then used by German ladies, has the Eastern-looking abbreviation Zeland. Sigridur, or conquering impulse, was a favorite among northern ladies. Sigrid the Haughty of Sweden was wooed by King Olaf Tryggvason and had accepted him, but on her refusal to be baptized, he struck her on the face with his glove and said, "Why should I have thee, an old faded jade, and a heathen to boot?" She remembered his discourtesy against him and stirred up the war, which ended in his fatal battle with Earl Sigvalder. Sigrid is sired in Doomsday. In the north, she is shortened into Ciri, and then Latinized as Serena. Sigvaldur, conquering power, curiously ran into Estjovold, from whence we take our surname Shovel, one of the many by which our naval commanders are traceable to the Vikings. Sigehuri, Sigeher, Syar, conquering warrior, is what on Norman lips was Sager, and then Saher, the hereditary name of the De Quincy's, and as a surname spelt Sayers. The other forms are North, Sigbjerg, Siborg, conquering protectioner, Sigburg, Cyber, German, English, Frisian, Italian, Sigebald, Sibald, Sibold, Sibaldo, conquering Sibyl, Prince North, Sigbjörn, Eng, Siborn, conquering bear, German, Frisian, Spanish, Sigbad, Sibat, Sisbudo, Sibo, messenger of victory, Sib, Nor, German, Frisian, Sigbrand, Sigbrand, Sibrant, Sibern, conquering sword, Nor, Sigfus, conquering impetuosity, German, English, Frisian, French, Syard, Sigehard, Seard, Sicard, conquering Siegert, Syed, firmness, Jur, Sielm, conquering helmet, Nor, Sivater, conquering swiftness, Nor, Sigmar, Jur, Sigmar, conquering greatness, Nor, Signy, conquering freshness, Jur, Sigrad, conquering advice, Jur, Sigrich, conquering ruler, Sigtrud, conquering maid, Nor, Sigtrig, conquering security, Nor, Sigulf, Seolf, Eng, Sigewolf, conquering wolf. Footnote 130. Nibelung, Weber and Jamison, Kemble, Beowulf, Michaelis, Pot Butler, Heimskringla. Section 5, Trystan and Ysolt. The episode of Trystan is one of the most celebrated incidents of Arthur's court, and has not failed to be treated by Davies as a magnificent emblematic myth. The triads begin by declaring that the three mighty swineherds of the Isle of Britain were Prydri, Coll, and Trystan. Another adds, the third swineherd was Trystan, son of Toluch, who kept the swine of March, the son of Mershin, while the swineherd was conveying a message to Ysolt to appoint an assignation with her. Again, he is one of the three heralds of Britain, also one of the three diademed chiefs, also one of the three knights who had the conducting of mysteries. Besides, the three unchaste matrons of Britain are Penarwyn, Bun, and Ysolt Fingwyn. And the tale told by the Cymric race in Cambria and Armorica has resounded throughout southern Europe. There the mighty swineherd is the son of Roland and Blanchefleur, sister of Mark, king of Cornwall. Almost at the moment of his birth, she hears the tidings of his father's death and expires from the shock, calling her babe Trystan or the Sad. He grows up to be an accomplished knight, and after various adventures is sent by his uncle, King Mark, to Ireland to bring home the promised bride Ysolt the Fair. The mother of Ysolt gives her maid, Brengwain, a magic draught, which was to be administered to the pair on their bridal day, to secure their mutual affection. A storm rises on the voyage, and intending to refresh her lady and the knight after his exertions and her alarm, Brengwain, in her confusion, gives them the fatal draught, and their passion for one another became the theme of the storytellers who preferred guilty love to high aspirations. Tristram was married to another Ysolt called of the White Hands, or of Brittany. He was dangerously wounded and lay sick in her castle in Brittany. Nothing could cure him but the presence of Ysolt of Cornwall, and to her he sent his squire with his ring, entreating, like the father of Theseus, that if she came to him the sails of the ship might be white, if she refused, the squire should hoist a black sail. She came, but the wife, Ysolt of the White Hands, falsely told the sick man that the sails were black. He sank back in despair and died, and Ysolt died of grief beside him. Such is the story told by Thomas of Ercildown in the 13th century, as well as by hosts of romances. Trust was really a Cymric name, and was called among the Picts Drust or Drest. There is a Trust or Drust, Macdalaghi among the Pictish kings, who possibly may be the origin of Trystan, since many of the legends are common to Strathclyde, Wales, and Cornwall. The Pictish Pendragon, who was elected at the time the Romans quitted Britain, was called by his countrymen Drust of the 100 Battles, and many of his successors bore the same name, which means din, tumult, or loud noise, and thus may poetically be translated as a proclaimer or herald. Trwsd ap Terran, Tumult the son of thunder, was the poetical name of another of the line. The influence of Latin upon Welsh, however, made Trist really mean sad, so that it was there accepted as suited to the melancholy circumstance of the hero's birth. And Tristram, or sad face, became identified with the notion of sorrow, so that the child of Saint Louis, born while his father was in captivity on the Nile and his mother in danger at Damietta, was named Jean Trystan. Never would the cheerful Greeks have accepted such a name as Tristram, Tristan, Tristano, but in Europe it regularly entered the ranks of the names of sorrow, and it was, no doubt, in allusion to it that Don Quixote accepted the sobriquet of the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. The earliest form of the name was Ysolt, a Celtic goddess, whose name occurs in two inscriptions, one at Laibach and the other at Ratchach in Istria. It is identified by the learned with Ysolt and connected with Surya, the sun god of the Vedas. Ysolt was the French Usiolt, or Usaud, the Italian Isolta, and English Usolt, Isolda, or Isolta, and in all these shapes was frequent in the families of the Middle Ages, recurring again and again in registers down to the 17th century. Indeed, within the last 50 years a person was alive who bore this romantic name in the form of Izod. Taluch is the torrent, and seems to have been translated into Roland, from the sound of rolling, when the Armorican bards laid claim to the great paladin of Charlemagne's court, on the score of his having been warden of the marches of Brittany, and wanted to make out that Roland was a name of their own. They had thus caused Roland to be considered as a regular Cymric name. King Mark himself was most probably a compromise between the Roman Marcus and the native March, which belongs to all the Celts. Nay, Pausanias tells us, meant a horse, in the dialect of the tribe who tried to take Delphi. Its fellow Mar passed into Teutonic, named marshals as marskalk or horse servant, and lives among us as our mare in the feminine. Indeed, Marcus may itself be another instance of the Celtic element in Latin. Marchel was the daughter of Tudrig, king of North Wales, and in 382 married Brichan, son of Cormac mac Cairbre, one of the kings of Ireland. Her name was, no doubt, a mixture of the Celtic March and the Latin Marcella, and it was she who must have rendered the name of Marcella so common in Ireland. The more common Gaelic word is, however, each, first cousin to equus, a spa, and many another word for the gallant animal. Each was the saint who spent his life in Boyne water, and was said to have uttered the curse that caused the battle of Mog Rath, a libel disproved by his previous death. Each in combination has formed sundry names, each Marchach, a sort of reduplication, Eachmally, horse warrior, Eachade, horseman, the most famous of them belonging to many kings, and rendered into Latin Eachodius or Equitius, the last not so incorrect. Ahi or Adi were the usual ways of rendering it, but these have been confounded with Arthur, and the name is lost. Several other Eachades were kings of Scotland, but they are grievously confused by Latinity, and, with the owners of the following name, turned into Eugenius, Eachadebuid, or the fair-haired, appearing as Eugenius Flavus, and Eachoid Rin Hale as Eugenius Crooked Nose. Another Eachade has, by the capricious fancy of Scotland, been transmitted to us as Achaeus. He is said to have been an ally of Charlemagne, and begun the custom of lending auxiliaries to the French, numerous Scotsmen coming to honor and dignity for their assistance in their conquest of Saxony. Achaeus is also said to have married the sister of the king of the Picts and formed an alliance with him against the Anglo-Saxons. While marching against the English forces, the cross of St. Andrew suddenly appeared in the sky, giving assurance of victory, and, in consequence, was adopted as the ensign of the Picts, and afterwards of the Scots. The double treasure, flory and counterflory, that surrounds the field where the ruddy lion ramps in gold, is also said to have been first by Achaeus worn, though he was probably innocent of all armorial bearings, as he died in 819. Eachon is the most usual form of the Highland name, and has for many years been, by general consent, converted into Hector. The feminine Icha is an old Irish name. Footnote 103. Chalmers, Villemark, Mabinogion, O'Donovan, Pug, Pitter, Chevalier, Sir W. Scott, ed. of Sir Tristram. Section 6, Hole and Rience. The romances of Arthur give him, among his many nephews, one named Hole, Duke of Brittany, whose niece Helena was seized upon by the horrible giant Ritho and devoured upon the top of Tamerlane. This Hole does not seem to have been a real character. His name Hegel, the lordly or conspicuous, was a common one in Wales and Brittany, and a prince so called seems really to have fled to Arthur for aid against the Franks, and to have returned with a fresh colony of Britons, by whose aid he became king of Armorica. He reigned for 30 years, and died in 545. Other Holes reigned after him, the third of whom is said to have been killed at Roncesvalles. In Wales, Hywel continued in favor, and Hywel Dha, or the Good, who reigned in the 10th century, is famous for having gone to Rome to study law, by which he so profited as afterwards to draw up the famous code that has thrown so much light on the manners of the Cambrian mountaineers, the order of precedence in the king's household, and even the price of animals. He signs King Athelstan's charter as Hole Subregulus, or under king. Hywel was a name in frequent use among the Welsh princes, and Highborn Hole's harp was frequently sounded, for various bards were so called. Another Hole was that unfortunate relative of Owen Glendower, whom he was said to have killed and hidden in the blasted tree. The giant Ritho is evidently a relation of Rita Gower, who, in the Welsh stories, interfered to put a stop to a furious battle between two kings named Niniaw and Pabiaw, who had quarreled about the moon and stars. Rita Gower defeated them both, and cut off their beards, and afterwards the beards of 78 more kings who collected to avenge them. Of these 80 beards, he made a mantle that reached from his head to his heels, for he was the largest man in Britain, and wore it as a warning to all to maintain law and order. The romances of Arthur turned Rita Gower into a fierce monarch called Rience, king of North Wales, an aggressor instead of a defender of justice, who, however, had his scarlet mantle purfled with the moderate number of 11 royal beards, and politely demanded that of King Arthur to complete the trimming, with what consequences no one acquainted with King Arthur can doubt. Whence come the names of Rience and Ritter? They connect themselves closely with the universal words for ruler, the Gadhalic rig, Teuton ric, Latin rex, and the Raja of India. Rhys is, in Welsh, a rushing man or warrior, and most likely comes from the same source. And Rhesus, the chieftain, slain by Ulysses and Diomed, on the night of his arrival before Troy, probably was called from some extinct word of the same origin. At any rate, Rhys has ever since been a Welsh name, sometimes spelt in English according to its pronunciation as Rhys, and sometimes as Rice. It has furnished the surnames of Rice, Rhys. In Brittany, we meet a saint called by the diminutive of Rhys, Rioch, or Rioch. His legend begins with one of the allegories that arose from the prophecy that the weaned child should put his hand on the cockatrice's den, for when he was almost an infant he was employed by the holy knight Darian to lead away in a scarf a terrible basilisk, whom the saint had tamed by making the sign of the cross over him. His parents were heathens, but were convinced by this miracle, and he became, in after years, a great saint, living for 41 years on a rock on the sea-coast, eating nothing but herbs and little fish, and wearing a plain garment which when it wore out was supplied by a certain ruddy moss growing all over his body. His name has continued in use in Brittany. Footnote 104. Mabinogion, Pitter Chevalier Britannia, Mallory, Mort Darthur Jones, Welsh Sketches. Section 7, Percival. No name has had more derivations suggested for it than this. The Norman family so called came from Perceval, the valley of the Perche. But as to the knight of romance, he was at first supposed to be Perceval, Pierce the Valley, on the principle on which Percy was hatched out of Piercy, and the story invented of the Piercy who thrust his spear with the keys dangling on it into the eye of Malcolm Seanommer at Ulmwick Castle. The romance of Perceforest was even named on the principle that it was as suitable to pierce the forest as the valley. Mr. Keithley derives the name from the Arabic Parse, or Parshful, poor dumbling, who appears to have been the hero of an Eastern tale of a wonderful cup, whence arose the mysterious allegory of the Holy Grail. A Provencal troubadour named Coyote or Giat professes to have found at Toledo a book written in heathen characters by a magician, Saracen on the father's side, but descended by his mother from Solomon. His book is lost, but two founded on it survive: the German romance of Parsifal by Wolfram von Eschenbach and the Norman-French Sir Percival of Walter Mapes, Archdeacon of Oxford under Henry Roman II. Equally old, however, is a Welsh legend of Peredur, who is perhaps Per Kedor, the warrior of the cauldron. Percival would then be champion of the cauldron or bowl. Peredur was certainly a historical person, and may perhaps be the same as Percival. Cratien de Troyes has a long poem on the story of Percival, and his adventures are almost identical with those of the Peredur of the Mabinogion. The story of the orphan, stirred up to chivalry by the sight of the knight whom he took for an angel, the same as that of Mervyn les Brise, here appears, and Percival or Peredur shows some kindred with the dumbling of Persia by his ignorance and dullness till he comes to the castle, where he sees the wounded king, the bleeding lance, and the greal or bowl of pure gold that are the great features in his history. Probably the magic bowl was an Indo-European idea, but there seems to have been Druidic traditions about a magic bowl, which Bran the Blessed obtained from a great black man in Ireland, and which cured mortal wounds and raised the dead. It was one of the 13 wonders of the Isle of Britain, and disappeared with Myrddin in his glass vessel. However, in the 12th century, the ideas of this vessel had assumed a Christian form. It was the bowl used at the institution of the Holy Eucharist, and the lance was that of Longinus the centurion, brought to Bran by Joseph of Arimathea, and thenceforth its quest became the emblem of the Christian search for holiness through the world, only gratified by gleams here, but with full fruition hereafter. Percival, once the companion and guard of the Sacred Grail, gradually descended from his high estate, and became only a knight of the Round Table, high and pure of faith and spotless of life, but only on the same terms as the rest, and though not failing in the quest, still inferior to Galahad. It is curious that his other name, Peredur, has by the sound been turned into Peter. One Robert de Baron tells that from Bran the Grail descended to Alan, and thence to Petrus his nephew, and a story of the Breton peasantry still gives the adventures of Perinic, like the original Peredur, an idiot at first, but sent to the castle of Cairglass to fetch a diamond lance and golden cup, which would raise the dead by a touch. The later French romances spoilt the nobleness and purity of Perceval's character, but he is always one of the best of the knights, and succeeds in finding the Sangreal. But Galahad, the pure and virgin knight, son of Lancelot, and predestined to occupy the Siege Perilous at the Round Table, resist all temptation, conquer all peril, and finally obtain full fruition of the Grail. Then, at his own desire, pass out of the world of sin and care, has, in England, taken the place once the right of Peredur or Percival, though Wagner's splendid Parsifal has restored to him the chief place. I suspect him, as before said, to have been the separate produce of the story of Cadog, first warrior, and afterwards hermit and saint, and that Galahad may have been an epithet from his starry purity. In the Mabinogion, Percival has a lady love, whom, however, he only loves with distant chivalrous devotion, and who answers to his sister, who in Malory's beautiful story gave the blood from her own veins to heal a lady who could only be cured with the lifeblood of a pure virgin. In the Mabinogion her name is Angharad Laureg, or with the hand of gold, and Angharad, or the free from shame, the undisgraced, from Anghars, was continued in Wales, but it is now generally considered as the equivalent of Anne, and thus accounts for Anna being universally called in romance the sister of Arthur, and mother of the traitor nephew Medrod. The Welsh Angharad, probably the source of Angharet, which occurs in the family of Lestrange in 1344, is generally supposed to mean an anchorite, but as it has no parallel on the continent, it is much more likely to be the Welsh Angharad. Annan was, however, a separate name, for the three sprightly ladies of Britain are Annan, Angharad, and Perwer. Maefenwi is one of the unaccountable feminine Welsh names, not yet extinct among families of strong national feeling, though in general Fanny has been substituted for it. It may possibly be Mabinwi, child of the water, or else it may be my Manwi, my fine or rare one. The three primary bards of Britain were Plenid, Alon, and Giron, whom Mr. Davies explains as light, harmony, and virtue. Plenid, it is thought, is related to Belenus, and Alon is erected by ardent Cimmerians into the mythic Greek Olin, who is said to have been the first writer of hymns in hexameter, and whom the Delphic poetess Bo calls a Hyperborean. This name is said to mean the flute player. At any rate, I have found Olwen Ollerv in Welsh genealogies as brother of Bran the Blessed, and this must be the real origin of the Breton Alan. Elian and Hilarius were both used as its Latinisms. It is first found in early Breton history. Then it came to England with Alan Fergiant, Count of Brittany, the companion of William the Conqueror, and first holder of the Earldom of Richmond in Yorkshire, and, indeed, one Alan, partly Breton, partly Norman, seems to have taken up his abode in our island before the conquest, and 4 besides the Count came after it. In the time of Henry I, one of these gentlemen or his son held Oswestry, and as these were the times when Anglo-Norman barons were fast flowing into Scotland, his son Walter married a lady, whom Douglas's Peerage of Scotland calls Eishena, the heiress of Mala and Huntlaw in Roxburghshire, and their son, another Alan, secured another heiress, Eva, the daughter of the Lord of Tippermuir. And becoming High Steward of Scotland, was both the progenitor of the race of Stuart and the original of the hosts of Alans and Allans who have ever since filled Scotland. That country has taken much more kindly to this Breton name than has England, in spite of Alanadale, and of a few families where Alan has been kept up. But as a surname, spelt various ways, it is still common. Like Mare in Latin and Mere in Teuton, the Gaelic Muir, Welsh Moor, and Breton Moor are close kindred, and watery names derived from them abound. King Arthur's sister, Morgana or Morgan, Morglafay, or La Fata Morgana, as she is variously termed in different tongues, was Morgan Maritime, the derivative from sea. From her, or from some lingering old Celtic notion in ancient Italy, the Sicilian fisherman connects the towers and palaces painted on the surface of the Mediterranean with La Fata Morgana, the Lady of the Sea. Morgun was the native name of the heresiarch, who called himself by the Greek equivalent Pelagius, and thus named the Pelagian heresy. Some writers say that sundry heretic names lingered about the Spanish Visigoths after their union with the Church, and instance both Ario, a distinguished author, and Pelio, the Asturian Robert Bruce, as instances of names so born. However this may be, Morgan has continued, even to the present day, to be very common in Wales. Morvryn may be sea king. Morholt with the iron mace, as romance calls him, the brother of Ysolt, who was killed by Sir Trystan, is called Morag by his own countrymen in Ireland. It is the contraction of Muiradhatch, or sea protector, a favorite Irish name, though after degenerating into Morag, it was usually rendered into Morgan, and so continues in modern Ireland. It is perhaps the same with Meriadoc or Meriadog, the title of Conan, the chieftain who is said to have colonized Brittany, and also with the Welsh Meredith, both as a Christian and a surname. In Ireland, the sons of Morag became O'Muiradig, and then contracted into Murray. Muiradach is said to have reigned over the Scots from 733 to 736, and is transformed into Murdach, Muirchat, Muirtech, Mordecus. It must have become mixed with Muirchartach, from Sirt, a right, which has produced Morirtog, Murtog, or Morty as a Christian name in Ireland, but it is now made into Mortimer. It is Murdoch in Scotland, once very common and not yet extinct, and the North, adopting it with other Celtic names, calls it Cajarton. Muiagiz, once common in Ireland, is rendered by Morris or Morris, and Murchata has become Murphy. And there is a name, still very common in the north of England, that I cannot help connecting with some of these, namely Marmaduke, which appeared among the chivalry of England about the 13th century, and has never become extinct. It is most likely a corruption of one or other of the sea names. In fact, it is not far from Mjögeradech. Or it may be the offspring of the Scottish title, Maormer, from Maor, a steward or officer, and Mor, great, thus meaning the great officer of the crown, the term which prevailed before the Saxon Thane or Danish earl displaced it. Footnote 105. Villemarquet, Cambro-Briton, Mabinogian, Mallory, Mort Darthur. Footnote 106. Villemark, Davies, Ellis, Cambro-Briton, Geoffrey of Monmouth, O'Donovan, Chalmers, Munch. Section 8. Lu. We find Lu, lion, naming Lurog ob Seal Obsilon, also called Lufer Mauer, the Great Light, and correctly translated by the Latin Lucius, the king who is said to have sent messengers to Rome to bring home Christianity, though some think Lucius a mere figment of Roman writers accepted by the bards. Lu is the name given in Welsh genealogies to the king of the Orkneys, who married King Arthur's sister and was the father of Gwalchmai. Lewel, lion-like, formed Llewellyn, which is not very early in Wales, unless the Sir Lionel of romance be intended to represent it. A Welsh Llewellyn seems to have come over to Ireland with Richard Strongbow, and his descendants, after passing through the stage of Macuachillans, are now the Quillanans. The English have broken it down into Llewellyn. Llewellyn the Great of Wales was a contemporary of King John, and from this time the name has been much in use, partly from affection to the last native prince, Llewellyn ap Gruffydd, who perished at Piercefield. It is now usually anglicized as Lewis for a Christian, Lewin for a family, name. The old records of Brittany give a most graceful story of the saint who made Hervé a favorite in the duchy. Hivernian, a British bard, was warned by an angel in a dream to come to Armorica in quest of his wife. Near the fountain of Rivennon, he met a beautiful maiden drawing water, who, when he accosted her, sang, "Though I am but a poor flower by the wayside, men call me the little queen of the fountain." Perceiving that she was the damsel of his vision, he married her, and they had one child who was born blind, and was named by his parents in their sorrow Haworf or Bitter. His worm-eaten oaken cradle is still shown in the parish of Trefle-Ionen, as a relic, for the blind child became both monk and poet, and according to his maxim, "It is better to instruct a child than to gather wealth for him." He composed numerous simple and religious poems, which have been sung by the Breton peasantry through the 1200 years that have passed since the death of the blind bard. One of them, on the duties of a Christian child, is exceedingly beautiful. Arianwen, Silver Woman, was another Welsh saint, whose name has continued in use. Haworf or Hervé is not accepted in the Roman calendar, but he was enthusiastically beloved in the country for which he had made ballads, and Hervé has been the name of peer and peasant there ever since his time. Hervé came over to us among the many adventurers who came out of Brittany. 2 landowners so called are mentioned in Doomsday Book, and the widely spread surname of Harvey can hardly be taken from anything else, though some derive it from Harrywig army war, a Teutonic word. Here let us mention a Breton name, Tanneguy. There was a saint so called who founded an abbey at Finisterre, and who is claimed as a relation by the family of Du Chastel. It is curious to find Sir Tanneguy du Chastel figuring among the heroes of Froissart and making his old Christian name renowned. But the local saints of the Celts are far past enumeration, such as Saint Monacella or Melangel, whose Welsh name perhaps means honey-colored or yellow. She was a little nun who saved a hare hunted by Brockmil, Prince of Powys, and is buried at Pennant Melangel. Also there was Saint Sadivola, or Sidwell, as she is called at Exeter, whose head was cut off by a mower with a scythe, and who had a well marking the spot till the railway made away with it. But at least she appears in her own church, with her head in one hand and a scythe in the other, and she has a window in the cathedral. Once she had namesakes, but they are all gone now. Einion is said to signify an anvil, in Welsh, though the word most like it in Dr. Owen Pugg's dictionary is Einios, life. Saint Einion was one of the early saints of the Cymry, after whom is named a spring at Llanvareth in Radnorshire. Another Einion was grandson of Howell Dha. The name is sometimes rendered by Aeneas. Part 6. Teutonic Names. Chapter 1. The Teuton Race. Sect 1 ground occupied by the Teutons. The great mass of modern European nomenclature springs from the class of languages, which it is convenient collectively to call Teutonic. Nothing shows the identity of the entire Teutonic race more than the resemblance of the names in each of the branches. Many are found in each of the stems: Gothic, Scandinavian, and High and Low German, the same in sense, and with mere dialectic changes in sound, proving themselves to have sprung from a name, or from words, current in the original tribe before the various families parted from it. Others are found in some branches and not in others, but there are comparatively very few belonging to a single tongue, and the analyzation of one into its component words is never safe till the same name has been sought for in the cognate languages. All the more popular of these personal names have gone on a little in the rear of the spoken language of the country, undergoing changes, though somewhat more slowly. Then, perhaps, some famous character has, as it were, crystallized his name forever in the form in which he bore it, and it has been so continued, ever after, in his own country, as well as imitated by others, who often have adopted it in addition to their own original national form of the very same. The Teutonic names were almost all compounds of two words. Sometimes a single word was used, but this was comparatively rare. For the most part, families were distinguished by each person bearing the same first syllable, with other words added to it to mark the individual, much in the same way as we have seen was the custom of the Greeks. Some families, like the royal line of Wessex, would alternate between Ethel and Ede, others between Os and Sieg and the like. The original compounds forming names were expressive and well chosen. But it seems as if when once certain words had come into use as component parts of names, they were apt to be put together without much heed to their appropriateness or signification, sometimes with rather droll results. Their names were individual, but every man was also called the son, every woman the daughter of the father. A custom that has not passed away from some parts of Norway, the Hebrides, or even the remoter parts of Lancashire, where, practically, the people use no surnames. A family was further collectively spoken of by the ancestors or father's name, with the addition of ing, the derivative or patronymic. As, in France, the sons of Meerwig were the Meerwingen, the sons of Karl, the Carlingen, not Merovingians and Carlovingians, as Latinization has barbarously made them. Remarkable features or distinguished actions often attached sobriquets to individuals, and these passed on, marking off families in the genealogical songs of the Skalds. And from these derivations, as well as from the fertile source of territorial terms, have most of our modern surnames arisen. The words whence names were compounded were usually the names of deities and those of animals, together with epithets or terms of office, generally conveying good auguries. They were usually connected with some great hero belonging to the various cycles of myth, in which the Teuton imagination reveled, and which, for the most part, under Christian influence, descended from the divine to the heroic, and then to the fairy tale. These Teutonic centers of legend may be considered as threefold. There is the great Scandinavian mythological system, as elaborate and as poetical as that of the Greeks, and which belonged in part, at least, to the Goths, Franks, and Saxons, though their early conversion deprived it of 500 years of development. And Louis le Debonair unfortunately destroyed the poetry that would have shown us what it had been among them. Next, there is the cycle of romance, represented in Scandinavia by the latter part of the Elder Edda and by the Volsunga saga, in Denmark by the Vilkina saga, and in the center of Europe by the Nibelungenlied, where old myths have become heroic tales that have hung themselves round the names of Attila the Hun and Theodoric of Verona, who in Germany is the center of a great number of ancient legends, once doubtless of deified ancestors. Thirdly, we have the grand poetical world, in which Charlemagne has been adopted as the sovereign and Roland as the hero, the world of French romance, Spanish ballad, and Italian poetry, which is to continental chivalry what the Round Table is to our own. Chapter 2. Names from Teuton Mythology. Sect 101, Guth. It is hard to class this first class of names under those of mythology, for they bear in them our own honored word for the deity. And though some arose when the race were worshippers of false divinities, yet under the same head are included many given in a Christian spirit. Some philologists tell us, though they are not unanimous in the explanation, that this name is from the same source as the Sanskrit Svadata, self-given or uncreate, and as the Zend Quadata, Persian coda, and our own Teuton term for deity, the Northern Gud and Gothic Guth, whence the High German Got and Low German God. Others explain it as the creating or all-pervading. Others, again, derive it from odd, possession, and in early Christian times there was a distinction between God, Maz, and the neuter God and idol. It is equally doubtful whether this divine word be the origin of the adjective guth, gut, quat, god, whether they are only cognate, or whether they are absolutely alien, and the adjective be related to the Greek letter 1F00 gamma alpha theta omicron sigma. Wherever they come from, the names derived from either God or good are so much alike as to be inextricably mixed, so that they must be treated of together. The north is the great region of these names, but they are not very easy to distinguish from the very large class beginning with gund, war, as in pronunciation, and latterly in spelling. The distinctive letters N and U get confounded or dropped. It is probable, however, that among those from Gud we may place Gutter, which was owned by one of the Valkyrier, the battle maids of northern belief, and must, with her, have meant the brave or the goddess. Gudda was known in Scandinavia, and Germany used the name till it was translated into Bona or Bon, and thus passed away. In the northern version of the Nibelungen, the second heroine is Gudruna. The last syllable means wisdom or counsel. It is the same as rune, the old northern writing, and alludes to the wisdom that Odin won at so dear a rate. Gudruna may then be translated divine wisdom, a name well suited to the inspired priestesses, so highly regarded by the Teutons. It was very common in the north. 18 ladies so-called appear in the Icelandic landnáma, and it was so universal there that Johan and Gudruna there stand for man and woman, like our N or M in Norway likewise, Gudruna is common, and near Trondheim is contracted into Guru, about Bergen into Jern or Giro. High German tongues rendered it Kutrun. The Landnámabók, which gives all the pedigrees of the free inhabitants of Iceland for about 400 years, namely from the migration to the 12th century, gives us Gudbrand, divine staff, now commonly called Gullbrand; Gudbjörg, divine protection; Gudiskalkr, God's servant or scholar, which is the very same as Godskalk, the name assumed by the first Christian prince of the Wends of Mecklenburg, who was martyred by his heathen subjects, and thus rendered Gottschalk a German Christian name. In Illyrian, Gokalak, and known even in Italy as Godiscalco, just like Gildas or Theodulos. Gudleif is feminine, Gudleifr masculine for a divine relic, and this last coming to England with the Danes, turned into a surname as Gulliv, then shortened into Gully, and lengthened into Gulliver. A veritable though quaint surname for the Lemuel Gulliver whom Swift conducts through Laputa and Brobdingnag, with coolness worthy of northern forefathers. Gudlake, divine service, is perhaps repeated by our Saint Guthlac, but both these may come from Gund. Gudmund contracts into Gulmund, divine protection. 5 ladies called Gudni appear, which latter termination is a common feminine form and comes from the same word as our new. If an adjective, it would mean young and pretty. If a noun, it stands for the new moon, a very graceful name for a woman. Guni is the contraction used in the north. Gudfin and Gudfinna must be reminiscences of Finn, whom we shall often meet in the north. Gudrid and Gudridjur mean the divine shock or passion, from the word atrid or atrith, one that is constantly to be met with as a termination in northern names, and which has sometimes been taken for the same as Frid, with the aspirate instead of the F. Guri is the contraction. Gudveg's latter syllable would naturally connect itself with the Whig war that is found in all the Gothic tongues, but Professor Munch translates it as liquid, divine liquor, the same meaning as Gudlog and the masculine Gudlogger, log from la, liquor, or the sea. Divine sea would be a noble meaning for the Gulla or Gala to which Gudlog is commonly reduced in Norway. Gudvar is divine prudence or caution, the last part being our word where, in fact, every combination of the more dignified words was used with this prefix in the north, and it was probably the Danes who introduced this commencement into England, for we do not find such in pedigrees before the great eruption in Ethelred ice time. In spite of the romantic story of Earl Godwine's rise into honor from acting as a guide to a Danish chief, it is certain that he was of an honorable family, of Danish connection, and thus he probably obtained his name, which would mean God's beloved, and thus translate Theophilos. Few are recorded in history as bearing the same, but there must have been some to transmit the frequent surname of Godwin and Goodwin, the latter connected to our minds with the Goodwin Sands, which were really once the estate of the ambitious earl. Godin is the remains of the same in French. It is found at Cambrai in 1065, belonging to the Echanson d'Ostrevent. The old French word godau meant a cup, and, as Godin soon became a surname of a family which carried a cup in their arms, there might have been a double allusion to the office of the ancestor and to the sound of the name. Godin and Godinet were also in use there, but were considered as feminines to Goderic, a very old word, which, strange to say, was, at Cambrai, equivalent to fainéant or ne'er-do-weel. It must be supposed in allusion to some particularly discreditable Goderic, as everywhere else it signifies divine ruler. Our own Saint Goderic was an Anglo-Saxon abbot, and the name, which means divine rule, grew so common among the English that the Norman nobles called Henry I and his queen, Godric and Godiva, in derision of the lady's English blood. Goderic does, indeed, swarm in Doomsday Book, and has left the surname Goodrich. The woman of 1,000 summers back, Godiva, wife to that grim earl who ruled at Coventry, really existed and was probably Godjafu, the gift of God like Dorothea, as Ive or Eva was the Norman rendering of Gifu. Her namesakes are in multitudes in Doomsday, and in 1070 one lived in Terouenne, a pious lady, tormented, and at last murdered by her husband, on which account she was canonized as Saint Godleva. The High Germans, however, made far more use of this commencement, and won for it the chief honor. The elder forms are according to the harsh Old German sounds: Codahelm, divine helmet; Codaram, divine raven; Codalint, divine serpent. But the more universal spelling prevailed, as Frankish or Alemannic saints came into honor. Gotthard, Bishop of Hildesheim, was one of these. His name, which may be rendered divine resolution, or, perhaps, firm through God, was also borne by Goddard, Abbot of Rouen, and has adhered to the great mountain pass of the Alps, as well as to families of Goddard in France, Goddard in England. In Germany it is still used as a Christian name, and in Lithuania is Gatinch, Gedderts, or Cotters. Gottfried, divine peace, was abbot of St. Quentin early in the 11th century, and named two godsons, the canonized Bishop of Amiens and the far more famous Gottfried of Lorraine, who might well, as leader of the crusading camp, bequeath his name to all the nations whose representatives fought under him, and thus we find it everywhere. In Florence it has become Giotto, to distinguish the artist who gave us Dante's face. In Germany, cut down into goats, it distinguished the terrible, though simple-hearted, champion with the iron hand, then, falling into a surname, belonged to Goth. We received our Godfrey from the conqueror of Jerusalem, but previously the Gottfried had been taken up by the French, and was much used by the Angevin counts in the Gallicized form of Geoffrey. In alternation with Fawkes, the name continued among the Angevins till they came to the English throne. And then Jaffres, as the Bretons called the young husband of their Duchess Constance, was excited to rebellion by the Provençals as Jaffray. Geoffrey spread among the English, and the Latinizers made it into Galdfridus, which misled Camden into translating it into Gladpeace. English, Breton, French, Italian. Godfrey, Jaffres, Godfrey, Goffredo, Geoffrey, Godeffrey, Godofredo, Geoffrey, Geoffrey, Giotto, Jeff, Geoffrey, Spanish, German, Polish, Lusatian. Godofredo, Gottfried, Godfried, Frido, Goffredo, Gotts, Fridko, Godel, Dutch. Govert. Besides these, Germany has Gogisel, divine pledge; Godbert and Godberta, divine brightness; and Gottwold, divine power, repeated in Provence by Jobert. Germany also has a Gottlieb, the same with the old Anglo-Saxon Guthlaf, meaning the leavings of God or remains of divinity, but which has been made in modern German into Gottlieb or love, and contracted in Lower Lusatia into Lipo, in Danzig into Lip. There are several of these modern devotional German names, such as Gottlob, the very same in meaning as belonged to the speaker of the Rump, praise God Barebones, but has been continued as Lopo or Lopko in Lusatia. In fact, the Moravians used these appellations, and thus we have the modern coinage of Gottgetru, Gotthilf, and Gotthilf, and even of Gotse mit Dyer, much like the Diotisalvi of Italy, and not without parallel among the early Christians. The Spanish Goths left behind them Guzman, once either divine might, Magian, or man of God. Guzman el Bueno was an admirable early Spaniard, who beheld his own son beheaded rather than surrender the town committed to his keeping. It became a surname, and it may be remembered how Queen Elizabeth played with that of Philip Roman II's envoy, when she declared that if the King of Spain had sent her a gooseman, she had sent him a mangoose. Another old form taken by this word was Gita or Goddar. It was used as an epithet of Odin, and has been explained by some to mean the keeper, and be derived from Gita, to keep. But it is far more likely that it is only another pronunciation of the same term for the Alpurvator or creator. Goddar is sometimes a forefather, sometimes a son of Odin, and there is a supposed name father, Gaut, for the Goths of Sweden, whether they are the same as the Goths of Italy and Spain or not. In this form, Gaut had its own brood of derivatives, chiefly in Sweden, but with a few straying into Germany, such as Goswin, divine friend, and Gosbert in Provencal Jaubert, Gosfried, which may be the right source of Geoffrey. The most noted of all is, however, Gottstaff or Gosstaff, meaning either the divine staff or the staff of the Goths. Twice has it been endeared to the Swedes, first by Gustav Vasa, the brave man who delivered the country from the bondage of the Union of Grîmr, and whose adventures in Dalecarlia, like those of Bruce in Scotland, were more endearing than even his success. Him the country calls affectionately Gamel Kong Gosta, and no less was its love and pride in his noble descendant, Gustav Adolf, the Lion of the North, the bulwark of the Protestant faith, who casts the only gleam of brightness over the dull waste of the 30 Years' War. Thus it is no wonder that so many bear his name, Gustav, Gosta, Gijosta, that it is considered in the North as the national nickname of a Swede, and it has the feminine Gustava. English, French, Italian, Swedish. Gustavus, Gustave, Gustavo, Gostave, Gustave, Gosta, Gijosta, German. Let, Esthonian. Gustav, Gustavs, Gustav, Gusts, Custas. Section 2, the Ossier. Tacitus tells us that the supreme god of the Germans was called Essus or Hessus, and though some have thought he meant the Celtic who, it is far more likely that he had heard the word as or, the favorite Teutonic term for their divinities. The word is known in all the Teutonic languages. It is as Ossier in the North, Os, Es in Anglo-Saxon, and Anses or Ensi in Gothic and High German. Jornens tells us that the Goths called their deified ancestors Anses, but it is only in the North that the literature of the pantheon of the race was so developed that we can follow it out. The Ossier are in northern myth a family like the Olympian gods of Greece. They inhabit Valhalla, and there receive the spirits of the worthy dead, to feast and hunt with them till the general battle and final ruin of all things, when a new and perfect world shall arise. Blended with this notion, there is a grand allegory of the contention between the seasons. The Ossier, or summer gods, are always struggling with the Hrimthusir, or frost powers, and winning the victory over them. And further, the tradition of a migration from the warmer east, and of the battles with the northern aborigines, is mixed up in the legends. And the Ossier are a band of heroic settlers from Asgard or Asia, who fix themselves in Europe, and become the ancestors of all the various races of Teutons. So speak the Edda and the various sagas of the North. And though the poetry and legends of the other nations have not come down to us, their use of the names formed from as, Os, Ens, testifies to their regard for the term as conveying the idea of deity. To begin with the North, where the pronunciation is the purest, the word in the singular is Oz, in the plural, Ossier or Esir, and the older form of these names began with the Aa, though usually spelt with a single in Norse and Icelandic, with an E in Danish. And let it be remembered throughout that the northern Aa is pronounced like our O. The Low Germans changed the A's into Os, and in this way most of the Anglo-Saxon and continental German names commence. Ens, the High German and Gothic form, occurs in the Frank, Lombardic, and Gothic names. Asgaut, or, as the Saxons call it, Osgod and Asgrim, are both reduplications of divinity. Esai appears in the Landnámabók, and Ossier, the collective term for the gods, is used in Norway as a name corrupted into Asser or Ozer. It is probably the same with Essa, the ancestor of the Bernician kings, who may have used Os in compliment to him. Oscatil is the divine kettle or cauldron, probably connected with creation. It was usually called in the North Askjel and has the feminine Askatla. Ossatil, as the Anglo-Saxons spelt it, was used by them in Danish times, when a so-called marauder terribly tormented them. But Frank pronunciation so affected the Normans that they brought in the name as Ansketil, and a person so called was settled at Winchester in 1148. Osbjorn, divine bear, is a queer compound, and so is Osalfr or divine wolf. But as will be shown when we come to the beasts themselves, a certain divinity did hedge about these formidable animals in the days of name-coining in the north. The first Osalfr with whom I have met was a Christian, who, with 12 companions, was wrecked upon the shores of Iceland in the interval between its settlement and conversion. They erected buildings, resolutely refused all commerce with the heathen, and lived solely on the produce of their fishing. A church has since been built where they settled. The name has fallen into Asulf in the north and was paralleled by Osulf in England. As to the divine bear, he had a wider fame, for Asbjorn came among the Northmen to Neustria and was there Frenchified. And Osborne was the seneschal who was murdered in the sleeping chamber of William in the stormy days of the minority of the future conqueror. And his son, William Fitzosborne, was the chief friend and confidant of the stern victor of Hastings. Osborne figures in Domesday and has now become a common English surname, which used to be translated houseborn, before comparison with the other tongues had shown the true relations of the word. Espera is the northern feminine. Esbern Snare, or the Swift, the Danish noble, whose heart and eyes were to have furnished Finn's child with amusement, was really a powerful earl at the end of the 12th century. And his still more celebrated twin brother, Bishop Absalom, was a great statesman and warrior, and prompted Saxo Grammaticus to write his Chronicle of Norway. Bishop Absalom is believed to have, like his brother, received at baptism one of the derivatives from the old gods of Denmark, namely, Aslak, the divine sport or reward, a name which in Denmark and Sweden is always called Axel, in which shape it belonged to Oxenstierna, the beloved minister of Gustavus Adolphus, and has ever since been a favorite national name. Aslak is in the north pronounced Atlak, and sometimes taken for the original Atli in the Volsunga saga, but this is far more probably the Tartar Italic. We had a Bernician Aslak of the like meaning. Never were there a more noted pair of twins than these brothers, of the bear and the sport. Well might their birth be first announced to their absent father, on his return to the Isle of Sorrow, by twin church steeples, built by the mother to greet his eyes over the sea. His name, Askar or Anskjer, divine spear, was so common that 16 appear in the Iceland roll, and the word Oscar gets confused with the Celtic Oscar, son of Ossian. Nay, it may perhaps have been his proper name. A Frank Ansker, born in Picardy about the year 800, was the apostle of Denmark, and afterwards bishop of Hamburg and Bremen. He was canonized as Ancharius, and is popularly called in his bishopric Saint Sherries, by which title the Collegiate Church of Bremen is called. It is curious to find the Ensprando of ancient Lombardy reflected by the Esprander, divine sword, of Iceland. Lombardy had likewise Anshelm, the divine helmet, softened down into Anselmo or Antilmo, the name of that mild-natured Lombardic archbishop of ours, whose constancy cost him so dear in his contention with the furious Rufus and politic Beauclerk. That firmness, however, together with his deep theological writings, won him the honors of sanctity, though it is only on the continent that his name took root. England had no national love for her Anselm, and he chiefly appears in Italy, France, and Germany, where he has been cut short as Anso, endeared as Ancillo, has a feminine Ansa, and is called by the Jews Anshel. Of other terms which, like helm, give the idea of protection, there are many. The feminine Asbjorg or Asperg, divine fort, is reflected by the Anglo-Saxon Asperga. Asgarder, divine guard, may be most probably an allusion to the abode of the gods. Asgard, the abode to which the rainbow arch Bifrost was the access, trod, according to the grand death song of Eirikur Bladex, by the spirits of the courageous dead on their way to feast in the hall of Odin. As men's names appear the Norwegian Asgard, and Ansgard, a Winchester householder in Stephen's time, but the northern feminine Asdrdur is the divine maiden, in honor of the goddess Gerda. Asmundr is the northern form of a favorite name, giving the idea of protecting with the hand. It is called Ansmund in Old German, Osmund in Anglo-Saxon and Norman French, and in this form was most popular, at first perhaps, from Osmund de Centeville, the brave Norman, who fled from Leon with the young Richard sans Poor, but afterwards for the sake of a Norman Osmund, who was canonized as Bishop of Salisbury, whence this form in England and Osmont in France have continued. Osvalder, divine power, was in Germany Ansvald and has modernized as Asvald, but the Anglo-Saxon Oswald was the glory of the name in the Northumbrian monarch, free of hand, as even his Welsh foes called him, who has left Oswald to be an English name. Asvor and Asvora express divine prudence. Aslog, daughter Sigurdur Fafnisbana, is recorded in the Landnámabók in sober earnest as having married Ragnar Lodbrog. Divine legacy or relic appears in Aslaif, the English Oslaf. The northern Osni with Ashildr has always been a favorite. Osthrith, divine threatener, came out of the house of Bernicia into Mercia, where she was murdered by the Danes and revered as St. Osith with a priory in her honor. Thoroughly English are likewise Osmod, divine mood or wrath, Osfrith, divine peace, Osrid, divine counsel, Ostrafu, divine gift, Oswine, divine friend, the third of the admirable but short-lived kings of Bernicia. Oswiu, who overthrew him, was probably named from a word meaning sacred, of which more in its place. Osbjort we share with Germany, which calls it Osbert and has the feminine Osberta. In fact, most of these names were in use there, beginning with Os or Ans, according to the dialect in which they were used. Ansgisel was one of the Frankish forms, that section of the race always making much use of gisel, a pledge. Footnote 107. Grimm, Turner, Munch, Lappenberg, Mallet, Landnámabók, Doomsday Michaelis, Hermann Luning, Edda, Hist of Scandinavia, Mariat Jutland. Section 3. Odin or Grîmr. The head of the Ossir was Odin, as we have learned to call him from the north, which worshipped him long after we had forgotten our Wüaten, except in the title of his day of the week. There are various opinions as to the meaning of his name, some making it come from the word for rage in the north, otter, in as, wad, and still wuth in German, and the adjective wud in Scottish. It thus may allude to Odin being the god of storm and tempest. Others take the name from og Watten n, Vatha, to pervade the title of the divinity as being through all things. This is, in fact, the same as God. However this may be, Odin in the higher myths is the All-Father, standing at the head of Asgard, as Zeus does of Olympus. He governs all things and knows all things. He obtained this mighty influence, says the Edda, by hanging for 9 nights on the world tree, Yggdrasil, without food or drink, transfixed with a spear as a self-sacrifice. Then he looked down into the depth, and sank from the tree into it. But in the abyss beneath he drank the costly poet mead, and learnt powerful songs, obtaining the runes, the beginning of wisdom, by which he could compel to his will all nature. Wind, sea, and fire, hate and love. Coupled with this entirely divine Odin, there was the abiding notion of ancestry beginning with a god. And no one, of any nobility, was content without having Odin for his forefather. Even when Christianity dethroned Odin from his place in heaven, he was still retained as a heroic ancestor. And somewhat grotesquely, the old chroniclers, after carrying up their kings to him, brought him down from Noah, and he became reduced to be the leader of the great migration from Asia, while the gods were made his human sons. We do not find Odin itself forming part of any personal name. It seems to have been avoided as Zeus was in Greece, and, to a greater degree, Jupiter in Rome. But he had no less than 49 epithets, all of which are rehearsed in the Prose Edda, and his votaries were called by one or other of these. Finn has been spoken of already as one of these, also Gauder as one of the forms of divinity. Grîmr is another, coming from the Old Norse word grima, a mask or helmet. Odin was called Grîmr, meaning the concealed or possibly the helmeted, and the names beginning with Grim may generally be referred to the hidden god. Grimhild, or in High German, Kriemhild, was originally one of the Valkyrier, or choosers of the slain, who was so called, as being endowed with a helmet of terror. Hidden battle maid or helmeted battle maid would be her fittest translation. In the northern version of the Nibelungenlied, Grimhild is the witch-mother of Sigurd's wife, Gudrun, and performs a part like that of the Oda or Jutta in the German and Danish versions, in which the heroine herself is called Kriemhild or Kriemhild, and does her fatal part in wreaking revenge for the murder of her husband. Grimhildur was somewhat used in the north, but nothing was so fashionable as Grim, who occurs 29 times in the Landnámabók and with equal frequency in Doomsday. Besides that, one of these Danish settlers left his name to Grimsby, in Lincolnshire. Grîmr has, of course, his kettle in the north, Grimketile or Grimkjell, in Doomsday, Grimshul, an allusion probably to creation, quaint as is the sound to our ears. Grimperat or helmeted splendor first was turned into Grimbert, then into the common German surname of Grimmert. Grîmr in the north was Grimheri in Germany. Grîm was in greater favor as a prefix in the High German dialects than in the north, and chiefly in the Frankish regions. Grimbald, helmeted prince, was a monk of St. Omer, transplanted by King Alfred to Oxford in the hope of promoting learning, and he thus became a Saxon saint. Grimvold, helmeted ruler, was a maire du palais in the fainéant times of the Franks, and in Spanish Bald el Conde Grimaltos, a knight at the court of Charlemagne, was slandered and driven away with his wife to the mountains, where the lady gives birth to a son, who was baptized Montesinos from the place of his birth, and educated in all chivalry till he was old enough to go to Charlemagne's court, refute the slander by the ordeal of battle, and restore his family to favor. Grimaldo was a name borne by the Lombard kings, and left remains in the great Grimaldi family of Genoa. Most of our English Grimms were importations, and there are few of them, though we have Grimulf in Doomsday, probably a Dane. Section 4. Frey. Every false religion preserves in some form or other the perception of a divine trinity, and the Teutonic triad consisted of Odin, Frey, and Thor, whose images always occupied the place of honor in the temples, and who owned the 3 midmost days of the week. The history of the word Freya is very curious. The root is found in pry, skt. To love or rejoice, the Zend fry, the Greek phi yodelam domicron sigma. To be glad was also to be free, so freon or frigon means to free and to love, and thence free in all its forms, n fry, goth frige, hg frey, lg frio. Thus, again, the Germans came by fro, and we by fresh. Fro was both glad and dear, and as in Gothic Freude was joy, so is Freud in modern German, and we exult in frolics and freaks. He who loved was known by the present participle, frigons, the friend of modern English, the same in all our Teutonic tongues, and as the effect of love is peace, the term was Fred or Fried, our Saxon frith, which we have lost in the French-Latin word. To be free was to be noble, so the free noble was Fraja, the name by which Ulfilas always translates capo epsilon rog o, omicron sigma, in the New Testament by a beautiful analogy, showing, indeed, that our Lord is our friend and our Redeemer, loving us and setting us free. Fraja or free was the Lord and Master, so his wife was likewise Freya, both the beloved and the free woman. The northern Fru, German Frau, and Dutch Vrouw all, as Donna had done in Italy, becoming the generic term for woman. Out of all the derivatives of this fertile and beautiful term, there were large contributions to mythology and a great number of names. Freya, Lord Lover, was once a god of very high rank, lord of sun and moon, hermaphrodite, and regulating the seasons, blessing marriage, and guarding purity. And this was probably a universal idea brought from Asia. As old notions formed into mythic tales, and the gods grew human, the wife of Odin was invented, and what could she be but the Frau, the lady of Asgard Frigga? Again, Freya was brought down from his mysterious vagueness, and turned into a nephew of Odin, with the moon to take care of, and moreover was disintegrated into a brother and sister, called Freya and Freya. The 6th day of the week had probably originally belonged to Freya, but Frigga got possession of it, and in right of her presiding over love and marriage, she was considered to be Venus. And in France and Italy her day is still Vendredi and Venerdi, while we have it as Friday, the Germans as Freitag, the North as Fredag. Freya is also a goddess of love, and drives over every battlefield with her car drawn by cats, once, perhaps, panthers like those of Bacchus, whom her brother is thought to resemble, and chooses half the slain, whom she marshals to their seats at the banquet of Valhalla. Her husband, Other or Otter, curiously repeats Odin's name, as she does Frigga's. She weeps continually drops of gold when he is absent, and the metal is poetically called Freya's tears. Her brother, Freya, was always a chaste, dignified, beneficent personage, a sort of severe Bacchus or grave Apollo. In the great final battle, he is to be destroyed by Surti. He is the tutelary god of Sweden, as was Odin of the Saxons. There are hosts of names connected with these deities, or the words sprung from their source. Frith in Saxon, Frey or Freya in the north, fried in German, falling in France into Freu, was a favorite termination generally masculine, and so probably in honor of Freya. And though it is safe to translate it peace, it probably also meant freedom. Old Spanish has Fruila or Frula among the kings of the Asturias, and this may be translated lord, and compared with the Frevine or Frauen, free darling, now become Fruin. Franta, too, was a king of the Spanish Suevi. Fritigern, king of the Visigoths, who first fixed himself on the Danube, bore the name afterwards Friger, Spear of Peace, in Germany, a compound much resembling that borne by that Jezebel of the Meerwangs, Fredegund or Fredegond, as she is called by French historians. Freygerdur of the North, as found in the Landnámabók, serving 4 men and 2 women, is there explained either as freedom preserver or peacekeeper. But what is to be said of Frithjof, or Frithjof, the renowned hero of the Frithjof saga, being no better than peace thief? Northern pirates thought no scorn of being thieves, and we shall fall on plenty more of them, but the compound is certainly startling. Fridolf or Fridolf, peace wolf, is nearly as bad, but it seems to have contracted into Friedel in Germany and expanded into Fridolin, probably in imitation of Feidlim or some such Erse name, since the saint thus recorded in the calendar is one of the many Scottish missionaries of the 5th century who preached to the Burgundians. He is the titular patron of the Swiss canton of Galerius, whose shield bears his figure in the Benedictine dress he never wore. Thence Schiller took the name of the youth in his ballad on the strange adventure of Isabel de la Paz of Portugal, which is best known through Retzsch's illustrations. The German Friedel must be short for this, as Frieder is for Fridhuri, peace warrior. In fact, Germany is the great land of this commencement and has fostered the best known of the whole. There was indeed a Friedricher in the Landnámabók, and a Fredreg or Frederick in Doomsday. But these would have been forgotten but for an old Frisian bishop, Friedhoric, who, in the time of Louis le Debonair, had been murdered while praying in his chapel, and being canonized, was a patron saint of the Swabian house. Friedrich with the red beard, or Barbarossa, a Ghibelline hero, caused Federigo to be popular among that party in Italy. And when his Neapolitan grandson's claims to the kingdom of the 2 Sicilies had been transmitted, through Manfred's daughter, to the Aragonese monarchs, Fadrique became usual in Spain. Friedrich had grown national in Germany, and not a king of Prussia till the present has reigned without being so called, in compliment to their hero, who, while the soldiers called him Old Fritz, thought it graceful to write himself Frederick, having, with his French tastes, taken a dislike to the sound of his own name, even in the softened spelling of his adopted language. It was from the father of this monarch that the son of George Roman II was called Frederick, a name we have twice had next in succession to the crown. The Danes obtained the name from their German connections and make it alternate on the throne with Christian. The feminine is a late invention in Germany, very common there but barely recognized elsewhere. English, French, Breton, Spanish. Frederick, Frederick, Feredrick, Fadrique, Fred, Ferry, Portuguese, Italian, German, Dutch. A Frederico, Federigo, Friedrich, Frederick, Federico, Fritz, Friedrich, Frisian, Swedish, Danish, Swiss. Frerk, Frederick, Frederick, Fredly, Freck, Fridley, Frico, Russian, Polish, Slovak, Bohemia. Friedrich, 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 Bedrich, Frick, Lusatian. Lettish, Lithuanian. Finn. Fidrich, Sprizis, Pridas, Ridu, Bedrich, Prizis, Pridikis, Wetriki, Rizis, Prixis, Wedu, Hungarian. Ridrix, Weduka, Friedrich, Pridrix, Greek. Phyro, Epsilon, Sigma, Delta, Epsilon, Rho, Iota, Kappa, Omicron, Sigma, feminine. English. French, Portuguese, Italian. Frederica, Frederica, Freddy, Feriga, German. Swiss. Polish, Bohemian. Friedrich, Friedrica, Bedriska, Fritzi, Fritzin, Greek. Reich, Phyro, Epsilon, Delta, Epsilon, Rho, Oda, Capita, Riction. Probably this popular Frederick has devoured all the other forms with the same commencement. For after the Middle Ages had fairly begun, we hardly ever hear of the German Fridrad, Fridrada, Fridhelm, Fridrun, Fridbald, Fridbert, Fridberg, Fridgard, Fridolin. Fridmund, peace protection, Fridwold, peacebauer, has been preserved in Friesland as Fredwolt, Frido, or Fredo. Fridlafer in the north has fallen into Friedlib in Germany. It is the same as the Frithlaf, whom our Saxon chroniclers bestowed on Wiewatin by way of ancestor. Our own Saxon saint, Frithswith, strong in peace, was the daughter of the Lord of Oxford in the 8th century. She lived in a little cell at Thornbury, had various legendary adventures, which may be seen portrayed in a modern window of the cathedral at Oxford, and became the saintly patroness of the university and cathedral, where, by the name of Saint Frideswyd, she reigned over Alma Mater, till Wolsey laid hold of the church and its chapter for his own splendid foundation of Christ Church. Frethesantha Paynell was wife of Geoffrey Lutterell, about the 14th century, and Frideswyd is by no means uncommon in the old genealogies of Essex and the northern counties. Alban Butler gives Fruissa as the contraction, but in Ireland, according to Mr. Britton's capital story of the election, it is Fiddy. From Frey, free, modern Germany has taken Freymund, by which they mean Freemouth, though it ought to be free protection, Freymouth, free courage, Freydank, free thought. But the older word for free plays a far more important part in modern nomenclature, namely, Frang, the High German form of free lord. The nation called Cherusci by Tacitus denominated themselves Frangian when they warred on northern Gaul, overspread it, and termed it for themselves Frankreich. As their primary energy decayed, their dominion divided. Frankenland, under the Latinism of Franconia, became leagued with the lands of the Swabians, Alemanni, and Saxons, and thus became part of Deutschland and of the Holy Roman Empire, while Frankreich was leavened by the Gallo-Romans, who worked up through their Frank lords, and made their clipped Latin or langue d'oïl, the tongue of I, the national language, and yet called themselves les Francais and the country France. And as the most enthusiastic and versatile of the European Commonwealth, they so contrived to lead other nations and impress their fashions on them that the Eastern races regarded all Europeans as Franks, called their country Frangistan, and the patois spoken by them in the Levant became lingua franca. Frank or Franco was the Archbishop of Rouen who made terms with Rollo, but the name of real fame arose otherwise. Long before the Emperor Charles V had pronounced French to be the language for men, an Italian merchant of Assisi caused his son, Giovanni, to be instructed in it as a preparation for commerce. The boy's proficiency caused him to be called Il Francesco, the Frenchman, until the baptismal Giovanni was absolutely forgotten. And as Francesco, he lived his ascetic, enthusiastic life, as Franciscus was canonized, and the mendicant order, humbly termed by him fraters minors, lesser brethren, were known as Franciscans throughout the Western Church. Many a little Italian of either sex was christened by his sobriquet, and though one of the first feminines on record was the unhappy lady whose fall and doom Dante made famous, yet the sweet renown of the devout housewife, Santa Francesca di Roma, assisted its popularity. There was a Francois at Cambrai even in 1300, and Secula is the peasant mother of a damsel in the Pentamerone. San Francesco di Nola reformed the Franciscans into a new order, called the Minimi, or least, as the former ones were the minors. It is to him that the spread of the name beyond the Alps is chiefly owing, for Louise of Savoy was so devoted to him that she made him sponsor and name father to her passionately loved son, and sewed his winding sheet with her own hands. The name was not absolutely new to France, for that of the grandson of the first Montfort, Duke of Brittany, had been Frances, and so had been that of the father of the Duchess Anne, who carried her old Celtic inheritance to the crown of France. But it was her daughter's husband, Francois I, the godson of the Saint of Nola, who was the representative Frenchman, the type of showy and degenerate chivalry. And thus spread Francois and Francois universally among the French nobility, where they held sway almost exclusively till the memories of the House of Valois had become detestable. But by that time, the populace were making great use of it, and at the present time it is considered as so vulgar that a French servant in England was scandalized that a child of the family should be called Francis. Franz von Sickingen is an instance that already Germany knew the name, but it did not take root there at once. The grandchildren of Francois I, intermarrying with the House of Lorraine, rendered his namesakes plentiful, both in the blood-stained younger branch of Guise, and in the dull direct stem, the continuation of the Carlingen, who at length, by the marriage with Maria Theresa, were restored to the throne of Charlemagne. In the person of him whom the classicalizing Germans termed Franciscus, this cumbrous form is still official. But France is the real name in universal use in the German parts of the Austrian Empire, though the Slavonic portions generally use the other end of the word, as Zesk. It was the same gay French monarch who sent us our forms of the name. Mary Tudor, either in gratitude for his kindness or in memory of her brief queenship of France, christened her first child Frances. That Lady Frances Brandon, whose royal blood was so sore a misfortune to her daughters, and who had numerous namesakes among the maidens of the Tudor court. But they do not seem to have then made the distinction of letter that now marks the feminine, and they used what is now the masculine contraction. Frank, Frank, how long is it since thou wast married to Pranel? Was the rebuke of the Duke of Richmond to his Howard lady when he was pleased to take down her inordinate pride, by reminding her of her youthful elopement with a vintner. The modern Fanny is apparently of the days of Anne, coming into notice with the beautiful Lady Fanny Shirley, who made it a great favorite and almost a proverb for prettiness and simplicity, so that the wits of George Roman II's time called John Lord Hervey, Lord Fanny, for his effeminacy. Fanny, like Frank, is often given at baptism instead of the full word, and by an odd caprice, it has lately been adopted in both France and Germany instead of their national contractions. The masculine came in at the same time and burst into eminence in the Elizabethan cluster of worthies, Drake, Walsingham, Bacon, but it did not take a thorough hold of the nation and was much left to the Roman Catholics. It was not till Frank had been restricted to men that it took hold of the popular mind, so as to become prevalent. The original saint of Assisi made devout Spaniards use Francisco and Francisca, before the fresh honor won for the first by two early Jesuits, the Duke of Gandia, the friend and guide of Charles V, and Xavier, the self-devoted apostle of the Indies. His surname has thrown out another stock. It is in itself Moorish, coming from the Arabic Gafar, splendid, the same as that of our old friend, the Jaafar of the Arabian Nights, the Jaffier of old historians. Wherever Jesuits have been, there it is. Savero in Italy, Xavier in France, Zavary in Wallachia, Xavery in Poland, Savarage in Illyria, Xaveria for the feminine in Roman Catholic Germany, marking the course of the Counter-Reformation. Even Ireland deals in Saverius or Savy, though when English sailors meet a Spanish Negro called Xaver, they call him Shaver. Savary de Beaune, whom Dugdale places under Henry I, was probably a form of Sichuri, or Saher, which may have been absorbed by Xaver in Roman Catholic lands. English, Erse, Breton, French. Francis Francis France François Frank Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Wallachia. Francisco Francesco Francisc Francillo Francisquinho Franco Secco German Dutch, Scotch, Swedish. Franciscus Franci France Frank Polish Bohemian, Slovak Lettish. Francisek Frantisek Spranzis Frank Franjo Zesk Lithuanian, Finn, Hungarian, Greek. Prankas Ransu Pharynx Phyro Alpha Gamma Kappa Iota Sigma Kappa Omicron Sigma, Furco feminine. English, Breton, French, Span and Poor. Francis Francesa Francus Francisca Fanny Fantic Francisc Fenchet Fanchon Italian, German, Dutch. Polish Francesca Franzisk Francinch Francisca Seka Franz Francina Franolka Sechina Sprinsgen Franzch Franuja Sekirla Lower German. Bohemian, Slovak, Hungarian, Greek. Francisca Francisca Phyro Alpha Gamma Kappa Iota Sigma Kappa Eta, Franica Frania. Footnote 108. Oui is the name now given by the South Sea Islanders to the French. Footnote 109. Grimm, Munch, Munter, Michaelis, Alban Butler, Mrs. Rusk, German Empire, Dugdale, Ellis, Doomsday. Section 5, Thor. The third in the Teutonic triad is the mighty Thor, whose image stood on the other side of that of Odin, in the northern temples, whose day followed Odin's, and who was the special deity of the Norsemen, as Wewatan was of the Saxons and Freya of the Swedes. The most awful phenomenon to which, in northern Europe, human ears are accustomed, the great electric sound from heaven, could not fail to be connected with divinity, by nature, as well as by the lingering reminiscence of the Revelations, when it accompanied the voice of the Most High. If the classic nations knew the mighty roll as the bolts of Zeus or Jupiter, they called it Beta-Rho Omicron Utauida, Bront, and Tanitru, names corresponding to those divinities wherewith the other Aryans connected the sound. The Perun of the Slavonians, the Terran of the Simri, the Thunner, Donar, or Thor of the Teuton. The Indra of the Hindu came from Udra or Idun, water, as god of the waters of the sky, while the Teutonic title was probably an imitation of the deep rolling sound, and the god must have been called after it. In the northern myths, Thor is the eldest son of Odin, mightiest of all the Æsir, partly in right of his belt of strength, which doubles his force, and of the iron gauntlets which he wields whenever he throws his mighty hammer. Mjolnir, the crusher, from the word that named Milo, also mills and meal, which, like a boomerang, always returns to him when he has hurled it. He has a palace called Thrudheim, or Thrudvangr, the abode of courage, resting on 540 pillars, which seems like a tradition of some many-columned Indian edifice. It was he who was foremost in the fight with the powers of evil. He bound Lok, the destroyer, and banished him to Utgard, where the famous visit was made that so curiously reflects Indian and Persian myths, and has dwindled into the tricks of our giant killer and the German Schneiderlein. He has more adventures than any other single deity in northern story, and continues champion of the gods till the final consummation, when, after having destroyed many of the enemies, he is finally stifled by the flood of poison emitted by the Midgard snake. Thord seems to have been a contraction of the old Low German Donnerad, which has vanished. But in fact Thor, though regnant in the north, was not very popular elsewhere, and almost all the names he commences are Scandinavian, though the old Spanish Goths had a King Thorismundo, Thor's protection, the same as our Norman Tormund. They had also an Asturian bishop, Toribio, who long after was followed by a sainted namesake in Spanish South America. Every possible change that could be rung on Thor seems to have been in use among the Northmen. The simplest masculine, Thordr, comes 70 times in the land Namabok, Thor 47 times, after the early settler Thor the Silent, and the feminine Thora 22, and she still flourishes in Iceland and Norway. Thor had his elf Thorelfr, his household spirit Thordis, his bear and his wolf. His bear, Thorbjorn, is 51 times in the Iceland roll, and was not without a she-bear, Thorbura, and the Torbern, in Domesday, was doubtless the father of the family of Thorbern. Indeed, though Thor's hammer was not an artistic one, he has had other artist namesakes by inheritance, namely, the Flemish Terburg, an offshoot from the northern Thorberger, with its feminine Thorbjorg or Thorberga, and the great Danish Thorwaldsen, the son of Thorvaldr, Thor's power, or maybe of Thunderwelder, the Thorwald of Germany, and Thorold or Tyrold of the Norman conquest. Readers of Andersen may remember his story of the boy sculptor, mortified by the consequential little girl, declaring that no one whose name ended in sen was worth speaking to. Thorwald, too, was one of the old Icelandic discoverers of America. As to Thor's wolf Thorolf, it is contracted into Talv in Norway, and thus may be the origin of that curious Danish superstition that at noonday, 12 being Talv in Danish, Kong Talv, a terrific and mysterious personage, drives by in his chariot, invisible except to maidens inadvertently left in solitude, when they are borne off by him to his domains for 7 years, which pass like a single day. 42 Thorarins, as well as a Thorarna for a feminine, assisted to people Iceland, and of course Thor's sword, spear, and kettle were there too, Thorbrandr 6 times over. The spear and kettle figure again in the story of Croyland Abbey, as told by Ingolf. Turgur, the little child who escaped the destruction, is no doubt Thorgeir, and it may be feared thus betrays a Norman invention. But Tursatile, the good man who rebuilt it, was really Ethelstain's chancellor, and no doubt took his name from some of the invading Danes, who called the Thorkatile or Thorkjel of the north, Thurkil or Trukil, of which we have some traces remaining in the name Thurkel. Thorkatla was the Icelandic feminine. It is an evidence how greatly our population was leavened by the Danes, that though Thor names are very rare in Anglo-Saxon history, we have many among our surnames, such as Thurlo from Thorlake, Thor's sport Tunstall and Tunston from Thurston, the Danish Thorstein, the proper form of Thor's stone, who is thus the stainless Tunstall, whose banner white waved in Flodden field, just as long before Tostein the white had been the foremost knight at Hastings, and left his name to the northern peasantry to be confounded with Towsaint, the popular reading of All Saints' Day, and thus to pass to the Negro champion of Haiti, Towsaint Eluverture. Thorgils, Thor's pledge, also runs into Thurkil or Trokil and cuts down to trolls, but coming to the Western Isles has there continued in the form of Torquil and has been mixed up with the idea of the Latin torx, a neck chain. The Swedes call it Theogils, and the feminine is Thorgisla. It is Torquil in Doomsday. White Thors were Thorfinn and Thorfinna. Thorvid, or Thor's wood, is in Denmark Truvid, Truid, Trut, probably our Trufit. Besides these were used. Thorbert, Thor's splendor, Torberdus in Doomsday. Thorgutter, Thor the Good or Goth. Thorjurdur, Thor's protection, 37 inland Namabok. Thorjuster, Thor's guest. Thorgrim, Thor the helmeted. Thorgunna, Thor's war. Thorhilder, Thor's battle maid. Thorleif, Thor's relic. Thormod, Thor's mood. Thorhalla, Thor's stone. Thorlog, Thor's liquor. Footnote 110. Len Namabok, Thierry, Conquert Dangelterra Ellis, Doomsday Munch, Mallet. Section 6, Baldur and Hodur. Most beautiful of all the gods was Baldur, the fair white god, mild, beautiful, and eloquent, beloved but foredoomed to death. His story is well known. His mother, Frigga, vainly took an oath of all created things not to be the instrument of his fate. She omitted the mistletoe, and Loke, the destroyer, having, in the guise of a sympathetic old woman, beguiled her into betraying her omission, placed a shaft of the magic plant in the hands of the blind god, Hodur, when all the Aesir were in sport directing their harmless weapons against the breast of their favorite. Baldur was slain, and his beautiful wife, Nanna, died of grief for his loss. Even then Hela would have relented and have given him back, provided every living thing would have wept for him. But one stern giantess among the rocks refused her tears, and Baldur remains in the realms of death, until after all his brethren shall have perished in the last great conflict, when with them he shall be revivified in the times of the restitution of all things, so remarkably promised in these ancient myths. As to the source of his name, authorities are not agreed. Baldur is a prince in several Teutonic languages, and the royal family of the Visigoths were the Balth. Balths, bald, bold, is also a word among them, but Grimm deduces the god's title from Biel or Baltas, the word that is the first syllable of the Slavonic Belisarius, and thus would make the Anglian Baldog mean bright as day. It is the word that lies at the root of Bellis, pretty, whose derivations are now so universal in Romanized Europe. Others turn the name over to the Bel, or Beli, of the Celts, or the Eastern Belus. But on the whole, the derivation Baldur, a prince, is the least unsatisfactory. The legend seems to have been unknown to the German races, or, at least, no trace of it has been found, and the names that constantly occur beginning and ending with Bald or Pald are supposed merely to mean prince and not to refer to the god. As an end, it is more common than as a beginning, and it is peculiar to the Anglian races, our own Anglo-Saxons, the inhabitants of the Low Countries, and continental Saxons. The names that have become universal all emanated from one or other of these sources. Baldric or prince-ruler was Anglo-Saxon, but the Swedes learned it as Balderic, the Poles as Balderic, the French as Baudry. Baldred, an English-named saint, was Bishop of Glasgow. Thence, too, the early French took Baldram, Prince Raven, which they made Baudrand, and confused with Baldrand, Prince of the House, also Baldamer, famous prince, unless this is a confusion with Waldemar. The most general of these was, however, Baldwin, princely friend, who was very early a feudatory of the empire in Flanders, and the name continued in his family, so as to take strong hold of the population, and to spread into the adjoining lands. Baldwin was the father of William the Conqueror's Matilda, and the one Baldwinus before the conquest has very considerably multiplied after it, so that to us Baldwin has all the associations of a Norman name. Its European celebrity was owing to the two knights of Lorraine and Bourg, who reigned successively at Jerusalem after the First Crusade, and left this to be considered as the appropriate Christian name in their short-lived dynasty. And again, it was borne by the unfortunate count who was thrust into the old Byzantine throne only to be demolished by the Bulgarians, or if indeed he ever returned, to be disowned as an impostor by his daughter. English, French, German, Dutch, Italian. Baldwin, Baudouin, Balduin, Boudouin, Baldovino, Baudin, Balduino. The Germans have Baldo, the French Baud, both contractions from either Baldwin or Balderich, and there are a good many surnames therefrom in England, France, and Germany. Examples of Baldegisel, Prince Pledge, Baldbrecht, Baldemund, Baldefled, Baldetrude have also been found, but nowhere are any such forms prevalent. Baldur's wife, Nanna, probably comes from Nanthgen, in Gothic, to be courageous. There are a few Frisians called Nano, Nan, Nani, but it is very probable that this old goddess may have contributed to furnish some of the inherited names now all absorbed in Anne. Baldur's unfortunate murderer has, strange to say, many more namesakes. He was Nanna's brother, blind and of amazing strength, and is supposed to typify unheeding rashness and violence, in opposition to prudent valor. His name is in Gothic Hathis, in Old German Hadu, and in Anglo-Saxon Hedho, and is said to come from hedho, an attack or fight, so that the right way to translate it in the compounds would be by fierce when it begins the name, war when it forms the conclusion. It has a great many different forms. The Old Northern Hedin is believed to be one, belonging first to a semi-fabulous sea king of the mythic ages who tried to elope with the Valkyr Hildur. From him, the sea was poetically called, in the strange affected versification of the North, the road of Hedin's horses. There were 8 Hedins in the land Namabok, and the word sometimes occurred at the end of the name, as with Skarphedin, the fierce but generous son of Enjal, who dies singing to the last in the flame, with his faithful axe driven deep into the wall that the fire might not spoil its edge. Tacitus mentions 2 chiefs whom he calls Cottimer and Catchwelda, and who are supposed to be by interpretation Hagemer, or fierce fame, and Hagibald or Hagewald, each of which would be fierce prince. Hagemer has lingered in southern France, where it has become Azimer, or Edhamer, the last, the well-known surname of the Grignan family. Hadebrand, fierce sword, is one of the heroes of the most ancient existing poem in Low German. Heddo is to be found as a name of some Frisians, contracted either from this, or from Hagibert, or one of the other compounds. Even ladies were named by this affix, as Haduberg, war protection, Hagulint, war serpent, Haduig, which the old German name writer Luther makes war refuge. This last is the only usual form, owing to the saintly fame of a daughter of the Markgraf of Marigny. While one daughter, Agnes, was the victim of Philippe August's irregular marriage, the happier Haduig married a Duke of Silesia and shared his elevation to the throne of Poland, where she evinced such piety as to be canonized. And the name she left was borne by a Polish lady in the next century, who converted her husband, the Duke of Lithuania. Thus doubly sainted, all Eastern Germany delighted in it, and the French sent it to us. They calling it Hedvige, we took it as Hawes, and, descending into Avis or Aves, it was at one time very common here, and is to be found in almost every old register. English, French, German, Polish, Havois Hedvige Hedwig Jadviga, Hawes Hedda Havoijo Italian, Avis Edvige Avisha Avis Elusation, Esth, Let, Hungarian, Hada Edo Ed Hedviga Edo. The Spanish Goths, too, had their compounds of Hadu. The Lady Adicinda, whom Southey has placed collecting the corpses of her family in the ruins of the city destroyed by the Moors, is Hadaswinth or fierce strength, and the Portuguese Afonso is from Hadufunds. This last syllable, namely funds, means vehemence, and is in fact no other than our own undignified fuss. Afonso, thus mean fierce fuss, though for more euphony, this lofty name of kings may be made into warlike impetuosity. Section 7, Tyr. In northern mythology, Tyr is another son of Odin, and god of strength and victory. When, in the great fight with the powers of evil, the terrible Fenris, the wolf of the abyss, was to be bound with a fetter, slender, but which no power could break, he was only induced to stand still by Tyr's volunteering to put his right hand into the monster's mouth, as a pledge of the good faith of Asgard. Finding himself chained, the wolf at once closed his jaws and bit off Tyr's hand. Nevertheless, the runic letter lambda, thorn, the sound of dh, which was left-handed, like the god, and therefore his sign was esteemed the mark of truth and treaties. Tyr has few namesakes. Tyre and Thyra in the north are the only direct ones, but it sometimes finishes a word, as in the case of Angantyr, favorite of Tyr, the warrior who obtained the terrible sword, Tiefing, forged by the dwarfs, which did indeed always give victory, but which would never go back into its scabbard till it had been fed with at least one human life. The dia or theus of the old Gothic and German names thus arose, such as Alathius, the Latinized halter, and the like. Njord was god of the sea, almost equal in rank to Odin himself. He was a very ancient deity, known to the German nations as Nerthus, and probably, like Freya, male and female. The goddess Nerthus, mentioned by Tacitus, has been supposed by Grimm to mean Njord, but Hermann Leuning makes it Tord, a wife of Odin, and one of the 3 titles of the earth. At any rate, out of this mention has been made a goddess, Hertha, who has not been without namesakes. Many derivations have been suggested for his name. Finn Magnusson thought it might be cognate with the Greek nu eta rho letter 1 f 78 sigma, Neros, wet, Grîmr that it might be connected with the north, though he declines to speak positively. And Hermann Leuning deduces it from Naren, to join, because the sea joins the land together. Njord's direct derivatives seem to be Nordhilda and Nordbert, the last fashionable in Germany, from a youth of imperial family, who was, at the end of the 11th century, brought to serious thoughts by having his horse struck by lightning under him, when, like St. Paul, he cried out, "What wouldst thou have me to do?" He became a monk, and was afterwards Archbishop of Magdeburg and founder of the Premonstratensian order, and Norbert became known and used after he was canonized. Njord is used in the north, and thence too, perhaps, comes Norman, which was in use, both in France and England at the time of the conquest. It is puzzling to find in Domesday Book 16 Normans possessing land in England before the conquest, and only 8 after it, one of whom, Norman Darcy at least, was a Norman-born. Afterwards, during the friendly 13th century, English nobles carried Norman to Scotland, where it was adopted in the Leslie family, and, like Nigel, became exclusively Scottish. The Highlanders called it Tormaid, which is considered to be really its Gaelic form, not an equivalent. The last Englishman I have found so called was Norman de Verdun, under Edward I. The story of Njord's marriage is one of the wildest tales of later Norse mythology. Iduna, the wife of Bragi, god of poetry, kept the apples of gold which renewed the youth of the gods. However, Loki, having fallen into the clutches of the great frost giant, Thiasse, in the form of an eagle, only effected his release by promising to bring Iduna and her apples to Jotunheim. He beguiled her into a forest, under pretense that he had found finer apples than her own, and their Thiasse flew away with her. The gods began to grow old without their apples, and insisted that Loki should bring her back. He arrayed himself as a falcon, and, flying to Jotunheim, turned Iduna into a sparrow and flew home with her, pursued by Thiasse. The Aesir, seeing her danger, lighted a fire with chips on the walls of Asgard, which flamed up and singed Thiasse's wings, so that he fell down among them and was slain. Afterwards, his daughter, Skadi, came to avenge his death, but was mollified by being allowed to choose a husband from the Aesir, however was only allowed the site of the feet to select from, and thus, hoping she had taken Baldur, she obtained Njord. Thiasse's eyes are said to have become stars, but, as usual, the northern astronomy has been ruined by the classical, and no one knows which they are. Bragi was followed as an Icelandic name. Its etymology is uncertain. Some make it cognate with Brahma, others with Braga, to shine, others with brain. Braga was poetry, and thence, from the manner of recital noun, has formed the uncomplimentary verb, to brag, and the braggart. Iduna, or more properly, Idhuna Ithuna, is a myth of spring reft away by winter, who dies of the warmth of the flame of the summer gods. Her name does not seem to have been adopted in the north, but it is almost certainly the origin of Idonia, which is very common in Old English pedigrees. Idonia de Camville lived under Henry Roman III. Idonia de Vetrapont, Viexpont, or Oldbridge is cited in the curious tracts on Northern Curiosities, put forth some years back in Durham, which say the name is very common. And though it might be the feminine of the Latin Idonius, fit, its absence in the Romance countries may be taken as an indication that it was a mere classicalizing of the northern goddess of the apples of youth. The word itself is translated by Leuning in the most satisfactory manner as she who works incessantly, and by Munch as she who renovates incessantly. Iger is to work, anna, love, so that others make her one who loves work. The word anna, however, though derived from the verb an anna, to love, has come to mean only a woman, and as such is frequently used as a termination, as well as now and then standing alone as a female name, anna, of whom there are 3 in the Landnámabók, and several in the saga of Burnt Engel. Una is likewise used in both Ireland and the north, but in the former it is said to mean famine. In the north it is most probably from that word vin, win, or wine, a friend, which we shall often meet with again, and which lies most likely at the root of anna. The word ija, to work, the first syllable of Ijuna's name, formed daci, activity, and thence the person who ought to be active, the old German itis and Anglo-Saxon ides, a woman in the north, days or dis. The idea of the active sprite was divided between womankind and certain household spirits, like the Roman genii, only feminine and possibly another name for the Nornir, as each man had his own, and they were sometimes visible as animals suiting with the character of their proteges. Powerful chiefs had bears or bulls, crafty ones foxes. And even on the introduction of Christianity, faith in the Disir was not abandoned, though there were no more sacrifices at their Disir Salen or temples. Sometimes a family would have various Disir at war with one another, some for the old faith, some for the new. While Iceland was still in suspense between heathenism and Christianity, a young chieftain one night heard 3 knocks at his door, and despite the warnings of a seer, went forth to see the cause. He beheld 9 women in black riding from the north, and 9 from the south, the Disir of his family, the black for heathendom, the white for Christianity. The black ones, knowing that they must vanish from the land, seized his life as their last tribute, and wounded him so that he returned a dying man to tell his tale. Probably these Disir are either the cause or the effect of those strange phantoms which, whether of doves, dogs, heads, children, or women, portend death in certain families. They may likewise account for some of the family bearings in the form of animals. Disa is a Norwegian and Icelandic name, now nearly disused. It is also a very frequent termination, such as in Thordis, Ulfdis, Freydis, and C, and it may be most fitly translated as the sprite giving the idea of the guardian protecting spirit that woman should be. In the German names, it appears as the termination itis or itis, as a delitis, one that appears at first sight like a mere Latinism. Footnote 111. Grîmr, Luning, Munter, Munch, Blackwell, Mallet, Ellis, Doomsday, Dugdale. Section 8. Heimdall. The porter of Valhall is Heimdall, the son of 9 sisters, who watches at the further end of the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost to guard the Aesir from the giants. He sleeps more lightly than a bird, can see 100 leagues by day or night, and can hear the grass growing in the fields and the wool on the sheep's backs. He bears in one hand a sword, in the other a trumpet, the sound of which resounds throughout the universe. When the powers of evil break loose, Heimdall will rouse the gods to their last conflict by a blast of his trumpet, and in the struggle will kill and be killed by Loki. His name is explained by Heim, home, and Dalar, powerful. The latter half is in Anglo-Saxon Dial, in Old High German Tello, and in the Old Norse Dalar, whence Dala is found as a name in the land Namabak. Heim is in Ulfilas both a field and a village, and the Anglo-Saxons use the word deham for an enclosure, and ham for a village. Ham in a similar manner, as is still shown in the diminutive, hamlet, for a small village, as well as in the ham that concludes many local names. At the same time, the word, slightly altered, assumed that closer, dearer, warmer sense which is expressed by the terms Heim, Heim, Hgem, Heim, and Home, in all the faithful-hearted Teutonic race, yet which is so little comprehended by our southern relatives, that they absolutely have no power of expressing such an idea as its Heim, and its Heim, and its Heim. Even in their heathenism, true to the kindred points of heaven and home, the guardian of the dwelling of the brave spirits of the dead was made by the Northmen no grim Cerberus nor gloomy Charon, but the home ruler. And though Heimdall nowhere occurs as a name, yet the old German Heimerich is almost identical with it, though it should be observed that Heim is a commencement peculiar to the Germans. We never find a name with this first syllable originating either with the Northmen or the English. Where Heimerich first began does not appear, but it sprung into fame with the Saxon emperor called the Fowler, and his descendant won the honors of a saint, whence this became a special favorite in Germany, where it was borne by 6 emperors, by princes innumerable, and by so many others that the contraction Heinz had already passed to cats when Rieneck Futsch was written. It is from the endearment, Heinz, that the handsome and unfortunate son of Frederick Roman II, who, after his brief royalty in Sardinia, spent the rest of his life in a Genoese prison, was known to Italy as Enzio and to history as Enzius. From the Kaisers, the 3rd Capetian king of France was christened Henry, a form always frequent there, though only 4 times on the throne. Its popularity culminated during the religious wars, when Henry de Valois, Henry de Bourbon, and Henry de Guise were fighting the War of the Three Henrys. But in spite of the French love and pride in Le Grand Monarque, the growing devotion to Saint Louis, from whom the Bourbon rights to the throne were derived, set Henry aside from being the royal name, until the birth of him whom legitimists still call Henry V. There are but 3 instances of Henricus, even after the conquest in Domesday, and it must have been from the reigning French monarch that William the Conqueror took Henry for his youngest son, from whom the first Plantagenet king received and transmitted it to his ungracious son, his feeble grandson, and through him to the elder house of Lancaster, then to the younger, who for 3 generations wore it on the throne, and for whose sake it was revived in the house of Tudor. Its right native shape is Harry. The other form is only an imitation of French spelling. It was Harry of Winchester, who cried out for help at Evesham, Harry of Bolingbroke, who rode triumphant into London, and who died worn out in the Jerusalem chamber, Harry Hotspur, whose spur was cold at Shrewsbury, Harry of Monmouth, who was Hal in his haunts at Eastcheap, and jested with Fluellen on the eve of Agincourt, Harry of Windsor, who foretold the exaltation of Harry Tudor when Richmond was a little peevish boy, and Harry Roman VIII, or bluff King Hal, who lives in the popular mind as an English Bluebeard, perhaps connected in some cases with the popular sobriquet of the devil. An early Swedish bishop bore the name, and so did a bishop of Iceland before the 12th century. But these must have been foreigners, for there are no other instances in the north in early times, though the general fusion of European names brought in Hendrik to the loss of the native Heydrich, just as Heinrich seems to have in Germany destroyed an independent Hagenrich. English, French, Spanish, Italian, Henry Enrique Enrico, Harry Henriette Origo Hala, Enzio Halkin Breton, Portuguese, Origuccio Håkon Hurry Enrique Origazo Guccio German, Dutch, Danish, Frisian, Heinrich Hendrik Heinrich Hendrikus Heinz Swedish, Polish, Henrik Heinz, Heinek Henk Henning Bohemian, Lithuanian. Jindrich Indrikis Indes Endrudis Vinduls feminine. English, French, Spanish, Swedish, Henrietta Enriqueta Henrica Harriet Italian, Portuguese, German, Hardy Enrichetta Henriqueta Henriette Hattie Jet Etta Hetty. The founder of the Portuguese kingdom was a Henry from Burgundy. But the name did not greatly flourish in the peninsula till Enrique of Trastamare climbed to the Castilian throne, and his namesakes, alternating with Juan, threw out the old national Alfonso and Fernando. On the whole, this is one of the most universal of Teutonic names, and one of the most English in use, although not Anglian in origin. The feminine seems to have been invented in the 16th century, probably in France, for Henriette Stuart appears in the House of Stuart d'Aubigné in 1588, and there were some Henriettes to match the Henris at the court of Catherine de Medicis. England received the name from the daughter of Henry Roman IV. Henriette Marie, whom the prayer book called Queen Mary, though her godchildren were always Henrietta, so Latinized by their pedigrees, though in real life they went by the Queen's French appellation, as well as English lips could frame it, so that Hoyat was formerly the universal pronunciation of Harriet and is still occasionally used. Haimo or Hamo is another Old German form, becoming in French Haman, Haman, Iman, and Ammon in Italian. Les Quater Fils Iman were notable freebooters in Carling Romance, and in Italy were I Quattro Figli Damon. Early Norman times gave us Hamo, Hamelin, and Fitzamon, but except for an occasional Hamlin in an old pedigree, they have disappeared. Germany had Heimrod, Heimbert, and Heimfrid, but these are not easy to disentangle from the derivatives of the word Hun, which are much more in use. Footnote 112. Michaelis Pot Edda. Section 9, Will. This section has thus been headed because the will was one of the ideas most strongly expressed, in various forms, in the religion of the high-spirited North. The word to will is of all tongues. The Greek beta omicron epsilon lambda eta, Latin vel or volo, Gothic vilgin, Celtic aioli, all show a common origin, and every Teuton language has the derivatives of will, just as the Romance have of volo. But it is the Teuton who brings the will into his mythology. When the creation began, the cow Audumbla licked out of the stones a man named Bur, who was the grandfather of the 3 primeval gods, Odin, Willi, and Ver, the all-pervading, the will, the holy, and it was these who together animated the first human pair. We hear no more of Vili or Homir, as he is also called after he thus infused feeling and will into the first man, but we meet the word will again forming Valgin, to choose, Velja in the north. Thence the home where Odin welcomed his brave descendants was Valhall, the Hall of the Chosen, And the maidens who chose the happy who were there to dwell were the Valkyrier or Walsiage, the last syllable from Kjora or Kurin to choose, the word whence an electoral prince is called in German Kurfürst. But the passport to the Hall of the Chosen was a glorious death on the battlefield. And thus it was that Wali belonged to the carnage of the fight, since slaughter did but seal the marks of the Valkyr upon the brave, whose spirits were passing over the rainbow arch, while the comets marked the course of the chariot which glanced across the sky with weapons forged for their sport in battle and chase. So the Hall of the Chosen became the Hall of Carnage, the abode of the slain, and it is remarkable that no Christian writer transfers the term to paradise, although the epithet Schildberg, the Castle of Shields, is once applied to heaven as the home of the victors. Indeed, Valhall was not eternal. The warrior there admitted had yet to fight his last fight by Odin's side, perish with him and his sons, and share with them the renovation of the universe. So deeply interwoven in the ideas of the North was a violent death with the hope of bliss, that crags in Norway affording scope for a desperate leap were called the vestibule of Valhall, and the preference for a death on the battlefield lingered into Christian days, so that not only did fierce Earl Siward bemoan his fate in dying of sickness, albeit he rose upon his feet to draw his last breath, but even the Chevalier Bayard mourned angrily over the fever that had nearly caused him to pass away like a sick girl in his bed. Well then might the Valkyrier be the favored messengers of Odin, sent forth to select the champions who should become the guests of their mighty forefather, himself called Valfreyr or Slaughter Lord. They hovered over the camp in armor with swan wings, marked those who were to fall, and wove the web of slaughter ere the battle began. Their number varies in different sagas, and so do their names, although Hildur is always the chief. Their last appearance was when the islander of Caithness beheld the 12 weaving their grisly web in a loom of lances, the weights of men's heads, on the eve of the Good Friday of the Battle of Clontarf, between King Sigtryg and Brian Boram, singing the weird song that Gray translated long before Teutonic antiquities were revived. Horror covers all the heath, clouds of carnage blot the sun. Sisters, weave the web of death, sisters, cease, the work is done. The work done, the web was torn in sunder, and divided between the Valkyrier, who flew off, half to the north, half to the south, denoting the rending of the ancient faith. In fact, in later sagas, the Valkyrier lose their wild mystery and divinity, and fall into mere magic maidens, sometimes with extraordinary strength, sometimes with swan wings, and, at the very last gasp of the supernatural, with goose feet, which at their next step become merely large feet. The mother of Charlemagne absolutely makes the transition from Bertha the goose-footed to Berth Oxgrand's Pides. To this source probably may be referred Walla or wise woman, the inspired priestess, also called in ancient German the Veleda. Caesar tells us that the matrons among the Germans cast lots and prophesied the issue of battle, and thus Walla may have been the wise or inspired woman. The great prophetic song of the fate of the Aesir is Völuspa, either the wise woman's spee or the inspired spee or prophecy, for Vola or Valr means inspired in ancient German, no doubt from the Walla or prophetess, and by a very small transition, mad. Probably the Celts borrowed it, for fall was inspired or mad, and Folia of Araminium is mentioned by Horace as a magician. Our fool is thus traceable to Vola, inspired, but probably through the Celtic and French medium. Vili, though his myths have been forgotten, still stands as a great ancestor. From him in Germany, either directly or through a renewal of him as a forefather, must have been named the great race of the Billingen, the first dynasty of the continental Saxon, who gave emperors to Germany. Billing is the son of Willi or Will, and so again is in the north Vilken, the father of the famous Smith Valander, whose name is probably from this original root, will or mind, though its immediate source is thought to be vel, art or cunning, cognate with our own guile, and probably the participle of a lost verb to devise. Some connect it with Vulcan, from the name and character of Valander. He was the son of a sea maiden, and of Vigja the Vilken, and he and his 2 brothers each married a Valkyr, who, at the end of a stated period, had to be absent for 9 years, giving to each husband magic gifts and precious stones that dimmed when disaster was about to befall them. Valander was the fortunate brother of the 3, and was the mighty smith to whom all good weapons are ascribed. From him, the early part of the Norse poem ending with the slaying of Fafnir is called the Volsunga saga, as from his father, the Danish version is the Wilkina saga. For the hero himself is his descendant, a Wælsing or Vilking, and fights with his redoubted weapons. Welland again makes the impenetrable corslet of Beowulf, the twisted breastnet which protected his life against point and edge. He is the Wiolant, Velant, or Wieland of Germany, and Galando of Italy, the gallant of France, who forged their Joyeuse, the sword of Charlemagne, and Cortana, that of Aegir. A skillful Welland is mentioned in an old Anglo-Saxon mis found at Exeter, and in King Alfred's translation of Boethius he renders the line, Ubi nunc fidelis ossa fabrici jacent. Meaning, of course, an artificer, the sense of the name. Where are now the bones of the wise Welland, the goldsmith who is most famed? A workman is still called in Iceland Valandrinjarn, and a labyrinth is Valandris. This famous armorer took possession of a druidical cromlech in the midst of the battlegrounds between the Danes and Saxons on the Berkshire Downs, and there drove his shadowy trade as Wayland Smith, close to King Alfred's own birthplace, Wantage. He was spared from oblivion by being embalmed in Kenilworth, where the only blunder is in making Lancelot Wayland the real name of the estimable mountebank, who personated the mythical Smith. Though Wieland is a German surname, the coincidence of an English Wayland was too much for probability, and, in fact, Scott does not seem to have known how very ancient Wayland Smith had really been. Names in Wal are chiefly northern, those in Will mostly Saxon. Uller, or Ull, another northern form, has been much used in Iceland, and among the northern isles of Scotland, where it may be remembered that Ulla Troil was the real name of Norna. Uller was the stepson of Thor, son of Sif, and renowned as a great bow-bearer. Will is almost always a commencement. The Frank Queen Berchilda was, of course, Willihilda, resolute battle. Our earnest but turbulent Wilfrith, the Yorkshire bishop, hardly deserved to be called resolute peace, but as patron of Ripon, his name has continued in the north, Wilfrith being very frequent in older registers in the neighborhood of Ripon, though of late fashion has adopted it in the form of Wilfrid. In the 7th century, we sent Germany 2 missionaries with this prefix, Willibrord and Willihold. Also Willibald, resolute prince, went on pilgrimage with his father, Saint Richard of Wessex, in 721, and finished his career as Bishop of Eichstätt, leaving his name to take root in various forms. English, French, Portuguese, Dutch, Bavarian, Willibald Gilibald Gilbaldo, Willibald Willibald, Wibald Vilibaldo, Waldel Waltel. Native to Germany is Williburg, which has a northern facsimile Vilbjorg, and Vilgerd, the same in meaning, resolute protection, Wilrich, resolute ruler. Willihad, resolute violence, Williram, resolute raven, Willihard, reduplicating firmness, Willigiz, willing pledge or pledge of the will. Willimer, resolute fame, making our surname Wilmer. Willihurry, resolute warrior, is the source of the German Willer, the English Weller, the French Villiers and Villers, which, with their aristocratic sound, betray little of their kindred to Sam Weller. Where the most popular of all the wills was invented, it is not easy to discover, but Germany is its most likely region, since Helm is a specially Germanic termination, and the Billings favored the commencement. Besides which the pronunciation in that language leaves the words their natural meanings, Wilhelm, resolute helmet, or, perhaps, helmet of resolution. The native northern name would be Wilhelm, but this is never used, it being only imported bodily as Wilhelm into Denmark from Germany, just as our Ethelbert is superseded by Albert. The cause of its adoption in Normandy cannot have been one of the 8 saints in the Roman calendar who bear it, for not one is anterior to the son of Rollo, the 2nd Duke of Normandy, from whom William descended to the Conqueror, and became one of the most national of English names. English, Welsh, Breton, French, William Gillam Gillern Guillaume, Will Gillern Guillemot, Willie Bill Wilkin, Old French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Wilhelmi Guillermo Guilhermo Guglielm, Wilhelmi Gillen, German, Dutch, Swiss, Frisian, Wilhelm Willem Wilhelm Willow, Wilm Wim Will Polish, Bohemian, Let, Greek, Wilhelm Willem Willems Gulielmos Will Bilelmos feminine, English, French, Spanish, Italian. Wilhelmina Gillerum Guillema Guglielma Wilmot Guillemet Wilmot Minette Portuguese, Swedish, Mina Mimi Gilherma Wilhelmine Minella Galette German, Swiss, Lithuanian, Dutch, Wilhelmine Mimali mine Willimin, Helmine Mimali minet Willempt mine Minchen polish, Minna Minka. Old Camden's account of it is too quaint not to be here inserted. William Jern. For sweeter sound drawn from Wilhelm, which is interpreted by Luther much defense or defense to many, as Williwold ruling many, Wildred much reverent fear or awful, Wilfrid much peace, Willibert much brightness. So the French that cannot pronounce W have turned it into Philly as Philibert for Willibert much brightness. Many names wherein we have will seem translated from the Greek names composed of pi omicron lambda epsilon sigma, as Polydamas, Polybius, Polixenes, and Seahelm yet remained with us, and Vili, Willy, and Billy yet with the German for many. Others term William willing defender, and so it answereth the Roman Titus, if it come from tuendo, as some learned will have it. The Italians that liked the name but could not pronounce the W, if we may believe Gessner, turned it into Galazzo, retaining the sense in part for helm. But the Italians report that Galazzo, the first Viscount of Milan, was so called for the many cocks that crew lustily at his birth. This name hath been most common in England since William the Conqueror, insomuch that on a festival day in the court of King Henry Roman II, when Sir William St. John and Sir William Fitzhamon, especial officers, had commanded that none but the name of William should dine with them in the great chamber, they were accompanied with 120 Williams, all knights, as Robert Montensis recordeth, Anno 1173. Camden's authority is not Martin Luther, but one Mr. Luther Dassipodius, by whom he sets great store, and whose German Vili or Billy many, must have been the word now called veal. Verstegen's history of William is still droller, namely, that any German who killed a Roman assumed the golden headpiece of the slain, and was thence called Guildhelm, which would of course be inconsistent with the old German form of Willihelm. Be it observed that our surname Wilmot descends from a name to be found in German as Wilmod, resolute mood. But the feminine Wilmot, which is to be found continually in Old Devon and Cornwall registers, is no doubt the same as the old French Guillemette, and it is a pity it has been discarded for the cumbrous German Wilhelmina or the Williamina that is of no language at all. Camden is probably right in taking Filiberto from Williberot or Willibert resolute splendor, though Germans refer it to Veal, the same as our full, and the Greek Polys. The founder of the name in the 6th century was a Frank Willibert, who founded the Abbey of Jumiges, which the Normans first desolated and then restored, their Frenchified tongues bringing the patron's name to England as Fulbert, which is still occasionally found in old families. The 9th Grand Master of St. John meantime bore the French form, which historians wrote as Philibert, and the old counts of Savoy alternated Filiberto with Amer, until they blossomed out into double names as Vitter Amadio or Filiberto Emanuel. The vowel of choice or slaughter is not, Professor Munch tells us, to be confounded with another vowel, taken from the word whale or wall, a stranger, which, as has been already said, named Wales. Our own Waltheof, being spelt in his native tongue Weltheof, thus removes himself and an Icelandic Valtheof from being slaughter thieves to being foreign thieves, a change not much for the better. There were fierce Danish ancestors, however, to account for this predatory appellation lighting upon the Earl, whom the Conqueror executed at Winchester, and the English revered as a saint. Then from him it descended to his grandson, Waltheof de St. Lies, the stepson of St. David of Scotland, companion of the excellent Prince Henry, and, finally, Abbot of Melross, where he was canonized as St. Walthenius or Walen, and thus accounts for the surname of Wathin. Walmer is, in Old German, Wallimer, and thus shows itself to be foreign fame. Walliger is also foreign war, and became Valger in the north, Gotcher in France. And thence, too, by corruption, Valgard, the evil genius of the Enjal saga. Wallerabin or Walram seems appropriate as slaughter raven, but is uncert. The French made it Gotterin, and in the form of Walerin it was used in the House of Luxembourg, Counts of St. Paul. It is Gallerano in Italy. Walibert, a monk who died at Luxen in 625, is the same as the northern Valbjart, and another Valbert, or Vaubert, as he is called in France, had a daughter Valtrud, canonized as Saint Vautrude or Vaudru. From Wallemund the French take Valmont, and Waleric, an Auvergne hermit, was Latinized as Valericus and Frenchified into Saint Valery, a territorial surname. The Gothic King Wallia is left in possession of the battlefield, and so are the northern Valdis and Valberg, both thorough Valkyr names not yet disused. Valtrude, an early saint, must certainly be named from a slaughter maiden. So probably was Walber, slaughter pledge, one of the English missionary ladies employed by Saint Boniface in Mainz. She was a very popular saint and is called Valpurgis, Vauban, Vauberg. Her English church is Wembury in Devon. Part of her relics were translated from Eichstätt to Ferns, near Ostend, in 1109 on the 1st of May, when one of her festivals is kept. Then is supposed to follow the Valpurgis Nacht, the witches' Sabbath, on the Brocken. Surely this strange connection with the saintly abbess must be due to some old observance in honor of a Valkyr Valberg. Valaskita, an old name found among the ladies of the Asturias, Navarre, and Biscay, was probably from this source. Footnote 113. Junius, Grimm, Leuning, Blackwell, Mallet, Lappenberg, Dasent, Munter, Alban, Butler, Camden, Verstegan, Pott, Koppen, Michaelis, Howitt, Literature of the North. Section 10, Hilda. Chief among the Valkyrier was Hildur, Hild, or Hilsha, who is never wanting in any enumeration of these warlike spirits. The word, in its original sense, means battle, and has thus attached itself to the principal war maiden. Nay, it has passed from her to be a poetical term for any maiden, and is one of the very commonest terminations to feminine names throughout the Teutonic world, and is likewise often found at the beginning of men's names, predominating perhaps in Germany. Alone, it was only used in the north and in England, where the Darren Princess Hildur became the holy Abbess Hildur of Whitby, succeeding Saint Bega, and leaving a reputation for sanctity enhanced by the sight of the very form of Hilda fair, hovering upon the sunny air. A vision which, though Clara de Clare could not see it, is to be beheld under certain conditions of light in the windows of Whitby Church to the present day. As well as the Ammonites believed, as usual, to have been serpents turned to stone at the prayer of the saint. In honor of her, Hilda is still used as a name about Whitby. The mother of Rolf Ganger, progenitress of our royalty, who vainly besought Harold Harfager not to banish her sons from Norway, was named Hildur, and the name still survives in Scandinavia and Iceland, where the Landnámabók shows it to have been very plentiful, 17 ladies being recorded as bearing it. There, too, occurs Hildiridr, battle hastener, a thorough Valkyr name, but not very suitable to Fouquet's sweet Lady Minitrost, of the moonlight brown eyes. Hildilildis, battle spirit, is an Anglo-Norman lady's name. The true Frank form of the aspirate was, however, exceedingly harsh, amounting to the Greek chi, and therefore usually set down in its transitions through Latin and French as a ch. So we meet among the Meerwangs with Childebert, who by translation is Hildebert, battle splendor, and Childebrand, or battle sword. These two last names, in their Low German form of Hildebrand and Hildebrat, occur again in the old poem, already referred to, of Hildebrand and Hadebrand, both meaning battle swords, which goes through a dispute about Hadebrand's father, and, finally, leaves them in the middle of a single combat. Hildebrand is, as we know from Old German and Danish poems, the companion and friend of Dietrich of Bern. He had, like some hero in every cycle of story, married and deserted a young wife, and after assisting his master in many adventures and much dragon killing, and being the sole survivor of all Dietrich's men in the great massacre of the Nibelung, he encountered, without knowing him, his young son Alebrand. In a single combat, where both do their devoir, the old knight is wounded, the younger overthrown. Then they discover each other by the tokens that Hildebrand had left with the mother, and up rose the youthful Alebrand, and into Bern they ride. What bears he on his helmet? A little cross of gold. And what on his right hand bears he? His dearest father old. So, recommended by fame, Hildebrand continued a knightly name in England and Germany for many ages, and belonged to that battle sword of the Church, who, on his election to the papacy, was called Gregory Roman VII. Though we still continue to think of him as Pope Hildebrand, and the eccentric Dr. Wolff tells us that one of the dreams of his youth was to wear the tiara by the name of Hildebrand. In Italy, pronunciation turned it into Aldobrando, then into Aldrovando, and then Latin made Aldrovandus. Hildegunner, battle maid of war, was another northern name, and is the same as the German Hildegund, which was rather a favorite. It is Aldegond in the Cambrai Register, and the territorial surname of Saint Aldegond is memorable in the revolt of the Low Countries. Hildegard, in honor of an abbess in the Palatinate, who died in 1004, is still a very common name among German ladies, and going to Denmark has been corrupted into Oligard. It is exactly the same in meaning with the northern Hildebjorg. So again are Hilduig and Hildegger, and among the Gothic queens of Spain is found Hilduara or Battle Prudence. Saint Hiltrud of Lises, revered in Poitou and Hainault, unites two Valkyr titles, Hildur and Thruder, for Thruder is generally enumerated among the Valkyr. The word once meant, in the north, fortitude or firmness, and is possibly connected with truth, but in all the Teuton languages it signifies maiden or virgin. Perhaps in connection with the Valkyra, Hildur might have been the patroness of courage, and Thruder of fortitude, but unfortunately, perhaps from the spells used by the women in soothsaying before a battle, Thruder sank down from its high estate, and Drud or Drut means a witch, and in German also an evil spirit. Thrudvanger or Constancy's abode was one of the names of Valhall. Thrud, Trud, True is, in Scandinavia and Germany, as favorite a feminine termination as Hilda, and no doubt with the same meaning, though its owners would fain translate it by truth. But it cannot be brought nearer than constancy or fortitude. Sometimes it stands alone. Drat, as it has become by pronunciation, figures in the Heimskringla, and the Danes must have brought it to England, for in Bishop Middleham, in the county of Durham, we meet, in 1683, with Troth Bradshaw, who is again Trouth or Troth in the old spelling. Trot also several times occurs, and we are thus led to the conclusion that the dear old Dame Trot of the nursery bears the respected name of the Valkyr of fortitude. Truth is, perhaps, the same, originally coaxed by Puritan invention. Sindrida, or Quendrida, as the histories call her, the wife of Offa, is suspected by Mr. Kemble to have been mixed up with her namesake, Thruder the Valkyr. She was said to be a Frankish princess, who came floating over the waters, having been exposed in a boat for some unknown crime. Her beauty fascinated Offa, king of Mercia. He married her, and she was the only Old English queen who caused her image to be stamped on her coins. She treacherously murdered her son-in-law, and was put to death by being thrown down a well. Some part of this is history. Other parts are thought to be taken from an Anglian myth of an elder fabulous Offa, whose wife was almost certainly a Valkyr, and on her marriage, lost her supernatural strength. Sign, or Siwen, a woman, only appears again with Siwenber, another Saxon queen, and may have been merely an affix. Other German masculine forms are Hildeman or Hilman, Hildemund or Hilmund, Hildwart in Friesland, Hilwart, Hildefrid or Hilfrid, Hildebold, Hilding, Hildrad the Hildert or Hillert of Friesland, Hilram the contraction of Hilda's raven. Gothic Spain coined, however, the most noted form of the name when Hildefunds or battle vehemence came on the Latin lips of her people to be Ildefonso or Ilifonso, as the great bishop of Toledo of the 7th century was called. Then, shortening into Alfonso, and again into Alonso, the same came to the second gallant king of the Asturias, husband of Pelayo's daughter, and became the most national of all the peninsular names, belonging to 11 Castilian kings and 9 Aragonese, and to the present king of Spain, but never passing beyond the peninsula as a royal name, save to the Aragonese dynasty in Sicily and Naples. In England we nearly had it, for one of the sons of Edward I, and the Castilian Aliner was so baptized, but his early death saved our lips from the necessity of framing themselves to its southern flow. Alphonse has been a favorite French name. The Portuguese Afonso, though often used as its equivalent, is Hadjufunds, very similar in meaning, but rather meaning war vehemence than battle vehemence. The feminine is the Spanish Alfonsina and the French Alpensine. English, German, French, Spanish, Italian. Alfonso, Alphonse, Alphonse, Ildefonso, Alfonso, Alonso, Alfonso, Alonso. Footnote 114. Grimm, Looning, Munter, Blackwell, Mallet, Munch, Lenamabach White, Walking Tour, Roscoe, Int. To Boyado, Thierry, Racits des Temps Merovingians, Weber and Jamison, Northern Romance Michaelis, Pott, Surtees, Butler. Section 11, V. The third deity who, with Odin and Willi, gave life to man was V, who bestowed blood and color. V is thought to be connected with the Persian word ve, pure, and to lie at the root of vehan, to consecrate in Meso-Gothic. Weihan in German, whence Christmas is Weihnacht, Holy Night. V was the god in ancient German, vir the plural for gods. But moreover, V as a plural meant sacred regions, and these among the Teutons were groves. We, a grove in Old German, a temple in Old Saxon. Thence the northern vid, German walled, English wood, all passing from the sense of the consecrated forest to be merely the trees, and in our language, the actual timber of which they are composed. V appears no more. But Vidar Vithar, a son of Odin, explained by Luning to signify the inexhaustible force of nature, is, in the final conflict, to set his foot on the Fenris wolf and rend him asunder, and with Vali, the chosen, to pass unscathed through fire and flood, and behold the renovation of all things. V and Vid do their part in names. Vadi, Wade, or Watto is a giant ancestor in the Vilkinga saga, and the father of Valander is, in the north, Vidja or Vudga, in Germany, Wittedge or Wittich, a name mentioned by Jornens as Vidigoja. The son of Valander also bears the same name, Veja or Wilkin, and kills the giant Etger, called in the Danish ballad Langbein Riser or Long-Legged Giant. The grave and the oven of the giant are still shown in Zealand. It is the Vityges whom the Byzantine writers mention among their Gothic foes in Italy, and the Witiza of the latter Visigoths in Spain, and may fairly be rendered a dweller in a wood, though, in effect, it conveyed the sense of consecration. Thence, too, the Widukind or Widukind of Saxony, the fierce old chieftain subdued by Charlemagne, whose name Scott gave to old, Widukind the waster. But erroneously, for a Dane would have begun his name with Ved. Before comparison had cleared up the history of names, Widukind used, however, to be translated white child. Germany has many of such grove names, the forest wolf and raven, as Witolf and Wittram, the forest prince as Wittrich and his fame as Whitmer, also Whitbold, Whitperat, and Withery, the like of which last is found in Doomsday Book before the Conquest, as Wither in company with Whitlack, Whitger, and Wit, and Whitgills is high up in the Anglo-Saxon genealogy. It is tempting to refer such names as these to wit and wise, both from vision, to know, and to think of the Vedas. But the wood and its spirit of consecration is the real source of all these, as of Vebjörn, Vebrander, Vedis, Vedorn, Vedger, Velog, Vemunder, Vedni, Vedhelm, Vedhild, Vestin, all names of the north. Verena, the gentle mother of Sintram, may, perhaps, be meant for Vedrun, which would mean sacred wisdom, or for Vedrid, sacred eagerness, just as Sigrid has formed Siri and Serena. The only cases where wise or vit has produced a name were Vitger of Iceland, who received that prefix for his magic powers, and Robert de Hauteville, surnamed Giscard, Wiseheart, or Wizard, the Norman conqueror of Apulia, from whose sobriquet Giscard was afterwards used as a name in France, whence Sir Giscard Dangle appears in Froissart. V or Ver is common at the end of northern names, as in Rodv or Ranver, and stood as V at the end of the old Frankish names, where it is apt to get confused with Wig, war. Vid, the forest or tree, is a favorite Norse termination, apt to be taken for Hvit, white. Footnote 115. Blackwell, Grimm, Munch, Doomsday Book, Len Namabach, Le Beau Marion, Weber and Jamison, Northern Romance. Section 12, Gerda. Freya's beautiful wife, whose loveliness was reflected by land and sea, was Gerda, a word coming from Gerdhai or Girthai, to gird round, and thus denoting the enclosed cornfield, the emblem of peace and blessing. And on the other hand, gird was sometimes poetically used for the entire girding or harness of a warrior prepared for battle. And in both these senses, as well as of the dedication to the goddess, Gerdur was a favorite feminine in the north. And Gerda has still continued in use in Norway and Iceland, besides supplying a great many terminations, chiefly to Germany, in Ermengarde, Hildegard, and C. Its original source is exceedingly old, and conveys the idea of turning round, as in gamma letter 1 Fe6 rho omicron sigma, gyros, curvus, and C, and all their derivatives in the classical languages. In the northern tongues arose Gjord Nor, Geodin as, whence all the varieties of girth and gird. Thence came the Danish Geother, which, when borne by the best and most faithful of the sons of Earl Godwin, was rendered into modern English as girth, and thus was bestowed by Scott upon the honest thrall of Cedric of Rotherwood. This name, then, properly means the warrior girt for battle. Gard is part of a man's name in the north. E.g., Gardar, who was the Swede who first sailed round Iceland, came from Gardhar, house warrior, or perhaps patriot. Gardmund and Gardbrand, one the hand, another the sword of the country, are also found. But in general, this is a termination, as with Fingard, Thorgard, Valgard. Other names of men ending with gerd are generally corruptions of words from ger. Section 13, Ogier. When the Aesir took up their abode in Asgard, they there found the Jotun, or giants, of whom the chief was Forniodi, a word meaning the aged. He had 3 sons, Aechlur, Logi, and Kari, ruling sea, flame, and wind. After a long contest, they seem to have been promoted to the privileges of Aesir, and remained allies, if not friends, till the treason of Logi or Loki brought about the death of Baldur, after which the destroyer Loki and his children, the Fenris wolf, the wolf of the fen or abyss, hell or death, and the Midgard serpent, were bound till the last outbreak shall take place. Kari and Aechlur appear to have retained their privileges as gods or demigods of wind and wave. Kari is called Ysolt in Germany, but his name of Kari or Kari has continued in use in Norway and Iceland, and belonged to the generous avenger of burnt Engjal and his sons. Aechlur is evidently the Celtic Lur, but on his promotion to rank with the Aesir, he took the northern name of Agir, Ig, or Ogier. He was on very friendly terms with the Aesir, gave them banquets, visited them at Asgard, and heard Bragi tell stories of their deeds. But his usual occupation was to raise his hoary head above the water when he meant evil to vessels, and when he raised storms, his wife ran from Rowena to Spoil, sat fishing for sailors, whose spirits she imprisoned like a water Hela, so that drowned men were said to be gone to Ran, before Davy Jones superseded her in nautical language. His daughter Anna was the wave rising as in human shape. All these images evidently arose from the wild, heaped, confused masses of waves in the North Sea, which, instead of forming the even sweep of ridge and furrow of the Atlantic, are in tumbling masses, suggesting the human form. Unna is said to come from the same root as unda, the Latin wave, but the word also means love, and thence a woman, and there is a curious similitude in it to Ain, the granddaughter of Lur, in Irish legend. In Germany, Ogier was Ek, but was reduced to fresh water and rivers. The root of the name of Ogier is, in fact, Og or Uok, the same as our Awe. Thence come many words, such as the Frank Ega, cunning, the Saxon edge, fear, also the verb eggen, to incite, still common in the north, while we have to egg on. It has been extremely fertile in names, in many different forms, the simplest being the Frank Ega, a mare du palais. Our own 2 kings, Ecgfrith and Ecgbert, are probably thus derived, though some explain their first syllable by edge, but they are far more probably the same with the awe of the north. Egbert continues in Friesland as Ebert. Og is the oldest form in the north, as in Ogmund, which, however, was soon turned into Ogmund, Agmund, and Amund, a shape in which it is common in the north, while in the Low Countries it gave the title of Egmont to the victim of Alva. Ogwald has run something the same course in the north, and become Avold. Ogun and Ogulv are also there, and in Germany Egeheri once existed and gave us the surnames of Agar and Egger. Eggerich makes the Frisian Eggert, Igeric, and Ego. The most famous German hero connected with the name is Der True Eckhart, who is well named Awful Firmness, warns travelers from the tempting mountain of fatal delights, the Venusberg, once belonging to Hela herself. Eckhart is chiefly Frisian in the present day, and there it forms into Ego, Ike, and Edzard. It is identically the same name as Eginhard, the contemporary chronicler of Charlemagne. The N being used in declining the leading noun is retained in the pronunciation of the name. Friesland, however, separates the two and shortens Eginhard into Eino, Einert, Eint. Thus again is formed the original northern Aginhar, awful warrior, who fell down into Agnar and Agni. Einar, of which there were 22 in the land Namabak, looks very much like another contraction of Aginhar, but analogy is against it. And Professor Munch decides that the first syllable, both of Einar and Eindride, a rather popular Old Norse feminine, is Ein one in the sense of chief or superior, so that Einar would be chief warrior, Eindride, Endride, or Endride, as it is also used, superior rider. The dative form of Ag is Igli, whence Egils or Igils has come to be a favorite northern name, and in this shape it is a very frequent prefix. Egilona was the unfortunate wife of Rodrigo, the last of the Goths, and afterwards of the Moorish prince, his conqueror, whom she forced to do homage to the cross, by having the door of her room opposite to it made so low that he could not enter without stooping. Agilo was a Frank nobleman, and in Doomsday we fall upon an undoubted Agelward and Edgelmer, and on what are probably their contractions, Eilward and Eilmer, afterwards Eimer. But both these are contractions of other names, and cannot always be referred to the awful god of the sea, Agilard. Agilulf and Agelbert were Frank forms, the last Eilbert in German. Egelhart is Eilert or Eilo in German, Eilert, Eilt, or Eildo in Frisian. And the Spanish Gothic Egica is another of the progeny of the Old Sea giant. Oat is a word also meaning terror. Footnote 116. Luning Munch Grimm took, Liddell and Scott, Len Namabach. Footnote 117. Grimm Munch Blackwell, Luning Michaelis. Section 14, IngSeaxnot. Leaving the comparatively clear and consistent regions of Scandinavian mythology, we pass to the divinities and forefathers of whom we know far less, those of our own Anglian ancestors. Some accepted by them in common with the High Germans, others exclusively their own, and some apparently known to the north, though not admitted into the system of the Edda. The northern cosmogony tells us of the first man, Barry, whom the cow Audumbla licked out of the stone, and whose grandson Odin was. It also tells us of the primeval man and woman, Ask and Embla, whom Odin, Vili, and Vi animated. On the other hand, Tacitus, writing of the ancient Germans, makes them start from an earth-born god, Tuisco, whose son was Manus. And again, Manus's 3 sons were Ingus, Iscus, and Hermias, Ing, Esk, and Ed, from whom descended the Ingivons, Iskivones, and Hermiones. Tuisco is Tiu, or more properly, the divine word in another form. He represents the original stock of Teutonism and also the human sense of a divine origin, for Manus, of course, is man. Esk or Ask has scarcely formed any names, but Ing or Ungv was looked on as the ancestor of the Swedish kings, who thence were called the Unglinga. And the history which rationalizes Odin is thence termed the Unglinga saga, as it makes Ungv his son and deduces the line from him. Ing, the son of Tuisco, is, however, a far more universal forefather, being almost without a doubt the name father of that great race that we have called Angeln, Anglo-Saxons, and English. Seaxnot or Sasnot was probably another name for Ing. The word means stone comrade, and he was supposed to be the ancestor of the Saxon or Saxons, but he has not numerous namesakes. In the East Saxon pedigree, we find Seaxbeoit and Seaxbald, and in the East Anglian Seaxbur or Sexburga, and in Scandinavia Sax remained as a name. And the historian of the 12th century, who enlightened us so much on Danish history, is Latinized as Saxo Grammaticus. Ing was a great deal more popular, though not among the Angles, either insular or continental. The only trace of him in Germany is in the old name of Hinkmer or Hinko, and our Anglo-Saxon kings enumerated Ingvi and Gebrand and Ingegit as connecting links between themselves and Wiewatin. The Goths, Burgundians, and Vandals also claimed descent from Ingvja, and their princes were called Ingvinones. Ingvi or Ingvar was a royal name in Scandinavia, and so traveled with the sons of Rurik to Russia, where Igor, as he was there called, led an army to strike terror into Constantinople, and the name has since become confused with Igor or George. Ingulf was the secretary of William the Conqueror, and we would fain believe in the history of Croyland that goes by his name. Ingebjorg found her way into an old saga as a demigoddess directing wind and rain, but her historical interest is connected with the unfortunate Danish princess, whom Philippe Auguste married only to repudiate, and whom French historians translate into Ingeborg, English ones into Ingoberga. Hers is the most common female name in Norway. The North has likewise Ingegerdjur, Ingeleif, Ingemunder, Ingeridjur, Ingeiler, Ingvildjur, Ingjard, and Ingrim. Ingvilhild has become Engelk or Engel, and is, in fact, now merged in the idea of the Greek angel. The same fate has befallen other names in Germany and France, where that best of all puns, as far as results were concerned, that of Saint Gregory between Angeli and Angli, has been constantly repeated in nomenclature. The Eng, Ing, or Engel, named from a forgotten tradition after Ing, was well pleased to be dedicated to an angel. Ingram, once Ing's raven, became Engelram, and thought he was of angelic purity, in name if not in nature. And either he or Engelhard passed into France as Engerod, the chief Christian name of the brave house whose proud saying was, Gisways Nairoy, Nikant Aussie, Gisways Lasire de Causi. And the English called it Ingeltram, when Isabel, the daughter of Edward Roman III, made her love match with the brave Lord de Cousy, whose loyalty was so sorely perplexed by his connection with her family. Engelfrid, Engelshock, Engelberga, and Engelbert are probably originally German angels in connection with peace, discipleship, protection, and splendor. And Professor Munch thinks the northern Ingobert an instinctive attempt to nationalize the last. On the other hand, he leaves to Engelbald, Engeltrud, Angelrich, as in fact may be always done with every name of the kind that can be traced to an owner prior to the time when angels were popular ideas among our northern ancestors. Ingvar was a terrible name to our Saxon ancestors, when the Danish Viking, so called, carried terror to our coasts. But Ivar is not the short for it, but is from German, Ibe, Dutch, Ibe, English U, and Har, a warrior, so that Ivar is the U warrior, the bow-bearer, or archer. He is Ivar in Danish, and in Scotland and Ireland, Massivor has been adopted as a rendering of one of the old hereditary Celtic names. Ivbald and Ivbert have also been used and cut down to Ibald and Ibert. Ireland had a Saint Ivor, or Ivory, who was considered to have prayed away from Fernigenal the Mures Mayors qui vulgariter radi vocanter so completely that none survived, but whether he was named by Dane or Celt does not appear. At any rate, Saint Ivory was deemed good to invoke against rats. It is probable that Ivhar is the real origin of Ives, the saint who named the town in Huntingdonshire. But legend strangely makes him a Persian bishop, who chose that locality for a hermitage in the 7th century, and whose body was discovered uncorrupt in the year 1001, thus providing a patron for many an Ivar of Danish or Norman extraction, who became Yvon or Yvon in France, and Ivo in the chroniclers. Ivo de Taillebois is the villain of the story of Hereward and his camp of refuge, and the name is common with the Normans and Bretons, all the more for the sake of Saint Ivo de Chartres, who was imprisoned for his resistance to the adultery of Philip I and Bertrade of Anjou, and Saint Ives of Brittany, the good lawyer, called the advocate of the poor. These Breton Ivons may, however, be from Sir Iwain or Owen, the same as Eogan. Footnote 118. Grimm, Munch, Luning, Kemble, O'Donovan, Butler. Section 15, Airmen. The third son of Manus was said to be a word, perhaps, connected with Tyr on one side and Ares on the other. For Ertag is the Tuesday of southern Germany, and Eresburg, now Mersburg, was the center of the worship of the continental Saxons. The day was, however, also called, in Bavaria and Austria, Ermintag or Erminstag, and the deity worshipped at Eresburg was Ermin or Ermin, and perhaps the word should be considered as Erman in conjunction. From him, the Hermionines of Tacitus are said to be descended, being chiefly the Old Germans and the Franks. At Eresburg, even up to the 8th century, there stood a great central temple, containing a marble column on which stood an armed warrior, holding in one hand a banner bearing a rose, in the other a balance. The crest on the helmet was a cock, on the breastplate was a bear, on the shield that hung from the shoulders was a lion in a field of flowers. Around lived a college of priests, who exercised judgment and made biennial offerings. Before going out to war, the host, in full armor, galloped round the figure, brandishing their spears and praying for victory. Lesser images were carried with the army, and on its return, captives and cowards were slain, as offerings to the great idol. This temple was destroyed by Charlemagne, who buried the idol where afterwards stood the Abbey of Corby. In his son's reign it was dug up and carried off by the French as a trophy, when the Saxons rose to rescue it and a battle took place, after which it was thrown into the river in Nen, but was fished out, exorcised, purified, and made to serve as a candelabrum in the church of Hildesheim. The battle was called Armansula, and the image Irmansel, whence many have fancied that Irmansel was the chief German god. Sul or Saul is, however, a pillar, and it is a very curious fact that 2 sacred columns were the Penates of every Teuton's hearth and city. When a migration was decided on by the Scandinavians, a solemn feast was held, the master of the house seated between his 2 suler, or columns, which he uprooted and carried with him, and on his approach to his intended home, he threw them overboard and followed them with his ship, landing wherever they were cast up. It was thus that the situation of Reykjavik in Iceland was determined. Such columns, down to a very late period, stood at the gates of the elder towns in Germany and were called Irminsallen, or sometimes one the Rollensal, the other the Irminsul. Eyrman in the Anglian of Beowulf means universal. Eyrmanson, the whole of mankind. In Old Norse, Jormung is the world, and Jormungandr is another name of the Midgard snake which encircles the world. Most likely, the Irmansel thus signified the universal column, the pillar adored by all men, just as the Anglo-Saxons called the great Roman road Eyrmanstriat, or Erming Street, the public road. Then would be the divinity, man the human word, and Ermin would thus express something revered by all. And thence, the name of the tribes of the Hermiones and Hermanjuri, both meaning all the people. Later, the word Jormung or Eyrman came to mean only very large, and probably the Saxons of Thuringia had forgotten the original signification of their columns when they gave the single one of Irmansel such an exclusive prominence. Some have tried to explain one pillar as Hirmansal, pillar of the army man, and the other as Ragnholdsal, pillar of firm judgment, as emblems of military and civil power. But though this meaning may have later been bestowed on them, the signification of Eyrman is decidedly adverse to this explanation, and it is safest to translate it, when it occurs in names, as public or general. English, French, Spanish, Italian, Armin, Armand, Armando, Arminio, Armin, Armano, German, Swedish, Dutch, Swiss, Herman, Herman, Hermanus, Herma, Herman, Hermili, Manus, Slovak, Lettish, Est, Lithuanian, German, Ermenes, Herm, Irmas, Vermonas. When the Cherusci, themselves Hermaniones, broke the heart of Augustus by cutting off the legions of Quinctilius Varus, their leader was Arminius, probably Erman or Eyrman, though after generations explained it as Hirman or Armaman. So that the hosts of Hermans, named when national feeling was roused by French invasion, are in his honor. Previously, the Dutch Jacob Hermansen had rendered himself into Latin as Arminius. From Holland, the Norfolk name of Armin must have been imported. The Germans use, as the feminine, Herman and Hermione, which properly belong to the Latin Herminius, and the French have made their own form of Armand into Armentine. A Burgundian hermit, Ermin, too, gave Saint Ermo to Italy, a name inextricably mixed with Elmo, the contraction of Erasmus. It is the Saint Erm of France. Very early, so as to be almost mythical, was the Thuringian Ermenfrit, or Ernvrit, who hardly conduced to public peace by calling in the Saxons, but Hermanfrid continued in use in Germany and was known to the French as Hermanfroi. The Burgundian version of the great world-girding snake was Ermelind, a name that came to a saintly virgin of the 6th century from whom Ermelinda flourished as an Italian name, being probably common to both Lombards and Burgundians, as both Vandals. But these ermines are most frequent in ancient Spain. The Suevi had Hermanric, or Hermanerico, public ruler, and the Goths, Herminger and Hermengildo, the last being the prince who is revered as having been converted from Arianism by his Orthodox Frank wife, and whose death, by his father's persecution, sealed the triumph of Catholicism in Spain. Hermanberga was a princess, offered to, but refused by, a Frank king and Ermesinda, or, as Southey's poem calls her, Hermesind, the daughter of Pelleau, carried the blue blood of the Balt into the line of Alfonso. Her name meant public dignity. Parallel to these, the Anglo-Saxons enumerate Eärmenric, Eärmenbar, Eärmenberg, Eärmengith, Eärmenguld. And after the conquest, there still continue the forms of Eremberga, Ermentrude, and Ermengard, the last by far the most frequent, and not yet disused in Germany. Section 16, Urs. The Anglo-Saxons were accustomed to perform an incantation to restore the fruitfulness of their fields. It began by the cry Urs, 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 Eerdhin Mater, as if it were not earth itself, but her mother that was called upon. The same word Urs is used for ark, chest, or ship in the Anglo-Saxon New Testament. And Urs does not seem to have been entirely forgotten, for Urch or Herkja is a famous lady in Old German hero songs. From thence, too, may have sprung the Old German adjective Ätchen, meaning holy, genuine, or simple, which is thought to have named the famous Hercynian forest of ancient Germany, which would thus be the sacred wood. The founder of the East Saxon kingdom in England is called both Esquine and Ursenwine, the darling of Esse or of Urs. In the Kentish genealogy we find Eirconbert, sacred brightness, answering to the Lombardo-Italic Urchimperto, and also Eirconget, sacred divinity. Saint Eirconwald, holy power, was a bishop of London, about 678, and may almost be reckoned as the second founder of St. Paul's, where his shrine was greatly revered. And about the same time, Erchinoald was a maire du Palais in France, and Urchinold or Herchenhold was an old German name, meaning probably firm in truth. In old knightly times, we find the German Urchenbald, meaning a sacred prince, from which the French took many a sire Archambald, and the Italians Arcibaldo. The Scots, by some strange fancy, adopted Archibald as the lowland equivalent of Gillespie, the bishop's servant. So frequent was it in the houses of Campbell and Douglas that, with its contractions of Archie and Baldy, it has become one of the most commonly used in Scotland, recalling many a fierce worthy, from old Archibald Bell the Cat downwards, and always translating the Gillespie of the Campbells to lowland ears. Footnote 119. Grîmr and C. Section 17, Amal. Amal is a very remarkable word. We have had it in Greek as alpha letter 1F30 mu upsilon lambda omicron sigma, in Latin as Emilius, in the Celtic as amalgade, and in all it would seem as if one notion could be detected, that of work. Even in Hebrew, amal means to work. Amal is work in Old Norse, and we have still our verb to moil, taken therefrom. Mal, be it remembered, is in German a time, mal, a stroke, malen, to paint or make strokes, and so in the North, mal is a measure or an end, a goal. Probably there is a notion of repetition of marks, stroke upon stroke, in all cases, and the Sanskrit meaning of amal or spotless without mark is in favor of the meaning. It is safest, however, to translate the Teutonic amal by work, the thought most familiar to the sturdy northern nations who used it, and loved work for its own sake. In the Vilkina saga, the mighty smith Velant's first great trial of skill was with Amilias, an armorer at the court of King Nilung. Velant struck him with his sword Mimung. He said he felt as if a drop of water had flowed down him. "Shake yourself," said Velant, and the unfortunate smith fell down cloven painlessly from head to heel, an example of labor versus skill. Amlung, the strong, is mentioned in the Book of Heroes as feasting at the Nibelung court, and it was at Duke Emilung's court that, according to the Danish ballad, old Sir Hildebrand had been staying for 22 years, before, going back to Bern, he met his unknown son Alebrand. Amala was a favorite Lombardic commencement, and was likewise much in favor with German ladies. It became first Amalie, and then, when Italy and France had taken up the Latin Emilia, this old Teutonic form was mixed up with it. And Amelia in England, Amalie in France, are scarcely considered to differ from it. And though historically Emily is the descendant of the Emile, Amelia of the Amaler, yet both alike come from the original Amal. Amaleswinth, which would bear the translation, dignity of labor, though probably it was only given in the sense of dignity of the Amaler, was the unfortunate Lombardic queen, whom the Romans could not protect from the treachery of her favorites. Amalesantha is what historians call her, but on Burgundian lips it came to be Melisenda, Melisert, Melusine. Melisenda is in Spanish ballad lore the wife of Don Gayferos, and, being taken captive by the Moors, was the occasion of the feats that were represented by the puppet show in which Don Quixote took an unfortunately lively interest. Melisende again was the princess who carried the uneasy crown of Jerusalem to the house of Anjou, and perhaps, from the provincial connections of the English court, Lady Melisent Stafford bore the name in the time of Henry Roman II. Whence Melisent has become known in England, and never quite disused, though often confounded with Melissa, a B, and sometimes spelt Millicent. Melusine was a nymph who became the wife of the Lord de Lusignan, or Lusignan, on condition that he should never intrude upon her on a Saturday. Of course, after a long time, his curiosity was excited, and stealing a glance at his lady in her solitude, he beheld her a serpent from the waist downward. With a terrible shriek, she was lost to him forever. But she left 3 sons, all bearing some deformity, of whom Geoffrey o' Grand Dent was the most remarkable. Melusina continued in use in the south of France, Holland, and Germany, and is occasionally used in England. We find Melisert in old French chronicles. The very ancient queens of Navarre and the Asturias have a wonderful set of aliases, and one, the oddest, is Emilina or Simna or Zymna, the sister of Sancho I of Navarre, who married Alfonso the Great. Could the Spaniards, by any possibility, have contracted the soft Amal into the harsh guttural Zi, which sounds as if it came from a Moorish throat. Yet Goths as they were, they show no Amal, though their Zymen and Zymna reach up to 700, and Zymna survived long as a name among their ladies, and was the wife of the Cid, whence the French turned her into Chimene. Emmeline, as it is now generally spelt, came from France as Emeline and is frequent in old ballad poetry and in northern registers as Emilne. It is probably another form of this same Amaline, or Lind, Amal's serpent. The northern races have the one much reduced name of Malfrid, from Amalafrida of peace. The ladies have certainly been the chief owners of Amal as a commencement, but it has had a brilliant part to play in the form of Amalrich, Almerich, or Emmerich on the German side, Almerigo in Spain, Amalric or Amory in France, Almeric in England. Amory was an Angevin king of Jerusalem, and our own Sir Almeric St. Lawrence was brother-in-arms to Sir John de Courcy and founded the House of Howth in Ireland. The House of Lusignan, Melusina's descendants, called it Eimer, and in this form it came to England with Henry Roman III's half-brother, whom he promoted to the see of Winchester, but who episcopally called himself Ethelmaris, though his nephew, Eimer de Valence, kept his proper name. Emery is a surviving English surname, and Merica occurs in old Yorkshire genealogies. But it is the Italian form, Amerigo, which was destined to the most noted use. When the adventurer Amerigo Vespucci gave his name to the tract of land that Columbus saw for the first time in his company, little knowing that it was no island, but a mighty continent, which should hold fast that almost fortuitous title, whence thousands of miles and millions of men bear the appellation of the forgotten forefather of a tribe of the Goths, Amalrich, the work ruler. A curiously appropriate title for the new world of labor and of progress, on the other side the Atlantic. Amalberg is an old Cambrai name, Malberg a Danish one, Amalgund, Amalbert, Amalbertine, and Amalhild have also been known. The French Amilat must be the contraction of one of the masculine forms. Footnote 120. Grimm Kemble int to Beowulf Weber Dugdale. Section 18, Forefathers. The deification of forefathers, or the claim to divine origin, whichever it might be, led to the employment, as a prefix, of the very word that expressed them, that word which we use still at the beginning of ancestors, and that the Germans call Ahnen. In Old German the singular was Anno, and it signified a remote forefather. The Rigsmal, an old Icelandic poem which explains the origin of the various castes which the northern races acknowledged, represents Heimdall, the porter of heaven, as wandering to the earth and being entertained by Ai and Edda, or great-grandfather and great-grandmother, who lived in a lowly hut, then by Avi and Amma, Lat. Avis, or grandfather and grandmother, who had a comfortable dwelling house, and lastly by Fadher and Modher, whose abode was a splendid mansion. The son of Edda was Thrall, the son of Amma was Karl, the son of Modher was Jarl, and from these descended the three castes of the north, the thralls or slaves, the churls, bonder or farmers, and the jarls or nobles. This is an absolute mythic allegory by way of explanation of existing circumstances, but the names therewith connected mostly survived, though they refer to these mere embodiments of abstract ideas. Ai or Ani enters into the composition of the Icelandic Anar, ancestral warrior, and thus, no doubt, contributed to form our surname of Anson, which, like almost all our great naval names, thus traces back to some ancient Viking, who has done us at least as much good as evil, by leaving us his sons to keep all other invaders from our shores. The old Saxon histories call some of these enemies by the name of Anlef, in particular the chief who visited King Ethelstan's tent in a minstrel's disguise, and betrayed himself by burying the guerdon that he was too proud to keep. The same persons whom England called Anlef and Ireland Amlade were, in the north, Olafr or Olafr, according to the custom of pronouncing the diphthong like an O, and then so spelling it, e.g., Osbjörn, Osbjörn. The latter syllable is laugh or laif, from the verb lev, the Anglo-Saxon liefen, our own leave. It is a word that never is used as a commencement, and but rarely stands alone, though the north sometimes has a lafer, and it is used in the sense of what is remaining. Anlaf or Olaf is thus what is left of his forefathers, his ancestors' relic, and a very notable relic was the gallant King Olaf Tryggvason, the prime hero of the Heimskringla, whose last battle is so nobly described there. Scarcely less noble is his relative, Olaf the Saint, the ally of England, who fought her battles near London Bridge, and has left his name to the Church of St. Olave near the site of the battle, though, unluckily, English tongues made him St. Toli. St. Olaf was overharsh in his endeavors to introduce Christianity to his subjects, and perished in a war with the rebels, assisted by Knut of Denmark and England. But his name continued glorious, and another royal St. Olaf, in Sweden, assisted to make it one of the most national of Scandinavian names, even to the present day. Its Latinism is Olaus, and its contraction Ol, or rather, this answers to the very old Al, which, in its turn, answers to the Anilo, Anilo of the Old Germans. Leif or Laugh we shall often meet as a termination, both in the north and in Germany, where it generally becomes Leib or Lip, and then the modern Germans take it for love, and thus have changed the old Gottlieb into Gottlieb. In the north it has scarcely fared better, especially in the case of Thorleif, or Thor's relic, who changed from Thaliv to Thadiv or Tadiv on the one hand, and on the other to Telev, which, thanks to some classically disposed clergymen, has been written Telef and referred to the Greek Telephus. Of the other names connected with the Rigsmal, we find Edda, the great-grandmother, giving title to the ancient poem on cosmogony and mythology that may be regarded as the parent of all the northern songs. Thrall was likewise, in spite of its meaning, used as a name. The next generation, Avi, Amma, and the son Karl, are the prominent ones. The equivalent of Karl Bonder, a farmer, is now and then a northern name, but it is the great Frank Carling line whose names so curiously answer to these. Were they of the middle class of landholders, and were they proud of it, and anxious to trace their connection back to the grandfather, grandmother, and churl? Whether there were a Frank version of the Rigsmal we do not know, but the leading name of the family was Karl, the churl, of which more in its relation to the cycle of romance, and it is found in constant company with Amma or Emma, and alternates with one that almost certainly represented Avi or grandfather. Charles Pepin L. Haristal, Charles Martel, Pepin le Bref, Charles the Great, is the succession till the alternation was broken by the death of Pepin, the eldest son of Charles the Great. Now this most undignified Pepin is traced by the best authorities to be one of the many forms of the primitive and universal Abba, father, papa, and to answer to the old German names of Bobo, Babo, and Papo. And it is not, therefore, probable that Pepin and Emma stood for the northern Avi and Amma, both alike with the son Karl. Am or Emma, no doubt formed by the first lispings of a child, is Am, a nurse in Germany, and Amma, a housekeeper in Spain. As a name, it was at first exclusively Frank and used by the Carling daughters. The first Emma mentioned was the daughter of Charlemagne, and the sister of Hugh Capet, who married Richard the Fearless of Normandy, was likewise so called. Her granddaughter was the wife first of Ethelred the Unready, then of Knut, and the supposed heroine of the ordeal of the plowshares. Emma was considered as so un-English that her name was translated into Aelfjafu. However, we find M among the daughters of Drew de Baladin, who came over with the Conqueror, and thus M and Emmer are by no means uncommon in the registers of Yorkshire and Durham, even down to the 17th century. Then Prior, when modernizing and sentimentalizing the beautiful ballad of the Nut Brown Maid, supposed to be on the history of the shepherd Lord Clifford, called it Henry and Emma, whence it became rather a favorite romantic name of literature. Clergymen were apt to use it, in Latin registers, as a translation of Amy, as well as of its own M. It is also confounded with Emily, and at the present day recurs extremely often in England, while it is almost disused in France, its native home. The Welsh use it as a translation of Ermin, probably a legacy of the Roman Hermanae. Emot is another old name of northern England, probably amplified from M. But Emmeline, as has been already said, is far more probably a Melina than any relation to Emma. Jarl, as might be expected, was a very favorite eponym, but not in the same pronunciation, for it first became Earl, then Earl in nomenclature. Erling, a name much used by the Norsemen and often corrupted into Elling, is the son of the Earl. And the Swedish once had a Jarler or Earl warrior, who changed into Earlher, Erlo, Erlibald, Erlibrecht, Earlhild. Section 6. The Eagle. There is an eagle sitting on the Ash Yggdrasil who knows many things. He is, in the north, Ar, in Germany Ar, in Scotland Ern, though we and the modern Germans use, in eagle and adler, mere contractions of the Latin aquila. Places named from the king of birds are found wherever there are mountains. His influence on nomenclature was exercised from the Dovrefeld and from the Alps, for the eagle names are chiefly either Scandinavian or High German. We do not seem to have any native English ones. The most noted of these southern ones are Arnwold, Eagle Power, and Arnulf or Eagle Wolf, and it is very difficult to distinguish their derivatives from one another. The saint of the Roman calendar was certainly Arnulf, a prince of the long-haired line, who in 614 retired into a convent at Metz and became its bishop when alive and its patron when dead. Another previous Arnulf, after whom he was probably christened, for their day is the same, was martyred by the heathen Franks about the time of the conversion of Clovis, and a subsequent one was Bishop of Soissons under Pope Hildebrand. Arnul was common as a name among the Burgundian kings, and was known in Italy as Arnolfo, but it has been swallowed up by Arnwold or Arnvelder, as he is in the north, perhaps because this latter was made famous in Provence by Arnaldo di Meraviglia, the troubadour, in Italy by the unfortunate Arnoldo of Brescia, and later in Switzerland by the patriot Arnold von Melchthal, and thus it has become popular enough to have the feminines Arnold and Arnoldine. English, French, Italian, Spanish, Arnold, Arnaud, Arnoldo, Arnoldo, Arnott, German, Dutch, North, Arnold, Arnoldus, Arnveld, Arno, Arnaud, Arnalder, Arent, Arend, Arens, Arold. The Arnolds and Arnoldines keep their feast upon St. Arnulf's Day, thus confessing that they have no patron of their own. Ernulf is an old form found in Doomsday Book, and not yet quite extinct. The northern eagles are much confused by Aaron, a hearth, the same which is found at the end of the Raren. It contracts into Arn at the beginning of a word, so that, except when we meet with it in full, as in the case of the brave old sea king, Arenbjorn the hearth bear, it is difficult to tell to which to send the owner, to the eyrie or the fireside. And further, Arn and Aaron both contract indiscriminately into R and N, so that the list of northern names is given rather in the dark. They are both masculine and feminine, for Arna was both used standing alone and as a termination. Arnredur or Arnadur, Eagle Haste, one of these eagle ladies, had a curious history told in the Landnámabók. She was the daughter of Isbjorn, a jarl in the Hebrides, and was taken captive by Homefast Vedormson, who sold her to an Icelander named Ketil Thrimmer. He was so much smitten with her as to pay for her twice the sum demanded by old Vedorm, but before the departure for Iceland, she found a quantity of silver beneath the roots of a tree, sufficient for her ransom. Instead of claiming it, her new master generously gave her the choice of purchasing her freedom or remaining his wife. She chose the latter alternative and stands as honorable women do in the Landnámabók, as the mother of a house in Iceland. Arnthur and his feminine Arnthora contract into Arnor and Arnora, and this latter explains Anora, to be found in Norman pedigrees. Anora was wife of Bernard de Saint Valery, and was carried into the family of Breas by King John's victim, Maud de Saint Valery, who called one of her daughters Anora. It is also said that Anora is only the contraction of Elenora. Ari was an adventurer who sailed to Greenland in 14 days, 15 years before the preaching of Christianity in Iceland. The other Old Icelandic and Norse forms are Arnbjörg, Eagle Defense Arndis, Eagle Sprite Arnfinn, White Eagle Arnfridur, Eagle Fair One Arnger, Eagle War Arngrim, Thor Angrim Arngrimmer, Eagle Mask Arnketla, Eagle Cauldron Arngshell, Arnlog, Eagle Liquor Arnleif, Eagle Relic Arnleader, Eagle Wanderer Arnmidjur, Eagle Wrath or Armader, Arnstein, Eagle Stone Arnthruder, Eagle Maiden. This Ari, be he eagle or hearth, seems to conduct us to the source of the first syllable of Arabella. The first lady so called, whom I can detect, was Arabella, the granddaughter of William the Lion of Scotland, who married Robert de Quincey. Another Arabella, with her husband John de Montpinkin, held the manor of Magdalen Laver in the 39th of Henry Roman III, and thus it was evidently a Norman name. The Normans made wild work with all that did not sound like French, and their Latin secretaries made the matter worse, so that I am much tempted to believe that both Arabella and that other perplexing name, Annabella, may once have been Arnhilda, cut down into Arbel or Ainabel, and then amplified. My Lady Arbel was certainly what the lady was called, in her own time, whose misfortunes are so well known to us, under the name of Arabella Stuart, and from whom Arabella has been adopted in various families and is usually contracted by Bell. Some have made it Arabella or fair altar, others the diminutive of Arab, both equally improbable. The most common form of Arn at present used in Scandinavia is Arnvid, the eagle of the wood, often contracted into Arv. With much doubt, I question whether the name of Ernest should not be added to this catalogue. It is obvious to take its native German form, Ernst, from Ernst, Ernest, grave, or serious, but this is quite unlike the usual analogy of such names. Arnust was the older German form of the name, and some even think that this was the proper name of Ariovistus, the German chief who fought with Caesar, though others consider this to be Caesar's version of Heerfürst or general, and others think they detect the universal root R, husbandry. The more certain form of the name begins in Lombardy, where Ernesto, Lord of Este, was killed in battle by Kinfk Astolfo in 752. Is not Ernesto just what Italy would make of Arnstein, after fancying that Arnstino was a diminutive? Then, over the mountains, comes Arnust I, Duke of Swabia, in right of his wife in 1012, and Arnust the strenuous Markgraf of Austria, from whom Ernst spread all over Germany, especially after the Reformation, when Ernst, Duke of Brunswick, had striven so hard to spread Lutheranism among his subjects that Protestants called him the Confessor. This is now one of the most national of German names, and it is working its way into England, though not yet with a naturalized sound. Its German feminine, Ernestine, is one of the many contracted by Stein and Tyne, or by Erna. Bohemian has Arnestinka. English, French, Italian, German, Ernest, Ernest, Ernesto, Ernst, Dutch, Bohemian, Lettish, Hungarian, Ernestus, Arnost, Ernest's, Ernest. One or two instances of hawk occur. Hawk Habrock was a noted pirate, and there are two hawkers in the land Namabak. The bird is now called hog in Denmark, and most of our families named Hog are supposed to rejoice in hawk as an ancestor. As to Falco and his kin, though it is often attributed to the falcon, it has, as we shall see, quite another source. Footnote 125. Grimm, Munch, Pot, Michaelis, Butler, Len Namabak, Chalmers, Essex, Pedigrees, Dugdale, Anderson, Genealogies. Section 7. The Raven. Ferocious and predatory nations love and admire even the raven that scents slaughter from afar, and is the comrade and emblem of the battlefield. So as Oreb and Zeb were among the Bedouin desolators of Israel, Hraben and Ulf were among the wasters of Christendom. Two ravens, Mind and Memory, go forth throughout the world, then returning and perching on Odin's shoulders, reveal to him all that passes on the earth. The raven seems to have been the special mark of Odin, and sometimes used for Thor. For amulets have been found in Sweden and Denmark, where a raven flies before the mounted figure of Odin, and again is seen in company with the hammer of Thor. And who does not know the raven banner of the sons of Ragnar, denoting probably their family Dis, which flapped its wings before victory and drooped them before defeat? No wonder, then, that the raven has left traces in the nomenclature of Teutonic Europe, though it is not always easy to distinguish its progeny from those of Ran, Judgment, and Rand, a house. The raven, in his harshest croak, entitled the Frank sovereign Cramney, who is hard to recognize as the near kinsman of the 16 Raffins of the land Namabak, and Rabanus Maurus, the Latinism of the learned Archbishop of Mainz of the 9th century. Hraefnhildr, a suitable title for a Valkyr, and Hraefnkel also figure in the land Namabak, and in Doomsday stand Revenger and Ravenswar, showing the transition from the Gjur, or spear, down to our word war. Rafnulf is northern, but has been mixed up with the derivatives of Randolph. Rambert, successor of Saint Ansgar in Holstein, was a bright raven, Rampold a raven prince, and the Italian form Ramusio may be another variety. But in general, the raven comes at the end of words as in Wolfram, Valdraben, Bertram, and C. Section 8. The Swan. The swan might well figure prominently in the northern mythology, familiar as she was, as the fair creature of the autumn, when huge squadrons of the whistling swan fly southwards, athwart the darkened heavens and pine forests, making the air resound with the solemn beat of their heavy wings and their deep, peculiar cry. Two swans, parents of all those who dwell on earth, had their home in the holy spring of Erd, beneath the world tree, Yggdrasil. And the power and fierceness of these magnificent, Pure, calm-looking birds connected them with the Valkyra, who were supposed to have swan wings and to be able to change themselves into swans. When the Valkyrier began to pass into mere magic ladies, they preserved their power of changing into swans, and by and by had swan garments, which they put off when they wished to assume human shapes, and which were now and then captured by some happy mortal, who thus won the owner for his bride. Swanfit, or Swan White, was thus the suitable name of one of the three Valkyrier who married the sons of Vidya in the Vilkina saga. The swan transformations appear again in the beautiful tale, common to all Teutonic countries, of the 12 princes transformed into swans, and of the faithful sister who redeemed them by the nettle shirts that she wove, ever in silence, through every vicissitude of life, even to the verge of death. Svana is an Icelandic name, also Svanlog, a swan ocean, which has contracted to Svalog. Svanhild was used both by Norway and Germany, being Svanahilda in the latter, and Svaneberg and Swangard were also there. But it is strange that so pretty a word for a white-skinned maiden should not have been more frequent. The Erse Jelges imitates the sense, but we have no English swan ladies, for Swanhulls was only the epithet of the often commemorated lady, who is said to have discovered the corpse of Harold of Hastings. For the most part, the swans were left to womankind, but the Germans had a Swanbrecht and Swanahold. Section 9, the serpent. Either from terror, or from a shadowy remembrance of the original temptation, the implanted enmity between the serpent and man has often resulted in a species of worship. The North believed in the Jormungandr, or Midgardsorm, the serpent that encircled the world and was one of the monstrous progeny of Loki. And even till late in the 7th century, the Lombards had a golden image of an enormous viper to which they sacrificed, until Saint Barbatus recovered them from the heathenism into which they had relapsed. One species of ship among the Northmen was called serpent. It was long and low, with the gilded head of a dragon at the prow, a long tail raised and curling over the stern, while with colored shields ranged along the sides, and 30 oars on either side propelling it, besides the winged sails. It must have been more like a water dragon than any creature that has plowed the waves since the Plesiosaurus, and this probably accounts for the prevalence of the name of Orm among the northern nations. 22 Ormers appear in the Landnámabók. Orm and Ormur Jur, Wormhar, are both in Doomsday. Orm was the founder of the Scottish House of Abernethy. Homer was considered, by the Danes of the Middle Ages, as the translation into Latin of the name of Ormur. Ormilda is likewise a northern name, and it is not quite impossible that Ophelia may have been a translation of one of these serpent names by the Greek letter 1F445 iota sigma, Ophes. At any rate, the fair Ophelia shows no precedence for her name, and no other derivation for it occurs. The gentle maiden, with her most touching fate, is altogether an invention of Shakespeare, for though a woman appears in the old story of Amaleth, she is of far other mold, and Ophelia may have been merely devised by himself. If so, it is curious that he should have placed her in the chief land of serpentine names. A few lovers of its sound have used it in England and America. Lind is another term for a serpent. The German dragons are always called Lindwurmer, and the word is, in fact, the same as that which we still use as lithe, expressing supple grace, the adjective lince becoming, on the one side lind, on the other lithe. The Spaniards use lindo, linda, for pretty, with about the same difference of sense, in the masculine or feminine, as we do when we speak of a pretty woman or a pretty man. Norse poetry considered it a compliment to compare a gaily dressed lady to a glistening serpent, and thus the idea seems to have passed from the reptile to the woman, so that, though the German Lintrude is the only instance of a commencing lind, the word is one of the most common of all terminations among German and Italian names, and dropping its d, so as to become lin, was made to serve as a favorite feminine diminutive, its relation to the Spanish linda, fair, keeping up its reputation. Thus we have Rosalind or Rosaline Ethelind, and many more of the same kind. Footnote 126. Munch Mallet Grimm, Chalmers Lang. Section 10, Kettle. Among mythological objects, the kettle or cauldron can hardly be omitted, certainly the very quaintest of human names, but perhaps referring originally to the cauldron of creation, and afterwards to the sacrificial cauldrons that boiled the flesh of the victims at the great blots or sacrifices. In the north, the vessel is kettle, in Old German, shale, in English, seidel. But the names from it seem to be almost entirely northern, though the cauldron is certainly the ala, so common a bearing in Spanish heraldry, and they are at present regarded as the token of a large following, beneficently fed, somewhat in the same spirit as that in which the Janissaries used a camp kettle as their ensign. Ketil was the Norwegian conqueror of the Hebrides and founder of the line of Jarls of the Western Isles, and the family of Ketil was very famous in Iceland, holding in honor an ancestor called Ketil Hing, from Hing, a bull trout, because when his father asked what he had been doing, he answered, "I am not going to make a long story of every fish I see leap, but true it is that I chopped a bull trout asunder in the middle," which trout turned out to be a great dragon. Katla was Ketil's feminine, and not uncommon. The Audiobook saga tells wonderful stories of a sorceress so called, who, when her son was in danger from his enemies, made him appear first like a distaff, then like a tame kid, and lastly like a hog, but all in vain, for her spells were disconcerted by a rival sorceress, and she herself stoned to death. Ketil does not often stand at the beginning of a word, but Ketilbjörn and Ketilridger are both Iceland names, and both the masculine and feminine are very common terminations. The masculine being, however, generally contracted into kjel, and then into kill or kel. Section 11, Weapon Names. Weapons were so nearly divine, so full of the warlike temper of their owners, and so often endowed with powers of their own, that it seemed as if they themselves were living agents in the deeds wrought with them. The sword forged by supernatural smiths, the terrific helmet, the heavenly shield, are dreams of every warlike nation, either endowing the deity with the symbols of protection or wrath or of might, or carrying on the tradition of some weapon which, either its own intrinsic superiority or the prowess of its owner, had made an object of enthusiasm or of terror. Some of these tales of magic weapons are perhaps, as Mr. Campbell suggests, remnants of the days when the Iron Age was coming in, and the mass of arms being of brass, one iron sword. A sword of light, as Gaelic tales call it, would have given irresistible superiority to its wielder, and even, perhaps, earned the worship that was paid by Attila's Huns to the naked sword. It accords with this theory that iron appears as a component part of numerous names in Germany, and probably likewise in Scandinavia, though there the similarity of the sound to iis, ice, occasions a doubt whether the word was intended for ice or for iron. The North has, indeed, the cold but not inappropriate Sneolf and Sneebjörn, Sneefrid, Snow Peace, and even the uncomfortable Snaelog. And when their language had dropped the form Isarn for the metal and called it Jern, as we do iron, they probably transferred to ice the meaning of the names that once meant iron. Issa is an old German feminine. Isambart, or iron splendor, is the best known of all the varieties, having been used in France as Ussambar, and traveled to England as the suitable baptismal name of the two engineers, to whom so much of our iron splendor is due. Its German contractions are Isabert and Isbert. Nor Isgerger, Isker Isker iron spear nor, Isbrand Jur Icebrand iron sword Jur, Icebald Fr. Isembaus iron prince nor, Ironguard Jur, Isengard iron defense Jur, Eisenhard iron strong nor, Isrid iron vehemence nor, Isulf iron wolf nor, Ising son of iron. Steel or Stahl likewise had one name from it in the north, and perhaps likewise named even the historical Stilicho of barbarous birth, but the sole hope of Rome in her final fall. But the stone of the elder age was not forgotten, the stone that at all times is the readiest weapon, and often the mark of the place honored by conflict. To say nothing of the Sikhs, whether stone or stone knife of our ancestral IngSeaxnot, we find the North using the word stein, both alone and as a prefix and suffix. While in England, though it is not very frequent, we have it in the honored names of Athelstan and Wulstan. Norwegian. Stein, Sten Dan, Stone, Steinarna, Stone Eagle, Steinbjorn, Stone Bear, Steinfin, White Stone, Steingrim, Stone Helmet, Steinhar, Stone Warrior, Steinar, Steinther, Stone of Thor, Steindor. Steinulf, Stone Wolf, Steinvar, Stone Prudence. Another old word for stone is hall, much used in the north, and in a few cases, such as that of the Scottish halbert or hobby creeping to our island with its Danish invaders, But except in this, and a few surnames unknown away from the north, save for the Haller or Stone Warrior of Germany. The northern varieties, however, had much reputation in their own country. Hallgerda is in the Engjal saga the haughty wife of Gunnar, of Lythand, the dame whose virulence is the cause of all the vengeance and counter-vengeance of the story. Hallbjerg stone protection, Haldi's stone spirit, Hallfrid stone fair, Hallgerd stone fence, Hallger stone spear, Hallgrim, stone helmet, Hallgrima, Hallkel, stone kettle, Hallkatla, Hallmund stone protection, Halther, Haldor stone of Thor, Haldora, Hallvard stone guard, Haver. Giarjot in German Greis is another word for a stone. It was not so common as the others, but there was both a masculine and feminine Giarjotgard, who in Denmark were rendered, the one into Gregorius, the other into Margareth. The English lady Grisia de Brura Temp, Henry Roman III, must have been named from Gries, a stone. So too was Greishilda, stone battle maid. Greishilda was the perfectly patient wife whose tale was told by Boccaccio and narrated by Petrarch to Chaucer, who told it in his own way. The Scots seem to have been peculiarly delighted with the Lady Greislides, and Greisel or Greisel acquired fresh honor with Lady Greisel Bailey. Grizzy or Gurzy are the contractions, and there is a Grisley in the Register of Madryn, Cornwall, dated 1662. Though in general Borg or Bjorg is used to mean protection, yet Bergstein is most probably a mountain stone, and it curiously answers to two names of noted ecclesiastics from Somersetshire, whose first syllable dun is a hill, the same with our present word down, and the dunes on the other side of the channel, where Dunkirk answers to our Dunchurch. The word is probably the Celtic don, dark brown, grey, or dun, used as the epithet of a hill, and lasting on like other Celtic local titles in the Dunham of the Romans and the Dun of the Teutons. The two Somerset duns are the hill wolf Dunulf, who is said by one of the traditions that ought to be true, to have been the swineherd whose cakes King Alfred burnt, and to have been afterwards made by him Bishop of Winchester, which a Dunulf certainly was. The other was Dunstan, the mighty ascetic abbot of Glastonbury and Archbishop of Canterbury, whose career, between wisdom and devotion, frenzy and sternness, is one of the least explicable studies of history. His place in the calendar has given this rugged mountain stone a few namesakes. There is a race of names, chiefly German beginning with Hun, that it would seem natural to ascribe to the Huns of Attila, but the original term for this race seems to have been in their own language Hiognu, and was retained in the pronunciation by other nations before writing and Latin had made the word Hun. In old Germanic poems, the Huns figure as giants or titans, so that some translate Huni or Hiun as a giant. The word Hun, however, also means a stake, and it is most according to the ordinary analogy of nomenclature to suppose the names thus commencing were used in the sense of a stake, meaning either the weapon or that the bearer was strong and straight as a stake or a support, like the staff in Gustav. English, French, Italian, German. Humphrey Onfrey, Onufrio Humfrid Humphrey, Onofrido, Humps, Numps. The names of this commencement are Huno, Hunnerich, latterly lost in Heinrich, Hunold, the French Hunaud, Hunibert, which was corrupted in France into Humbert, and belonged to various counts of Savoy and Dauphins of Auvergne, Huniger, in Hunger and Hunifrid, which the French much affected in the form of Onfray, which belonged to one of the short-lived kings of Jerusalem, and was Latinized as Onufrius. In the form of Humphrey, it was much used by the great house of Bohun, and through his mother, their heiress, descended to the ill-fated son of Henry Roman IV, who has left it an open question whether dining with Duke Humphrey alludes to the report that he was starved to death, or to the Elizabethan habit for poor gentility to beguile the dinner hour by a promenade near the tomb of Duke Humphrey Stafford in Old St. Paul's. From being a noble and knightly name, Humphrey, as we barbarously spell it, came to be a peasant's appellation, and now is almost disused. The northern Hundulf, or Hunulf, and Hungerdyr are in some doubt between the dog and the stake. The helmet is the most popular piece of armor in Germany. It comes from the word meaning to cover, the very same that furnished hall, hole, hail, and holy. To heal a wound is to cover it, and health is soundness. The Teutonic languages teem with derivatives from Julian and Hellen, of which all that shall be here mentioned are our own heel, the covered part of the foot, the hold of a ship, its hull, and the provincial hulls, chaff, and hillier, a slater. The Latin Gallia was nearly related to the helm of the German, and may be from the same source. Indeed, it is, as has been said before, doubtful whether Galazzo Visconti was the offspring of a classical or of a Gothic helmet. The only popular northern helmet is Hjálmur, the helmed warrior, apparently in honor of one of the heroes of the Orvarod saga. But Germany has Helmer, Helmerich in Friesland Elmark, the helmed king, Helmund or helmet protection, Helmbold, Helmut, Helmich, Helmtag, besides numerous helms at the end of words, of which Wilhelm is the most notable. The sword figures in Northern and German nomenclature as brand, but not from the verb to burn, but from brander, an elastic staff transferred to the blade of a sword. It would also mean the staff of a bow, and a short straight stripe of color, whence a cow so marked is branded in the north, branded with us. The brands are many, with German and Frank commencements, such as Hildeprint, Liutprint, and C, but seldom common, though brand sometimes stands alone in the north, and Brandolf or sword wolf is an old name. Perhaps the Zetland Brenda may be the feminine. Degen, a blade, is another sword name of rarer use and exclusively German. It also is compounded into Degenhard, then contracted into Danehard, but the primary meaning is the hero, as it comes from the same word as tugend, virtue or valor. Another very old term for a sword was Hjorru, or Huru in the north, Heru in the Gothic, Hiaru in Anglo-Saxon. Here we see that the Heruli and Cherusci, as the Romans called them, were both swordmen. Hioruvard, or Hereward the Saxon, was the sword guardian Hiorugr answered to the northern Hjorger. There was a Gothic Herewulf or Herewulf. In the north, Hiorulf, Hiorleif, and Hiordes also occur, but the syllable gets contracted into her, and the names are not easily distinguished from those beginning with her, a warrior. Hgerand is another northern form. Boj, the bow, is sparsely found alone, and is bogasel in Iceland, and now and then in Norway at the end of a name. Bogo was Old German, and the surnames in Denmark Bug, in England Bog. But its English fame rests upon a champion called Bogo, who was supposed by our ancestors to have been Earl of Southampton at the time of the Norman conquest, to have fought a battle with the invaders at Cardiff, and to have left his sword as a relic at Arundel Castle. Whether this ever occurred or not, Boj was rendered by Norman tongues into Bevis or Bevois and was the subject of an old metrical romance, where his great exploit is killing the tremendous giant Escapart, who had carried off his wife, the converted Saracen Princess Josiane. He lives to a good old age, sees his twin sons kings, and dies happily on the same day as his wife and his good horse Arundel, once doubtless Hirondelle or the Swallow. His fame traveled to Italy, where Buovo d'Antona is accepted as one of the heroes of romance, though he stands alone, not fitting into any of the cycles. The etymologists of Elizabeth's time were led by the form Bevois, in which they spelt the word, to imagine that it was Bellivisus, beautiful to behold. But if Bevis of Hampton was anybody, he was an Anglo-Danish bow, or boj, a word which, like bay, bow, and bowsome or buxom, comes from beigen, to bend. The spear and the breastplate, ger and brun, will be mentioned in the next chapter. The shield is now and then found in the north, as Skjalda, Skjoldbjorn, Skjalulf, and Skjoldvar, shield bear, wolf, and more appropriately, shield caution. The shield wolf is capable of being contracted into Shelluf. Saro, Saru, Siru, is the entire equipment or suit of armor. Sorel is a Norwegian name for it, contracted into Sol. And among the Normans was called Surlo, and considered to be the same with Sahur. If there were plenty of weapons, there was also balsam to heal their wounds. That is, if the northern names beginning with salve are rightly referred to salve, the same word in the north as with us. The V has for the most part been left out by pronunciation, but the dotted O remains to testify that Salmund or Samund has no connection with Sol, the sun, as little as with Solomon, by which the Danish bishops rendered it. Solvig, healing drink, is now Salva, and Salvar is Salvi. Footnote 127. Grimm Munch Decent, Int, to Nile Saga, Weber and Jamison, Spanish Heraldry, Quarterly Review. Footnote 128. Munch Michaelis Ellis, Campbell, Montelembert. Section 12, Thought. Mind or thought amounts to a mythical character in northern fancy. The word is hugger, the same with who, still the Scandinavian word for thought, as huge is in Holland, all coming from old verbs represented by the Meso-Gothic gahugen and Anglo-Saxon Hagen. The two ravens who sat on Odin's shoulders and revealed to him all that passed in the world were Hugin and Munin, thought and memory. And when Thor made his famous visit to Utgard, it was Hugi, or thought, alone that was swift enough to outstrip him in the race. At Thor, the northern lights are Lycaros du Roy Hugues, perhaps originally from some connection with speed of thought, though latterly mixed up with Hugues Capet. The name has been much used by all the Teutons, and it was not inappropriately chosen by Fouquet, as that of the old knight in the magic ring, whose character he has sacrificed for the sake of making him the representative parent of all the chivalry of Europe, except the English, which he considers as independently typified by Richard Coeur de Lion. This roving knight appears at home as Hugo, Hugger in the north, Hugues in France, Agucciani in Italy, and even as Hyges in Greece, which last is, however, only a resemblance, not a translation. English, Scottish, Gaelic, French, Hugh Euistian, Hugues, Hugo Huey Hughes Hutchin Huon Hewitt Hugelin Hugenin Hugues Provencal, Italian, German, Norwegian, Ach Hugo Hugger Ugolino, Hugi Yugon a Ugado Agucciani. Part of the popularity of the name was, no doubt, owing to the Cymric countries having adopted it as the nearest resemblance to the mighty Hu Gadarn, from whom the national Hugh of Wales almost certainly sprung. A Frank saint, Archbishop of Rouen, and one of the many canonized cousins of Pepin, first made Hugo current among his own race. But the only person who wore it on the throne was the Gallican Count of Paris, who may have had it as a compromise between the Cymric Hu and Frank Hugger. At any rate, it was long spelt without the G in France and declined as Hughes, Huon. The old Cambrai form was Hewitt, with the feminine Hewitt. Hugo is very frequent in Doomsday Book, and the name was much more common in earlier times than at present. In Scotland and Ireland, it has been pressed into the service of anglicizing the native Aod, or fire, but the Gaelic name Euistian, pronounced something like ocean, is most likely intended as a rendering of Hutchin, the form in which the Scots caught the Hugon of their Anglo-Norman neighbors, who revered the name doubly for the sake of the good Bishop of Lincoln, and for another St. Hugh of Lincoln, i.e. the child murdered by the Jews, as in the Prioress's tale in Chaucer. St. Hugh of Lincoln is revered in the north of Italy as well as at home, and Hugo is common there in all manner of varieties, the most memorable, perhaps, being that of the terrible Janos, Ugolino de Gerardesca, whose fearful fate has been rendered famous by Dante. In Dutch, it is Huig. Huig Groot was the home name of the author whom the world hailed as Hugo Grotius, and the Walloons used the contraction Hosh. Hyge was the Low German form, and Hygelac is the sea king of the Geats, the friend and lord in the poem of Beowulf. The latter syllable lac is the northern lake, and Gothic lakes, signifying both reward and sport, the same word that in some parts of England has become lake, meaning to play or to be idle, and in slang, to lark. It is rather a favorite termination, but only a commencement in the Norse feminine lakeny, fresh sport. Hygelac is thus the sport of thought, or it may be, the reward of thought. Hugolic was thus not an inappropriate name for an old Frank chronicler, who has had the misfortune to descend to the world by the horrible Latinism of Chachalacus. Huglake was current in Norway, was transformed by the Danes into Hallake and Havlake, and in Ireland seems to have turned into Ulick, a favorite name, but latterly transmogrified into Ulysses. Hugibert, or Bright Mind, belonged to the Bishop of Liege, to whom attached the Teutonic story of the hunter's conversion by the cross-bearing stag, making him the patron of hunters, and his name very popular in France, Flanders, northern Italy, and probably once in England, since it has left us the two surnames of Hubbard and Hobart. English, French, Italian, Portuguese, German, Hubert, Huberto, Huckprat, a Hugibert, Hubert. It used to be wrongly translated Bright of Hugh. Hugibald became the German Hugbold and the Italian Ubaldo, the Prince of Thought. Hugihard, or firm in mind, is the French Huard. Section 3, Brynhild. A thorough Valkyr was Brynhilda, the maiden whom Odin had touched with his sleep-thorn, so that she lay in a deep slumber in the midst of a circle of flame, through which Sigurd made his way, aroused her, and won her for his own, but became utterly and magically oblivious of all that had passed as soon as he had returned to common life. This is the northern version, the evident origin of our fairy tale of the Sleeping Beauty, pricked not by the thorn of Odin, but by the distaff, perhaps, of one of the Nornir. The Book of Heroes reduces the Circle of Flame to a mere strong castle with 7 gates, and the Nibelungenlied only takes up the story at the time of Siegfried's appearance at the court of Burgundy and courtship of Brynhild's rival, Kriemhild. Brynhild had retained her matchless strength and, like the Greek Atalanta, was only to be won by a champion who could excel her in games of strength, and her conquered suitors were all put to death. Gunther, the brother of Kriemhild, being willing to obtain her on these conditions, Siegfried, by means of his Tarncap, invisibly vanquished the Valkyr, while Gunther appeared to be her conqueror. And when she thus had been compelled to give her hand, it was Siegfried who, again unseen, broke down her violent resistance and compelled her to become a submissive wife, on which she lost all her supernatural strength. Siegfried was rewarded by the hand of Kriemhild, Gunther's sister. By and by, the two sisters-in-law had a desperate quarrel about precedence. In the old northern version, which should wade farthest into the Rhine when bathing, in the half-civilized German song, which should first enter the Cathedral of Worms, and in the course of it, Brynhild was roundly informed that she had not given way to her husband, but to Siegfried. Valkyr nature could not stand such an affront, so Brynhild set on Hagen to assassinate Siegfried. The northern story makes her slay herself and be burnt with his corpse on a funeral pile in sooty fashion. The German tames her into being merely brought to repentance too late by the death of her husband. No doubt Brynhild was commemorated by the name of the Gothic princess, daughter of King Athanagald, who, for her misfortune, was married to the Frank Sigebert, and through the whole of her long life continued a fierce and dauntless resistance to her savage rival Fredegund, until, when both were aged women, Brynhild fell into her rival's power and was implacably sentenced to be dragged to death by wild horses. French historians aver that her name was at first only Bruna, and that Hilda was added to make it royal, but this is very unlikely, since Spanish historians call her Brunhilda. The Latinism is Brunichildes, in French Brunihalt, but the name has not been followed, except by the northern race, whose existence was hardly developed at the time of the misfortunes of the Austrasian queen, and who therefore take it from her original. Among these, it has been contracted to Brunilla and Brynil. The meaning is the Valkyr of the breastplate, the Biony of Old Scottish, Brine of the North, Bruniga of the German, Brogni in Old French, Branha in Provencal. A near connection of this name is the northern Bringerd, placing the gentle Gerda in this cuirass, and the north has likewise Brinjar, properly Hari, the cuirassier, and Brynjolfur, which wolf in a breastplate was a great Icelandic ancestor, and has been cut short into Brynjov and Brynjo. The Kriemhild, or helmet Valkyr of the Nibelung, is the Gudrun of the northern version, and Gudrun, as before said, would be either good wisdom, or, far more probably, war wisdom. In the Nibelungenlied, the action of the story begins with Kriemhild telling her mother her dream of her favorite falcon being torn to pieces by 2 eagles, and when it is explained to mean her future husband, vowing that she will never marry. However, Siegfried's arrival, and his successful exertions in winning Brunhild for Gunther, overcame all the lady's scruples. She had lived happily 10 years in the Netherlands with Siegfried before. On a visit to Worms, she was so ill-advised as to reproach Brynhild with his victory over her, and afterwards was deluded into sewing a mark upon his garments to show where was his vulnerable spot. After his death, she found out the murderer by the ordeal of touch, and treasured up a deadly and enduring spirit of revenge, perhaps the most terrible of all the many forms in which legend has proclaimed the old rule of blood for blood. She was left the heiress of all Siegfried's treasure, as well as of his Nibelungen or Netherlandian troops, but it was taken from her by her husband's murderer and sunk beneath the Rhine. After 13 years of widowhood, she was induced to marry Etzel, or Atli, king of the Huns, by the promise that he would avenge all her injuries. But still, she bided her time for 13 more years, at the end of which space she invited her brothers and all their champions to visit her in Hungary at Etzelenburg. They had not long been there before she stirred up a most tremendous battle, in which mutual destruction took place, as is minutely related in the ancient lays. Finally, her brother Gunther was captured and slain at her savage command, and she herself slew the murderer Hagen with Siegfried's own sword. Immediately after, however, she was put to death as an act of justice by old Sir Hildebrand. At least so says the Nibelungenlied. But in the Comte-Visor there is a still further revenge, for the secret of the deposit of the treasure is left with the son of Hagen, who beguiles Brynhild into the cave with the hope of its restoration, and there locks her in and starves her to death. The historical Attila is really said to have had a German wife named Kriemhild. The Gudrun of the North is a far more amiable personage. She forgives her brother and is with difficulty persuaded to marry Atli, who is, in this version, Brynhild's brother, and lays the plot against Gunther in order to avenge his sister's death. She does all in her power to warn them, but in vain, and when all had been slain, her senses failed her, and in her frenzy she slew her 2 children by Atli and made him drink their blood. He died of horror, and she cast herself into the sea, but was carried alive to the land of King Jonaker, whom she married, and then underwent other misfortunes which extinguished the last remains of her family. Her name of Gudrun has already been treated of. Footnote 131. Nibelungenlied, Weber and Jamison, Thierry Mariana, Munch. Section 4, Gunther. Gunth Goth, Guth Ags. Gunnar North, Gond or Gauntz, High German, all meant war or battle and have an immense number of derivative names, inextricably mixed up with those from God and Gut, and it is even thought that there may be a close connection between them, so much did the Teutons believe their deities to be gods of battle and goodness to be courage. The word Gunth has lived on even in Lombardy in the Gonfalon, the war banner, solemnly carried out to battle in a car as the images of the gods had formerly been, in charge of the official known as the Gonfaloniere in the republics of northern Italy. Gundahari, warrior, was really an old name among the kings of Burgundy, who were, no doubt, called in honor of Gunther or Gunnar, the eldest brother of Kriemhild and husband of Brynhild. He seems to have been brave but weak, led first by Sigurd, then by Hagen, but at last fighting with great spirit. Gunthar or Gunnar, at full-length Gundahari, continued in favor with the Burgundians, and an abbot in Brittany being canonized, left Gonthier to France and Gontier to Italy. This masculine Gunnar was very common in the north, and so was likewise the feminine Gunnar, War or Gundvar, war prudence, both confounded in Gunnar, which historians generally render as Gunnora. Gunhildur was in high favor in the north. One most celebrated owner was the wicked queen of Eric Blodex. She was said to be a native of the Orkneys and to have filled Scandinavia with her crimes, upon the details of which, however, Norse and Danish histories are not quite agreed. Gunhild again was the Danish princess whose murder on St. Brice's night brought her brother Swain down in fury upon England, and her nephew Nud likewise had a daughter so called, but who was anglicized into Ethelthryth, and each generation of the Godwine family records a Lady Gunhild. After the conquest, however, Gunhild died away in England, but it has never been discarded in the north, where it is now called Gunilda or Gunula. That daughter of William the Conqueror, or sister of Gerbod the Fleming, whichever she was, who was the ancestress of the Warrens and is buried at Lewes, has a name so much disguised as to be as doubtful as her birth. It may be Gunatrud, a Valkyr title, or Gundradur, war haste, or Gundrada, war council, the same as the Spanish Gontrado. At any rate, it has had few followers. Gunnar and Gondal were both Valkyr titles, and the Valkyr Gondal's most noted namesake was a maiden of the Carling race, who was bred up by Saint Gertrude at Nivelle, and on her return to her father's castle at Morzell, used to go to her early devotions at a church half a league distant from home. On winter mornings, she was lighted by a lantern, which the legend avers to have been blown out by the wind, but rekindled by her prayers. Thence comes the name of Saint Gundula's lamp, applied to the tremella, an orange-colored jelly-like fungus that grows on dead branches of trees in the winter. She is the patroness of Brussels, where the Church of St. Gudule is the place used for coronations, but her common title in Flanders is Stie. Guylan, while the convent built in her honor at Morzell, in Brabant, is Stie. Ghoul. War could not fail to have her wolf, the Gundulf of Norman England, the Gunulfur of Iceland, the Gundulf of Germany, and, far more notable than either, the Gonsalvo or Gonzalo of Spain, always frequent among the Visigothic families, and becoming especially glorious in the person of the great captain, the brave and honorable conqueror of Naples, and the trainer of the infantry that gave the predominance to Spain for 100 years, until they fell as one man at Rocre. French, Provencal, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, Gonsalve Guisalvo Gonzalo Goncalo Consalvo Gonzalve. The war raven, Gunthram, figures in French history as Gontran, and the war serpent is the German Gundlin or Gondolin when a lady. When a man, the terrible Guthorm, whom, as King Alfred's foe, godson, and tributary, our histories call Guthrum. In Denmark, the name was very early contracted into Gorm, but it has been so often spelt Gudthorm that a doubt has arisen whether the latter half of the word may not be Thorm or Theama. It is very difficult to distinguish between the derivatives of God and Gund, both being very apt to eliminate the distinctive letters. On the whole, however, it seems as if these warlike names had been some of the most universal throughout the continent, though in England they were very scarce, and do not occur in royal pedigree, nor in hagiology, except in the case of Saint Guthlac, the first founder of the original Croyland Abbey, whose name in the north would be Gudlake or Gullake, warsport. Hosts of northern Frankish and Visigothic names thus commence, and many feminines end with this word. The other varieties thus beginning are Nor Gunbjorg Gondeberg Goth, SB, War Protection Nor, Gunbjorn War Bear German, French, Gondebert Gondobert, Gondeberta Gomert, War Splendor Gumpert Jomert, Gondebald, FR, Gondebod, SB, Gondebaldo War Prince Nor, Gudbrand Gullbrand War Sword Gundikar War Spear Nor, Gunlog Gullog Warlicker Nor, Gunleif Cunliffe War Love Nor, German, Spanish. Gudmer Gundamer Gondamira War Greatness Gulmer Gutmer Gondummer Nor, German. Gudmund Gundamund War Hand Gulmund Gunamund Gunderich, FR. Gunderic SB, Gondorico War Ruler SB, Gondacinda War Strength Nor, Gunstein War Jewel. Gunth was the old German feminine contraction for any of these warlike damsels, and being further endeared into Jut or Jutta was probably the source, under the hands of chroniclers, of the Judiths, who made their appearance among the Franks so long before the days of scripture or saintly names. Footnote 132. Munch, Michaelis, Nibelung, Weber and Jamison, Mariana, Thierry, Garland for the Year, Alban Butler, Fleschner, Onomatology Lappenberg, Dacent, Burnt Engel, Mariat Jutland. Section 5, Hagen. Hagen, Hagana, or Hogni may be considered as the villain of the Nibelungen. In the Danish version, he is the half-brother of Grimhild and Gunther, with an elf father. In the German, he is their wise and far-traveled uncle, who first related the adventures of the newly arrived stranger, Siegfried, but always seems to have disliked him, and readily undertook to revenge Brynhild's injuries upon him. As Loki deceived Frigga, he persuaded his niece to mark where was the mortal spot on her husband's skin, and contrived that no wine should be taken into the forest, so that Siegfried might be reduced to lie down to drink at the stream, and thus expose the fatal place. The body bled at his touch, and he was the chief object of Kriemhild's vengeance, more especially after he had taken the treasure away from her, placed it in a cave beneath the Rhine, and jealously guarded the secret of the spot. When she invited the brothers to Hungary, he was much averse to the journey, till he found that his disinclination was imputed to fear, when he became vehemently set upon going, in spite of the omens against it. Taunts and injuries passed between him and Kriemhild, and the next day the fierce and furious battle began, which raged till Gunther and Hagen alone were left. After Gunther had been killed, Kriemhild offered Hagen his life, on condition that he would disclose the place where the treasure was, but he refused and died by her hand. There is a curious poem, called The Duke of Aquitaine, which is evidently another version of the same notion of Hagen. Hagano, a descendant of the Trojans, is there sent to deprecate the invasion of Attila, and afterwards assists the Burgundian king Gunther of Worms in an attack on Duke Walther of Aquitaine, and Hildegunna, sister to Gunther, in order to recover a treasure that they had carried off from Attila's court, where they had been hostages. This version of the great central story of Europe named Hagen, Count of Aquitaine, the uncle of Charles the Bald, but the North has used it more in the form of Hogen. The name is either from hager, deft or handy, or else from hagi, a hook, most probably the latter, perhaps in connection with the other meaning, a thorn or prickle, so that here we may find a personification of the thorn destroying the victor. The word hag is seldom found in names and is probably imitated from Hagen without much regard to the meaning. It occurs only in the Danish, as Hagbrand, Hagbart, contracted as Habar or Haber, Hagther, which is incorrectly modernized as Hector and Hagni. The more usual form in Denmark is Hogni, probably from the German Hagano. But there has been a confusion between this Hagen or Hogni and Hagen, properly Hakvin from ha, high and kin, meaning of high kin, the well-known Norwegian and Danish name of many a fierce Viking. Sometimes Latinized as Haquinus, Frenchified as Haquin, and called in the north Haken or Haken. Doomsday has it as Kako, Haken, Hakon, and Hakna, and Haken still lingers among the fishermen of the Orkneys. Other northern names, with the same opening, ha pronounced ho, are Hamund, no doubt the parent of our Hammond, and Havard whence our Hayward, both alike meaning high protection. Footnote 133. Letzum, Nibelungenlied, Weber and Jamison, Munch, Anderson, Royal and Noble Genealogies. Section 6, Geisler. Geisler is one of the brothers of Gunther, an inoffensive personage, and the only one of the party of whom Kriemhild took any civil notice, when she had decoyed them to her court to their destruction. Nevertheless, he did not escape, but died in combat with Wolfhart of Bern, when the champions of Dietrich could not be withheld from the fray. His name is tolerably clear, Geiselhar, the pledged warrior. The first syllable is from Gilden, Gelden, Kelton to O, or to pay what was due. The terms ran through all the Gothic tongues and caused the Anglo-Saxons to call all the offerings due to the gods Gield and Gelstar. A pledge of mutual obligation was, in Anglo-Saxon, Gisel, and is still Gidsel in the north, in the German Jasel. Thence, far more probably than from the older word Jasli, a beam or nimbus was derived the Frank Gisel, as a maiden's name. A daughter of Pepin, so called, was offered to Leo X of Constantinople, and afterwards the daughter of Charles the Simple, who became the pledge of amity between the Carlingen and Northmen by her marriage with Rollo. She was called by the French Gisel, by the Normans Gisla, in which same form it has lived on in Friesland and in Norway. The commencement is not, however, a very common one in the north, though Giselher is repeated in Gissur Eilefsson, Bishop of Iceland, in the 11th century. Gislog, the pledge drink, is likewise northern, but though Gils is an extremely common termination, almost all the names where it is a commencement are Frankish or German, and thus probably Giselfrid came to the north as Gisrod. Giselhilde and Giselberg were German, also Giselhart and Gislav, and Gisalrico is found among the Spanish Goths. Geltfried and Giltamir are also German forms, and the latter explains Gelimer, the Vandal king in Africa, conquered by Belisarius. Gils is a common Norwegian name, and no doubt contributed to the English Giles, French Gilles, and Spanish Gil, though all these look to the Greek hermit in France, Egidios, as their patron. In the north, Egidius is rendered by Ilian, Ilgen, Eogen, Orgen, but not by Giles, and it would seem as if Julius had been confounded with the name, as well as perhaps Giala, a servant. Giala Brigd, or Bridget's disciple, is thought to have contributed the Scottish examples of Gilbert, which is incorrectly explained by some as Gelbert or Yellow Bright, but is clearly traceable to the old Frank Giselbert. There were 4 saints so called, namely, an abbot of Fontenelle, a great friend of William the Conqueror, an Auvergnat knight in the Second Crusade, the English founder of the Order of Gilbertine monks, and a bishop of Caithness. And it has been a prevalent name in England, Scotland, and the Low Countries, with many contractions, especially in the latter. English, French, Italian, German, Gilbert, Gilbert, Gilberto, Giselbert, Gilpin, Gisbert, Gilbert, Gil, Jalber, Dutch. Gisbert, Gibbon, Gilbert, Gisbert, Gisbert, Jip, Gilliber, Gisbrecht, Flemish, Gilly. Footnote 134. Munter, Munch, Michaelis, Grimm, Took. Section 7, Gernot. Gernot was Gunther's second brother, who was free from the guilt of the murder of Siegfried and greatly displeased with Hagen for depriving Kriemhild of the treasure. But he shared the fate of his brothers, being killed early in the encounter by the Markgraf Rudiger. Perhaps necessity of war or spear compulsion would be the best-sounding translations of this remarkable name. Geir, the same as the northern Jedger and German Kiro, is the messenger sent to invite Siegfried and Kriemhild to Worms when they paid the visit that had such fatal consequences, and Gur or Giger is one of the most frequent of the component parts of names. Its right and original meaning is a spear, the same as that of the Latin cuirass and Celtic coir. Thence the Anglo-Saxons called all other weapons wern, and the battle war, a word we still use, just as the French do guerre and the Spaniards guerra. Gar is quite in modern German, and Gur has dropped out of the language, and thus most of the German names commencing with it have been misinterpreted to mean all. But it is impossible to compare them with their northern cousins without tracing the same spear in both. The chief favorite amongst these spear titles seems to have been once a Valkyr named Geridrud, or Gerthrud, the spear maid. For, alas, the pretty interpretation that has caused so many damsels of late to bear it, as meaning all truth, is utterly untenable, unless they will regard themselves as allegorically constant battle maids, armed with the spear of Ithuriel. The ancient popularity of this name was owing to a daughter of one of the great Pepins in their Mère du Palais days. She founded the Abbey of Nivelles and was intensely revered by the Franks and Germans, chiefly on account of the miracles imputed to her. At old heathen feasts, the cups quaffed in honor of gods or demigods were prefaced by the words Wuetansman, Thorsman, meaning in Woden's or Thor's memory. But the Christian teachers changed these toasts to be in the memory of the saints, such as Michelsman for the guardian angel. Johannisman was the special favorite, and was supposed to be a charm against poison, because the evangelist was thought to have experienced the fulfillment of the promise, "If ye drink any deadly thing, it shall not hurt you," as typified by the dragon in his cup. The royal nun, Gertrude, was almost as great a favorite as the apostle with the Germans, and the regular toasts at their banquets came to be Johannisman and Gerdritzman till drinking to Saint John and Saint Gertrude were almost a proverb for revelry. Let us observe, en passant, that Min, lately in honor of Minatroil erected into a lady's name, is from the Gothic Munnen, to remember, from the Saxon form of which we take our mind. Minnie has lately become a favorite name, and must be referred to this source. A second Saint Gertrude, of noble blood in Saxony, was abbess of Heldelfs, had an exceedingly high reputation for sanctity, and died in 1334, leaving her name doubly popular. English, French, Italian, Portuguese, Gertrudes, Gatti, Geltrude German, Bavarian, Netherlands, Danish, Gertrud Troddel Drutch, Gertrud Trudchen Troll Trudge Jartrud Trudel Slovak, Lettish, Polish, Gira Gerard Kurt Gertrude Jerica Gertrudo, Gedert Ged Truda Lithuanian, Jra Trude Hungarian, Gertrud. There is great confusion between Gerwald and Gerhard, the one meaning spear power, the other firm spear. Though Gar was not a common English prefix, the first Saint Gerhold was Anglo-Saxon. He migrated to Ireland, received the cowl in the monastery of Mayo, founded that of Temple Gerald, died in 732, and became the subject of one of the Irish legends of saints. It declared that the wife of Ceamhin, king of Connaught, turned him out of the fort of Cathar Emhor, with his 300 saints, who thereupon joined him in one of the peculiar prayers of Irish saints, that there never should be another king of the same race forever. However, he afterwards relented, and only cut off from the throne the offspring of the lady herself, while to those of the king's former wife he granted the right of sitting first in the drinking house and of arraying the battle. The Irish call him Geralt, and have confused his name with the Celtic Gareth, one of the knights of the Round Table, so that Gerrit and Gerald are regarded as identical. The great prevalence of the name in Ireland is, however, chiefly owing to the Normans. There had been two Frank saints thus called in the 12th century, Gerard of Towle and Gerald of Fontenelle. But it was also a Lombardic name, and the old Florentine family of the Gherardi claims the parentage of one of the many Geralds who accompanied William the Conqueror, the same whose descendant, Maurice Fitzgerald, was one of the companions of Earl Strongbow, the parent of the Fitzgeralds, or Geraldines, of Kildare, the turbulent race, who disputed with the butlers of Ormond the supremacy of the island. Lady Elizabeth Fitzgerald, a daughter of this house, was the lady who, in imitation of Beatrice and of Laura, was erected by Surrey into the heroine of his poetry, under the title of the Fair Geraldine, thus leading to the adoption of this latter as one of the class of romantic Christian names. Gerald Barry, the Welsh chronicler who Latinizes himself as Geraldus Cambrensis, may have been rightly Gareth, and the provincial form Gerrit, still common in the north, is probably rather a remnant of the Gareth of Strathclyde than a version of the Norman Gerald. Another Saint Gerald, Bishop of Namur, left his name to be very common in the Low Countries, where we have already shown how curiously the transformation was effected of Gerhard Gerhardsson into Desiderius Erasmus. Lastly, a Saint Gerhard went on a mission to convert the Hungarians, and the name, or rather the two names, for there is no distinguishing between them, have become universal. English, French, Provençal, Italian. Gerard, Gerardo, Gerrit, Gerardo, Gerrit, Gerers, German, Netherlands, Dutch. Frisian. Gerhard, Gerhardus, Geert, Danish. Polish, Lettish, Hungarian. Gerhard, Gerard, Jerkies, Geert, Gerrits. English, French, Italian, German. Frisian. Geraldo, Gerald, Geralt. Gerhardine in German and Geralda in Italian are the feminines, besides our own Geraldine. Possibly Geralda may once have been the Valkyr name Gerhilda, which has survived in the north in the form of Gerilla, Ger being the northern corruption of Ger. Gerlo is thus Gerlog, and Gerulf or Gerulf. In like manner, though with different pronunciation, we make Gervis out of the old Norman Gervise, which was probably Gerfus or warlike eagerness. It used to be explained as Gerfest, all firm, but this is, of course, wrong, though, as I have not found Gerfus in the roll of northern names, and it would have been Gerfans in Germany, where Gerwas is common, as is Gervise in France, and Gervaso in Italy, this must be doubtful. The Gerberge of French history, the queen of Louis l'Outremer, was the same as the Gerbjorg of the north. Gerwin, or spear friend, made the Garin of France, whence the Warin of a few English families, and Garino of Italy. The old Spanish Gothic feminine Garcendes was certainly Garswinth, or spear strength, and the equally ancient Garcias, or Garcia, so common in Galicia and Navarre, must have its commencement from the same source, though the last syllable has lost its individuality on the soft Spanish tongues. It was long a royal name, but was dropped about the 13th century, and makes its last public appearance in the person of the Peruvian prince and author Garcilaso de la Vega. The spear raven, Jeram, is the Old English Jeram that has become lost in Jerome, and the spear prince, Gerbold, has furnished the family name of Garibaldi. Gar is very rare in native Anglo-Saxon names, whether as a beginning or end, but most frequent in all the other branches of the Teuton stock. And its other form, Guise, is the most reasonable explanation of the beginning of the name of Jacerich, the king of the Vandals, who has been made into Genserich, and then translated into the Gander king. The remaining forms are Gerbert, Gerberto bright spear Gerfrid spear piece, Nor, German, Neth, Frisian. Gerlach, Garlef spear sport, Garlef spear relic, Nor, Garmund spear hand, Nor, Jerny spear fresh, Gerendir spear house, Nor, Geridir spear impulse, Gerstein spear stone, Nor, Gertheoffer spear thief, Gerver spear prudence, Nor, Gervart, Friss, Gerber spear guard.